Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Suppress Villainous Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all people are born good. Izuku is 5 years old when someone first tells him the whole story of what happened to his uncle. When he asked them about it, Kaken's parents always told him to ask his mom or dad, but whenever he asked his own parents, they changed the subject. Izuku knew it was something bad, and he probably should have taken the hint and stopped asking, but he always had been as curious as he was stubborn, and the two traits mixed together didn't make for someone who'd stop asking questions under any circumstances. It should come as no surprise that Akaguro-sensei would have no reservations about telling Izuku the story of his uncle. All it took was catching him alone and promising not to tell his superiors that he was the one who spilled the beans. Izuku can't remember much from that interaction. Not the expression Akaguro-sensei might have been wearing, not the tone of voice in which he relayed the information. Not anything before it, like how he asked the question, or if his sensei needed any extra convincing. Izuku didn't remember where they were, not if they were in the bunker or the stronghold or even somewhere else. Izuku didn't remember what time of the day it was, what clothes he was wearing, or how he reacted afterwards. Izuku only remembered the story itself. That was the day that Izuku learned not all people are born good. A harsh lesson for a 5-year-old to learn, but a necessary one. Especially for someone in his family's line of work. Izuku hopped from foot to foot, waiting for the light to turn so he could cross the street. He breathed in the smell of the city. There was a bakery nearby that sent the warm smell of bread drifting his way. The mechanical smell of gasoline and exhaust from the cars around him contrasted sharply with it. When the light turned, Izuku sped forwards happily, squinting his eyes and looking up at the sun high above him in the sky. The day was warm, and Izuku was feeling happy. The cars beeped around him, and the steady rumble of the crowds of people chattering faded to white noise in his ears as his train of thought raced along at a mile a minute like it always did. Izuku passed Tatooine Station every day on his way to school. Usually there was nothing out of the ordinary, but today he had the delight of watching a villain fight. Izuku was happily flipping through the pages of his latest notebook, getting a look at the notes he had the chance to take. It was rare to get a chance to witness a hero's debut in person, and his page on MT Lady would fill up completely in time. He was very happy to add to his Kamui Woods page, although there wasn't anything new for his Death Arms or Backdraft pages. The punching hero and the firefighter hero were common fixtures in the area that he lived in, and he'd seen them in action more than a few times. Kamui Woods was relatively new, and Izuku had the chance to write down a few more notes on his super move, Lacquered Chain Prison. Namely, how wide the range was. He'd gotten a great look at it today when MT Lady had stopped him from using it at the last second. It had stayed suspended in the air for a few moments as the hero had processed what just happened, and those few seconds were perfect for Izuku to get a good look at the supermove's capabilities. The other thing that Izuku took the time to take notes on was the villain. A simple bag snatcher, and that suggested the villain was either poor and didn't have enough money for the bag, did it on an impulse, or was dared to, which insinuates peer pressure. If it had been just peer pressure, then there wasn't really anything that Izuku's parents could work with, but if it was money the villain needed, then that could be arranged. If the bag snatcher was simply a kleptomaniac, then he was still useful, just less predictable. A good member of the organization followed orders, and someone who stole a bag on impulse would be more likely to stray from them. It was a great quirk too. Really, the only reason the heroes had to get involved in the first place was because of the villain's quirk. Transformation type. It allowed the user to turn into a giant. The rat features were seemingly permanent fixtures on the thief's face, which made it partially a mutation quirk too. Having a mixture of two types of quirk was becoming more common these days. MT Lady was also a candidate for the organization. It wouldn't be the first time they'd recruited a hero, and it seemed she was entirely fame-motivated, which was definitely something they could use. On the lower levels, at least, Kamui Woods could be decisively crossed off the list, if he hadn't been already, in Izuku's opinion. To quote the hero, illegal use of abilities during rush hour as well as robbery and assault? You're pure evil. The giant villain had stolen a bag. A bag! He panicked when authorities tried to apprehend him. That was more resisting arrest than assault, and any sane person would probably try to resist arrest. He wasn't pure evil. Not even a little bit. Izuku had met people who were pure evil. To even suggest that a simple bag snatcher was anywhere near what they were put a bad taste in his mouth. The rest of the walk to school that day was uneventful, and so was the school day itself, up until the last hour before they left to go home. When Izuku's teacher brought out a stack of papers and started talking about their futures, Izuku sank lower in his seat. He nearly buried his head in his hands when his teacher loudly assumed that everyone in the room would want to be a hero. Izuku felt nauseous. Every kid in the room with him was cheering, showing off quirks. The sheer amount of propaganda his classmates had ingested in order to make them think that taking a job where getting killed in the line of duty would be considered a good thing, a heroic death, made Izuku sick. He stared down at the floor and tried to block out the noise. He knew what was coming next. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not going to be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Kaken had always known how to shift attention onto himself. The rest of their class did not appreciate this, however, and complained loudly. Kaken didn't seem to like that. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners. Izuku didn't mention how he himself had aced the mock test as well. Izuku also didn't mention how becoming a hero was the last thing either he or Kaken wanted. Kaken's eyes narrowed and his smile sharpened. Izuku could feel the challenge radiating off of him. He sighed. Oh, Midoriya, you wanted to go to UA also, didn't you? His teacher asked innocently, as if he didn't know what kind of response this was going to invoke from his class. Izuku tensed, and was not surprised when his entire class burst out laughing at the very notion that he could ever make it anywhere near UA. Izuku waved his hands about, eyes wide, playing the part of the frantic, embarrassed hero hopeful like he was supposed to. You can't get into the hero course just by studying. Someone in his class shouted, laughing like the thought of Izuku being a hero was the funniest thing they'd heard all week. They got rid of that rule. There's just no precedent. Izuku attempted to tell them, but it just made his classmates laugh harder. He tried to get them to stop, but then there was heat engulfing his face and he fell backwards off his chair and onto the floor. Izuku looked up into the angry, red face of one Bakugo Katsuki, who had just blown up his desk for the 5th time that week even though it was only Wednesday. You're below the rejects. You're quirkless? Kaken spit out the word like it was a disease on his tongue. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? Izuku didn't realize he was scrambling backwards until his back hit the wall and he found himself with nowhere to run from Kaken's furious gaze and sparking hands. Even though he knew that Kaken couldn't hurt him, Izuku still found his next words stuck in his throat before he could get himself to say them. It's been my dream since I was little. I won't know unless I try. Izuku tilted his head down at the floor but looked up at Kaken fearfully. To anyone else, Kaken's eyes would probably look downright murderous, but Izuku could see a spark of amusement. That's the sappiest piece of BS you've said in a long time. I'm gonna gag. Are you calling me dramatic? Have you ever looked at yourself in a mirror? Oh, you're gonna pay for that. Kaken was never one to deliver empty threats. Izuku was reminded of that yet again when class finally ended and he was left to shove his things in his backpack and head out the door alone. Izuku was usually one of the last people to leave the classroom. He took notes up until the final bell rang, whether or not they were notes for class or his regular analysis. The bell surprised him on the regular and left him scrambling to shove books in his bag and leave before his lateness became an inconvenience. Kaken was well aware of this, and Izuku was not surprised at all when Kaken snatched his notebook out of his hands before he could shove it in his bag where it belonged. Payback time. Izuku made a weak attempt to snatch his notebook back, but unsurprisingly Kaken simply held it higher in the air and out of his reach for a second, making it clear that he wouldn't be giving it back easily. Izuku swore internally. Didn't Kaken know that there was some seriously sensitive information in that notebook? Izuku tried to plead to the taller boy with his eyes, but Kaken's angry expression didn't waver. His 2 lackeys snickered behind him and Izuku knew that this was going to turn into an event. He braced himself. We're not done talking, yet, Deku, Kaken said, waving his notebook back and forth in a way that only he could make condescending and threatening. Izuku heard stuttering words of protest leave his own mouth, but he didn't even have time to finish his sentence before Kaken clapped both hands over the notebook and blew it up. Izuku gawked, and couldn't help crying out as Kaken threw his now blacked and ash-coated hero analysis for the future number 13 out the open window without even looking to make sure that it made it through. "That's mean," Izuku said pitifully, eyes glancing from the open window. His notebook just disappeared through to the angry classmate in front of him. As loath as he was to admit it, he couldn't think of anything better to say. Kaken's hand came down heavily on Izuku's shoulder and started to smoke a clear threat. He ranted about being the first student from their school to get into UD, how useless Izuku was, how he shouldn't even try. At some point, he referred to himself as a perfectionist, and Izuku couldn't help but think, well, that's an under-exaggeration, before Kaken released him, giving Izuku a little shove just for good measure, and walked away as if he hadn't just thrown possibly Izuku's most precious possession at the moment out the window after blowing it up. If you want to be a hero so badly, then take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life, Kaken said on his way out the door, and Izuku couldn't help but think that a line had been crossed that shouldn't have been. Izuku turned around to confront Kaken, tears already forming at the edges of his eyes, lips trembling from trying not to cry, and met a cold red gaze across the room and hands that let off a few stray explosions in a simple warning. "You shouldn't have done that," Izuku couldn't help but think, his face melting from fearfully determined to just fearful in a matter of seconds. Whoops. Izuku couldn't tell if Kaken was being sarcastic or not. The destroyer of Izuku's notebook and his friends left the classroom, and Izuku waited a bit before packing up the rest of his stuff in his backpack and heading out the door, giving them a big enough head start that he shouldn't run into them on the way downstairs and outside. Izuku made his way out of the school, careful to keep his head down as he avoided running into anyone. The longer his notebook wasn't in his bag or in his hands where it should be, the higher the chances that someone might pick it up, and that would be really bad. It turned out the only thing he had to worry about was a pair of fish in the fountain that his notebook landed in. Izuku stared at the fish nibbling the cover of his book before gently lifting it out of the water and shaking it in a feeble attempt to get some of the water out. After being blown up, tossed out a window, and left to soak in a fountain, his notebook had seen better days. Izuku supposed it was a good thing his book was nearly indestructible. Only the best for his father's son. Izuku could hear his father now, handing him his first notebook and telling him to write down his thoughts on quirks. "A quirk affects the brain," his dad told him, putting a notebook into 4-year-old hands that barely knew how to write. "Yours is no different. You're lucky, being born with a quirk like yours. I know you enjoy analyzing quirks. Write down your thoughts. Organize them. Hone your skills. You're a smart kid. You'll make a great leader one day, if that's the path you choose in life. It all starts here." His dad's smile was always a bit strained in the memories when he mentioned Izuku's inheritance. Izuku supposed that it was left-over bad memories from what happened to his uncle. Concern for his future. Part of him worried that his parents thought Izuku was going to turn out like him, but he tried not to listen to that part. His uncle was a horrible person, and he wouldn't turn out like him. He wouldn't. Izuku's childhood was mainly spent underground. That's the part that he remembered the most, at least. He remembered running around the bunker with Kaken and Himeken as really little kids, before any of them got their quirks yet. They played tag and hide and seek miles under the surface of the earth in the middle of the night while their parents and teachers worked and planned for the future of Japan. Izuku remembered trying to sneak into the super-secret super-important council meetings that their parents had bi-weekly. They never did get far, but it was always fun to see how far they could manage to get before Akaguro-sensei came to find them and chase them out. Izuku grew up around criminals and villains. He grew up around violence and crime and outcasts and misfits. It was a good childhood. The thing that most civilians didn't understand was that not all criminals are bad people. Sure, some of them were, but a lot of them, at least the ones in his parents' inner circles, were really nice. The babysitter that he remembered most from when he was growing up was an international outlaw known for stealing state secrets and hacking secure government servers to release information to the various criminal networks that paid her. She'd serviced his parents for many years before the law caught up with her, and to pay her back for all that she'd managed to accomplish for them, Izuku's family had offered her refuge in their most secret compound. She was his favorite babysitter because she told him secrets that he probably shouldn't know but technically wasn't not allowed to. She showed him how simple computer hacking worked, and how to completely take apart a phone of any kind and put it back together in under 5 minutes. They both had the same intense curiosity about how the world around them worked. She told him that curiosity was what got her into information gathering in the first place. He'd sit on her lap and Himeken would run around in circles around them and Kaken would sit on the floor and pretend to be coloring even though Izuku knew that he was listening too, and she'd tell stories about jobs that she'd done and describe the people that she'd done them for. Izuku had spent most of his days in the bunker, which was really more like his, Kaken, and Himeken's home. They had actual houses above the surface, legally owned and paid for, but those were just for show. Everything the Midoriyas and the Bakugas did above the surface during the day was just for show. Izuku always felt safe and protected among the lies that his family had been spinning for generations. He was not the first one in the great chain of inheritance that was the Midoriya family tree, and hopefully he wouldn't be the last. Growing up, he'd been to many places that had never seen the light of day. Most of his family's organization was underground. There was the bunker, of course, but that was more like a home than a real building full of people who worked for the organization. The benefits of working and mostly living underground was that the government, more specifically the Hero Commission, had no idea that they were down there and had no idea what they were doing. If they had known, then they would have probably made themselves a huge problem, considering the fact that the organization's existence in the first place was illegal, and that didn't even mention at all the kinds of work they did. While most of the memories Izuku made growing up were good ones, bad ones are unavoidable growing up in the environment that he did. The doctor. The doctor had always unnerved Izuku. Maybe it was that for such a short man, his frame still seemed to loom over the young boy. Maybe it was that his bald head and unruly mustache made his shadow look misshapen. Maybe it was because his lab coat always smelled so overpoweringly of chemicals that had 20-syllable names. Maybe it came from the way his gloved hands moved around in erratic, manic excitement when he talked so happily about all the wrong things. Maybe it was that his foggy, grimy, old-fashioned goggles were tinted in such a way that you couldn't see his eyes. Izuku vaguely remembered someone telling him at some point that eyes were the windows to a person's soul, and Izuku was never sure if the doctor really had one. How could he be sure, when he couldn't see his eyes? Izuku hasn't seen the doctor in a long time. Izuku had only just put his still slightly soggy notebook in his backpack when his phone buzzed. Pulling it out of his bag, he paused when he saw what the text said. It was a text from his mom. That in itself wasn't all that out of the ordinary. Even the fact that it was obviously in code wasn't all that out of the ordinary. The message itself was, however. The letters flipped easily in his head without him having to think about decoding it too hard, and Izuku stared at his phone and mulled over what his mom had sent him. Take the long way home. Make sure you go under the bridge. Make sure you're alone. You have 18 minutes to get there. If you get there early, stall. You'll know when you're okay to leave. I can't tell you more. Stay in character. I love you. Good luck. Izuku swallowed and put his phone away. He easily slung his bag over his shoulder and headed out, careful to turn left instead of right to make sure that he went the alternate route home. He took one of his different routes home depending on the day, so going the long way home wouldn't be suspicious in the least, if anyone even thought that they should look into him under a suspicious lens. Almost everyone else had already left the school at that point, but there were a few small groups of people still hanging around in front. Izuku made sure not to make eye contact with them as he passed. He heard one of the kids snicker and ignored it. The long route home wasn't actually all that much longer than his regular route, and the bridge his mom was referring to wasn't out of his way either. The specific time could be achieved easily, and he had plenty of time to get to where he needed to be, but he planned his route out carefully in his head to ensure that he made it there on time. The mention of stalling if he got there early made Izuku think that if there were to be a margin of error arriving there time-wise, then he should get there early rather than late. The line that said that he'd know when he was okay to leave made him think that some sort of event would be going down that he had to be present for. The only thing that was really interesting to him here was the reminder to stay in character. He knew that. The fact that his mom made sure to include it made him wonder why she would. The only real reason she'd put that would be if the event might tempt him to break. In summary, something was going to happen, and at this point he had about 15 minutes to mentally prepare. Izuku took a deep breath and kept walking. Izuku couldn't tell if his memory of the paper was a good one or a bad one. All he knew was that the paper definitely deserved the capitalization of a proper noun, because at that point it was almost an entire character in his life. It had shaped it more than maybe anything else. Sometimes Izuku wondered if anything would have happened without the paper. Sometimes Izuku wondered if the paper shaped anything at all. Maybe the paper was really what it says it was, and was just a premonition of the future. Izuku had been told that the future couldn't be changed, and although part of that brought him comfort, part of that absolutely terrified him. One thing Izuku did know about the paper was the fact that what came after its writing was definitely a sad memory, no matter how hard the rest of the organization tried to convince him otherwise. His mother's tears were never a good memory unless she was crying out of joy, and she wasn't crying out of joy in that memory. All Izuku knew and could really understand at the time, he had been so young then only 5, was that the paper said he was going to take the greatest quirk ever made for himself. The one that his family had been trying to take for generations, and he was going to save the world. He couldn't really comprehend what that meant, only that sometimes there were papers that said things about the future that were never wrong, the ones that his mom wrote. His mom had a quirk that had been passed down in his family for a long time, one that let her write the future. His father had explained it to him as the quirk guiding her hand to write what was going to happen, so it was the future that dictated what was written on the papers and not his mom. When he was younger, he'd had a bit of trouble understanding that. He used to think for a time that his mom decided the future, but by the time he'd made this memory it had been explained to him in a way that made sense, and he knew that wasn't the case. Another thing that he understood was that the paper was one of the papers that his mom wrote. He thought that getting this quirk, like the paper said, was going to be a great thing. Saving the world could only be awesome, right? But his mom was crying, hugging him, and apologizing, and Izuku wasn't quite sure why, only that he didn't like it. Izuku never liked when his mom was sad, and maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if he hadn't had to see how sad the paper made his dad feel too. His dad was holding Izuku's small hand in his larger one and looking at him as if someone had informed him that the sky was falling. Izuku could see the bridge that his mom wanted him to walk under. He'd taken his notebook out during the journey here in order to go over his notes from this morning again and was clutching it to his chest, hesitantly prepared to write notes on whatever was going to happen in case he needed them. He pulled out his phone to glance at it briefly and noted that he was here on time. Izuku stared pointedly straight ahead and walked forwards, entering the shadow that the bridge cast. Izuku breathed deeply and focused on what his senses were picking up. He'd like to know what was going to happen, or at least be a little more prepared for it to happen before it actually did. He sharpened his senses. There was something below him. Izuku felt himself start to sweat a bit. It was something made of liquid, or at least that's what it sounded like. Maybe something or someone made out of mud or sewer waste. It was gross sounding, squishy and squelchy, and Izuku gagged. It was getting closer. Closer to a sewer grate he only spotted when he walked past it as he continued his slow trek underneath the bridge. The sewer grate could serve as a gateway out of the sewers. Straight to him. If Izuku had to guess, then this was what his mom had sent him to this bridge for. Whatever was down there in the sewers. There was something following it too, Izuku thought, but those sounds were much farther away and harder to make out. He mentally prepared himself, and just to be sure that whatever was down there would be able to find him, he laughed out loud. It was the best all-might impression he could do while staying in character. The sound of thick liquid flowing up through the drain caught his ears, and the feeling of something cold and dark appearing behind him made him hesitate a second in fear before turning around. He looked only thinly human, covered in sludge in the way that he was. In fact, if Izuku had to guess in the split second they made eye contact before he turned and made a seemingly desperate attempt to run away before something unpleasant happened to him, the man standing behind him might have been made of sludge all the way through. Izuku had certainly seen stranger quirks. It barely took 3 steps before the person behind him pounced. Izuku felt the cold sludge seep and drip around his skin and root him in place, enveloping him in its absolutely putrid smell and sticky, thick texture that made the boy want to crawl out of his skin. Izuku's notebook clattered to the ground along with his backpack. Izuku couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. There was sludge in his mouth, and in his nose, and in his ears and his eyes and underneath his fingernails when he instinctively grabbed at the hand of sludge that was latched onto his face. Tears came immediately, from a mixture of pain and disgust. Izuku was unsure of whether or not he had ever felt more unclean. And he still couldn't breathe. His frantically clawing hands did nothing to keep the sludge out of his mouth, and the villain cackled and laughed and was saying something, but Izuku couldn't breathe and couldn't be bothered to be concerned with what the villain was saying right now. I can't die here. Izuku thought desperately, I just have to think. An idea began to form. Izuku's medical files will tell you that he's quirkless. Izuku's doctor will tell you that he's quirkless. Izuku's parents will tell you that he's quirkless. Izuku will tell you that he's quirkless. Izuku isn't quirkless. Turns out quirk fraud isn't that hard a crime to commit when most people would rather believe that your quirk doesn't exist. Ignorance is bliss after all. The ability to hold your breath for nearly an entire day didn't sound like that powerful of a quirk on the surface, and it wasn't one that you'd take as good for hero work, but there was more than one way someone could benefit from having it. The quirk's original holder lived and died around 60 years ago, during the reign of the Fifth. For hero work, it would be mostly useless by society's standards. If there was one thing that Izuku knew, however, it was that as long as you were creative, you could turn even the weakest of quirks into deadly abilities. The name of the quirk's original holder wasn't one that would spark recognition in just any member of the public, but the name they went by most frequently would trigger memories from people who've heard the story. Mostly those who are interested in true crime or older vigilante lore. Sharpshot was an infamous sniper. Some police reports said that she'd killed nearly 100 people. They ranged from average civilians who were caught in simple wrongdoings like affairs or drug dealing to high-ranking government officials who were exploiting loopholes in the new laws surrounding heroes and taking advantage of the hero system in its infancy. Some thought that she was a hitman or a mercenary. In a way she was, but she only really had one client. The organization. The Midoriyas. When she was finally captured, she revealed little to the police, but one thing she did tell them was what her quirk was. When you were a sniper, to get an accurate shot, you had to hold the gun steady. One of the things that could hinder that no matter how steady your arms or hands were was your breathing. The constant inhale and exhale expands and deflates your lungs constantly. It could make the gun move even a little bit, and that little bit could often be the difference between a perfect shot and a near miss. Especially from the distances Sharpshot was shooting from. Setting up a stand to set your gun on to hold it steady took time to put up and take down, and that was time that Sharpshot didn't often have, considering some of the heroes and government officials that had been put on her case from the beginning had tracking quirks. She had to get away from the crime scene as soon as she shot her target, and setting up something elaborate like that might have gotten her caught a lot sooner. Leaving such a big piece of evidence behind by just ditching whatever she'd rigged up wouldn't have been very smart either. However, Sharpshot explained to the police in infamous footage of her interrogation, if you can hold your breath like I can, then you can hold the gun steady. Plus, you never think to look underwater for a sniper. My favorite way to lose the people tracking me is to go where they can't. That's why so much of my work is done on the coastline. Sharpshot was tried and put on death row very soon after she was caught. She didn't even try to deny that she'd murdered all her victims in court. She didn't seem to even really mind the death sentence. It became apparent why when she disappeared from her prison cell on death row not even a week after she was placed there. To this day her method of escape was unknown to the authorities. The one thing that they were very certain of was that she never became active again. She seemingly retired after she broke out. It was one of the reasons that her case was still fairly well known even now. The media loves a mystery after all. The reason why this was still relevant was that a quirk that allowed you to hold your breath for a long time wasn't only good for being a sniper or hiding underwater. It was also the perfect quirk to get someone like Izuku out of the exact situation that he'd found himself in at the moment. Izuku activated the quirk and felt the pain in his chest dissipate. If he could have breathed a sigh of relief, he would have, but at the moment his mouth was still full of sludge. Izuku kept tearing at the liquid that was still attempting to make its way down his throat and tried to kick out at the villain, but his feet just got caught up in the thick greenish-brown slime and he found that he was very quickly losing the ability to even kick anymore. The tears in his eyes threatened to fall, and Izuku let them, remembering his mother's reminder to stay in character. Even though he wasn't actively suffocating anymore, Izuku still felt like time was stretching on forever as painfully as it could be, and he found himself wondering how this entire interaction was going to end. He was reaching the end of the time when an average person should still be conscious, and there was no help or solution in sight. Izuku closed his eyes and attempted to reach out with his senses to find something. Maybe whatever was seemingly following the sludge monster down in the sewers was closer now. There was something there, and it was closer now. In fact, it was approaching at a speed that made Izuku think that whoever it was must have a speed quirk. Izuku mentally ran through the list of heroes, vigilantes, and villains with that kind of quirk, and tried to think through which ones had the highest chance of being in his area. Why would it be so important for him to meet them, if that even was why his mom guided him to go through this whole ordeal? It certainly seemed like a lot. This must be very important then. Izuku was distracted enough with his thoughts that he didn't realize that the person had reached his location until he heard the sewer grate in the ground explode upwards and smack against the ceiling of the tunnel they were in. Stay in character. Izuku's head screamed at him, and he took a deep breath in, deactivating the quirk that he had been previously using to stay alive. The sludge around him made it harder to see who had just entered the fight, and Izuku's lungs were burning again. The lack of oxygen made his vision go blurry just as it was about to before he activated Sharkshot's quirk. Izuku could feel the sludge around him shift, like the villain took a swing at whoever just came out of the sewer grate, and Izuku felt his head slipping into unconsciousness. There was sludge in his ears, but he could hear the newcomer yell something, and all he thought was, "That sounds awfully familiar," before the sludge exploded around him. He was freed instantly, but he could feel darkness clawing at the edges of his vision from the lack of oxygen. He still felt like there was a heavy weight pressing down on his chest and stopping him from breathing. He realized that it was probably leftover sludge in his mouth and the back of his throat. If he hadn't been told by his mother explicitly to stay in character, then Izuku might have fought off the oncoming unconsciousness, but whatever was about to happen was important and he didn't want to mess it up. He did want to know what he was dealing with, however, and opened his eyes just a bit and saw probably the last person he'd expect to see through his blurry vision. All Might. When Izuku was 9, he remembered his mom explaining to him why his dad had to go on his business trip. Izuku had been sitting at the kitchen table in the bunker, drinking a cup of orange juice, the best brand imported, illegally, straight from America. "He'll be back," he remembered his mom saying. "He just needs to take care of some leftover business from what your uncle did." Izuku didn't question about his uncle further. He knew all too much about him. He did question, however, about what his dad was doing and where he was going, exactly. "Your father's been working on something for a while now. You know how he has to be away working during the night? Well, he's been looking for someone. Just last night we got word of where that person's going to be in a week, and your dad needs to meet up with him." "Meet up?" Izuku remembered asking, "Is he a bad guy or a good guy?" Midoriya Izuku had paused for a second, and it took her a moment to come to an answer. "He's someone who doesn't like your dad very much. It's because of something your uncle did," she explained. Izuku was pretty sure he knew what that meant. "Is he a hero?" Izuku looked up at his mother with wide eyes. "Yes." His mom was a bit hesitant to say. "Which one?" This was where Izuku's mom really thought about whether or not she should tell her son all the details of what was going on. Eventually, she seemed to come to a conclusion and held Izuku's hands in her own and looked him in the eye and gave him her serious business time look. "I don't want you to be worried," she started slowly. "Your father's going to be okay. We won't let anything happen to him. When he's done, he'll come home and then we'll all be okay from then on. There's just one last loose end to tie up before we can relax. Aizu, your father is going to fight All Might." Izuku could feel his heart stop for a second. This was a big deal. "Why?" he asked, worried immediately even though his mom told him not to be. This wouldn't be the only time that his dad had fought a hero, not by a long shot, but All Might was on another level. All Might was the only one that really posed a threat. Well, Inko said, choosing her words carefully, All Might still thinks that your dad was the one who killed his mentor. Shimura Nana? Izuku asked, but that wasn't Dad, that was Dash. I know, honey, Izuku's mom gave him a hug. But remember, neither All Might nor any other hero is allowed to know about, well, Dash. Izuku nodded, understanding, they can't know that Dad isn't the first All-for-One. He said, looking down at the floor. His mother sighed, smiling softly. Exactly. Izuku thought about this for a moment, before looking back up at his mom and asking, when will Dad be home? Soon, Midoriya Inko smiled brighter. He'll be back before you know it. Just barely a week after the conversation about his father and All Might, Izuku was woken up in the middle of the night by Kaken's dad. Izuku, you need to wake up. Bakugo Masaru shook Izuku awake gently and urged him to follow him down the hallway. Kaken was standing in the doorway, shaking with what Izuku guessed was probably rage. Izuku knew something was wrong just by the fact that it was Masaru that had come to wake him up and not his mother. His suspicions were confirmed when Kaken's voice from the doorway said, "It's your dad." Izuku was awake immediately and rushed with the Bakugis out the door and down the hall of the bunker to one of Kurogiri's portals. He dived in without a second thought. They reappeared just outside the doctor's emergency operating wing. Bakugo Mitsuki was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance, the glare she was throwing at the door looking sharp enough to cut iron. Izuku swallowed. He remembered Kaken's parents filling them in on what had happened. Turns out All Might was stronger than even they thought. His dad was hurt and really badly. Izuku remembered hugging his legs and reading through notebooks upon notebooks of information on quirks in order to pass the time while the best doctors in the organization and the people with the best healing quirks worked on his father. His mother was supposedly inside the room, helping in any way that she could. The adults had decided to not wake Izuku's sister. Eri hadn't even reached her first birthday yet, and sleep was important for her. Besides, she was much too young to really understand what was going on anyways. Izuku remembered how the entire night had felt like a dream. Maybe he had been dreaming for some of it, since it was very late in the night. He remembered eating breakfast in the chairs for people waiting outside the hospital room. He remembered telling himself that it was all going to be all right. Mom told him not to worry, so he would try not to. But it was so hard. When one of the nurses finally opened the door and told the small group waiting outside that Izuku's father was going to be completely okay in a little while, Izuku had immediately started crying. At that point, Eri had been woken up and she was there to cheer at the thought of their dad being okay again. He found her enthusiasm calming. He picked her up and carried her into the room to sit next to his mom, who was holding his dad's hand where he was still laying down asleep on the hospital bed. His father's face had been covered in bandages. From his nose to the top of his head, the only thing that was left uncovered was his mouth. He was hooked up to more than 1/4 and a breathing mask fogged with mist when he exhaled. Izuku remembered thinking that it looked scary, like a mummy or a zombie or something. Izuku also remembered his mom telling him about how his dad had faced All Might and fought long and hard. How he hadn't won, but hadn't died either, and that was exactly what they'd wanted. How he'd be okay, but it might take a bit of time. Izuku remembered the period of time when his dad was still healing. How he, Kaken, Himiko, and Eri had talked for hours at his bedside about how their days had gone, how they were doing in training in school. His dad hadn't taken more than a few hours to wake up again, but it was a week before his face was allowed to be uncovered. There was scar tissue surrounding his eyes and across his cheeks, but he had only laughed and said that it could have been worse. You should have seen the other guy, his dad liked to joke whenever someone brought it up. It took just over 2 weeks before his dad was able to walk around without help again, and in only a few months he was back to nearly full health. Not only that, but he was home a lot more often as well. Before, as it had been explained to Izuku, his dad had been looking for All Might in an attempt to track him down and finally have the fight that both archenemies were aware had to happen, which was why he hadn't been home as much. In the days following his father's recovery, Izuku watched the news for stories about what All Might was up to at the moment, and while he did see a lack of coverage surrounding his exploits in the press, it seemed that the media was covering up what had happened. The most they would say was that All Might was on medical leave. In fact, they linked it to a fight with Toxic Chainsaw. which didn't make any sense to Izuku because Toxic Chainsaw wasn't nearly strong enough to go toe-to-toe with All Might. The public seemed to buy it, however, and it didn't take long for news of All Might saving people and defeating villains to find its way to the press again. His father's mission had been a near-complete success, in fact. The only thing that would have made it absolutely perfect would have been if he'd managed to take All Might's quirk. Maybe next time, Midoriya Hisashi had said, smiling crookedly, but more likely, I won't be the Midoriya to steal one for all. I think that may end up being your job, Aizu. Izuku had beamed with pride. His dad really believed that he might be the one to finally take the greatest quirk ever made back. Even though his dad himself wasn't able to, and Izuku's dad was the most powerful person that he knew. Even though the paper said that he'd be able to, Izuku still had doubts. The look on his mom's face after she'd written the paper was one of them. He pushed thoughts of it to the back of his head and focused on the good possibilities. Although Izuku had never met All Might in person, he'd heard plenty of stories about him. Izuku awoke to find a hand lightly smacking the side of his face, seemingly in an effort to wake him up. He had time to think. That's not how you should deal with a young victim who's passed out from a lack of oxygen before his eyes opened and he realized he was looking up into the face mostly commonly associated with the #1 hero spot in Japan, and he nearly passed out again from the shock of it. Good, you're awake, All Might said, his voice echoing loudly off the sides of the tunnel as Izuku scrambled away from him in surprise. All Might began to talk about how he had been chasing the villain that caught Izuku and how he'd been in high spirits on his day off when said villain had caught his attention while Izuku's brain thought so quickly he was afraid his head might explode. He tried to calm down and assess the situation. His mom told him to come here, presumably so that he could get caught by the villain and be rescued by All Might. That made sense. The chance to meet All Might was huge, there were so many possibilities, but obviously the prime objective here would be to somehow get his hands on one for all, but how in the world was he supposed to do that? Izuku looked around wildly as if the city around him might hold the answer and his eyes fell upon his notebook. His mom told him to stay in character. He'd want an autograph. Izuku panicked and scrambled to grab it and offer it to All Might to autograph only to find that a 2-page spread has been filled with giant letters spelling the hero's name already. He's already signed it? Izuku thought, pausing for a second, that's a little presumptuous. Nonetheless, Izuku stood up and bowed over and over, nervously ranting about how thankful he was for All Might's help in the autograph and how cool he was, and before he could think better of it, the words, "It'll be a family heirloom," were leaving his mouth and he realized what he just said and had to hold back an amused snort. All Might, however, didn't seem bothered by that at all. "I'll be off now, I have to take this villain to the police," All Might said, crouching down as he geared up to jump. Pros are constantly fighting enemies in time. Izuku could feel the opportunity slip through his fingers, and he panicked. No. He was not going to get another chance like this. Just the fact that he was able to have this one was a lot. There had to be more. He had to come up with a plan, he had to do something. Before he even realized what he was doing, Izuku was grabbing onto All Might's pant leg and All Might was shooting into the air high above the city. Izuku's hands were almost ripped away from the fabric of All Might's cargo pants and he activated a simple strength quirk on instinct to allow himself to keep holding on. The wind blew in his face so hard he felt like it might be peeling off. The feeling of being this high in the air sent instinctual fear flooding through his blood even though he could fall from this height and survive in any number of ways. It took All Might a moment to realize that he had a tag-along, longer than it probably should in Izuku's opinion, and he rushed to explain why he grabbed on by saying, "I have a lot of things I want to ask you directly." All Might's smile hadn't wavered throughout the entire interaction, but it did look a bit strained when he responded by saying, "So close your eyes and mouth." Izuku scrunched his face up in an attempt to keep the wind from blowing it off and held on tighter. He had to stay in character. So far, Izuku thought that he'd done a mostly good job. A desperate, quirkless kid would probably grab onto his biggest hero like this, wouldn't he? But what kind of questions would he have for the hero? Izuku was tempted to ask him something about his quirk, even if he already knew all about it, just to see what he'd say, but figured that there had to be something better. Maybe something about what it was like to be a hero? No, that was way too broad of a question, and he'd been asked that so many times in different interviews that it would be pointless to ask it again anyways. Izuku contemplated what a kid like the one he was pretending to be would ask. It came to him only a few seconds before they touched down on a building and Izuku's feet felt solid ground underneath them once more. All Might immediately started to walk away, and Izuku could feel the chance start to slip through his fingers again. Wait, he started to say, but All Might brushed him off. I'm out of time, All Might said apologetically. I'm sure some of the people downstairs will help you get down from here, but I really must be going. Wait, Izuku said desperately, taking a hesitant step forward. I'm sorry, but I can't wait. All Might was close to the edge of the roof now, probably gearing up to take off again. But Izuku took a deep breath. It's now or never, even if I don't have a quirk, can I still become a hero? He saw All Might stop for a second, and cheered silently in his head before continuing, can even someone without a quirk be like you? Somehow, imperceptibly, the energy in the air seemed to shift. All Might had come to a full stop now, and Izuku glanced up at him to see smoke drifting off his skin. He has a time limit, Izuku remembered his dad explaining to him, because of the injury Dad gave him. Izuku swallowed as his mind raced, his question having seemingly stopped All Might for a moment. Izuku guessed All Might was probably about to be too late to leave without his secret being revealed. Izuku kept talking, hoping to keep him there. It might have been because I don't have a quirk, but I'm always made fun of, Izuku started to mumble, letting his talent for ranting and rambling shine through. Maybe that's why, I don't know. He tried to stay in character and make his voice sound uncertain, but I think saving people is super cool. Saving people with a fearless smile. I want to be the greatest hero, just like you. As he finished his mumble session, Izuku looked up and was greeted with a sight that he tried to prepare himself to see, but somehow just wasn't able to. Being made out of sludge wasn't a good hand to be dealt in life. A certain sludge villain found it hard to do anything. Quirkless discrimination faced him at every corner, and he found that the only people that were okay with his appearance and ability tended to be on the wrong side of the law. It used to bother him at first, but he'd been working for groups and organizations, not unlike the one that he was currently doing a job for a while now, and he didn't bat an eye at breaking the law anymore. This particular job was certainly an odd one though. Targeting a certain kid, a middle schooler, no less, and making sure that All Might was the one who rescued him? What was even weirder was that after he targeted this middle schooler, there was another one that he was supposed to find. He demanded quite a large sum of money for this, and from the rumors he'd heard around other criminal hotspots and from other people he knew that did work like him, this was an organization that you could trust to deliver on their promises, although weird requests were also one of their staples. Falling out of the sky in a plastic bottle had not been part of the plan, but being made out of sewer water and mud made someone very hard to kill, even when falling from so high up. Being trapped in a plastic bottle was a harder problem to deal with, however, and the villain for hire started to panic at the thought of not being able to finish the job. Another thing the organization he was doing work for at the moment was known for was not taking kindly to failure. Some of their members were said to be absolutely sadistic. Just as the man made out of sludge was about to give up on the bottle and start plotting a plausible excuse, he felt himself being picked up. A small, gentle hand lifted his bottle into the air with him inside, and he found himself looking at the gleeful face of what looked like an average kid. A young one too. He looked just barely old enough to pass for a middle schooler, with smooth black hair and yellow, cat-like eyes. It was the eyes that stood out. They almost seemed out of place on the boy's face, like they didn't quite fit correctly. The effect was unsettling, especially paired with the expression he was wearing. He was smiling, but it was too wide, and his eyes looked at the greenish liquid in the bottle he was holding like it was a dessert that he was about to devour. The villain, despite the fact that he was looking into the face of a child, felt himself shrink back in fear. He didn't like this. The boy, however, seemed to know what he was doing. He didn't look surprised to find a plastic bottle filled with sentient sludge in a random alleyway. Instead, he carefully put the bottle into one of his pockets and started walking along happily, nearly skipping. The villain couldn't see anything besides black fabric outside his bottle, and felt terror grip him irrationally as he thought about what this boy was doing and where he might be taking him. He didn't know how long the boy carried him for, but it felt like only a few minutes, maybe 10 at the most. He heard the sounds of the crowd fade away a bit and realized that they were in a less populated area. That only made him more irrationally afraid. The boy took him out of his pocket, and he was brought up to look at his face again. He had a knowing look in his eyes. "You looked like you might have needed a bit of help," the boy said cheerfully. "Being in a bottle like that might make it hard to do what you need to. Our people do really need this job done though, so don't take my help for granted. From now on, you're on your own with this one." His gaze turned sharp, and the villain shrank back as he realized that those eyes didn't belong to a little boy. Just as gently as he'd been picked up, the villain was set down on the ground of an alleyway, still in the bottle. The villain tried to shift around in the bottle to look at the boy again and try to figure out what was going on. But in the time he'd managed to turn around in the small space, the boy was gone. Toga Himiko ducked into a different alleyway from the one she'd dropped the sludge villain in and ducked behind a dumpster to stop anyone on the sidewalk from seeing her. Himiko took a deep breath and let her disguise drip off. The gray goop that usually accompanied this action squished under her feet as she reached into a bag she'd left behind the dumpster. She was crouched behind her and carefully took out some clothes she had stashed there. Himiko tugged them on quickly and glanced around at the surrounding area to double-check that no one was watching before pulling out her phone from a different pocket in her bag and easily typing in the passcode. It didn't take long to scroll through her contacts and find the one labeled Viridian. Himiko clicked on it and heard the phone ring only once before the person on the other end picked up. "Miss Viridian?" Himiko asked carefully, glancing around again before walking deeper into the alley and around a corner to a doorway. "Yes, dear?" A kindly woman's voice on the other end of the phone responded. "I've got all my homework finished," Himiko said cheerfully, pulling a key out of her pocket. She stuck it in the lock and twisted it to unlock the door before pushing it open and winced at the muffled thumping sound it made when it smacked into the wall. "I just need you to pick me up now. I'm across the street from Tetuan Shopping District. I went out with some friends of mine after school. Do all of your friends have a ride?" The woman's voice took on a sharper tone. "Of course," Himiko said, smiling as she stepped into the empty storage floor of the building she'd gotten into. "I made sure of it myself." "Good," Viridian said from the other end of the phone. "I'm glad that everyone is where they need to be." "Me too," the shapeshifter responded. She felt the air pressure seem to intensify in the room before a deep purple portal opened in the middle of the building. Himiko smiled and stepped towards it. "Your ride should be there now," Midoriya Izuku said through the phone. "Get home safe, dear." "I will." "Goodbye," Himiko said with a smile on her face before hanging up the phone and stepping through the portal. The second she was through, the portal disappeared with a quiet whooshing sound and the room was left empty again. One of the earliest memories Izuku could remember was the memory of the video. He remembered watching it all the time, sneaking into the computer room when his parents were busy to get on the computer and replay it over and over again until he knew every word spoken and every image that flashed across the screen in intimate detail. The video began by focusing on one dark figure near the bottom of a dusty hill. The picture was tinted gray from the lack of light shining from a starless, smoky sky. Clouds of chalky-colored ash fell from the heavens like smoldering, toxic, soundless snow. The only thing bright enough to pierce through them was the light of the full moon, which reflected off the puddles surrounding the rubble like white ink on a black tapestry. The scene was so ghastly and horrifying that Izuku could almost smell the stench of death and decay in the air. Even thinking back on it now, he swore he could taste powdery cinders on his tongue or feel the uneven ground underneath his feet. He was half convinced that if he turned his head to the side, he'd see more of the same sad scene, the rest of the destroyed building, instead of the empty room the computer was always in. The video was horrifying enough without the knowledge that buried under that rubble were the remains of hundreds of people who had committed no crime. Many of them had been children. This wasn't a story that was reported in the news. Izuku's family made sure of that. They were still making sure that nothing Izuku's uncle did caught the media's attention. Mostly because everything he did was a giant bloodstain on his family's legacy. A younger Izuku didn't like watching the video. He couldn't make himself stop. It was like a car crash, one that he couldn't look away from. Izuku didn't watch the video very much anymore. Izuku screamed. He hadn't meant to, in fact he was quite embarrassed about it the second the noise came out of his mouth, But even though he was expecting the sight that he saw upon looking up and at All Might once more, some part of his brain must not have been prepared because he screamed anyways. "You're deflating!" Izuku cried out, searching his brain for what the natural reaction to this happening would be. Up until now. "You're a fake. You're so skinny." The words that ended up coming out of his mouth didn't make much sense, but he supposed that was probably about right. All Might opened his mouth as if to respond, but blood poured out instead of words and Izuku screamed again. Katsuki had no idea what the cryptic message Auntie Inko had sent him meant. All he had was a location and a time, and he'd be damned if he didn't follow what he assumed his superior's instructions were down to the letter. As per usual, Katsuki left no margin for error, and arrived at the scene at the exact time that Auntie had specified. It was an alleyway across the street from one of their warehouses. Near Tatooine Station. Katsuki knew that someone else was there immediately. Auntie had not specified for him to go alone, so Katsuki hadn't. He'd stayed in character as much as he could and simply led the two extras who were usually following him to one of the many places where they could smoke without getting into any trouble. Since they did this nearly every day, it wasn't that suspicious. Katsuki was satisfied with his work. He didn't let himself celebrate, however. He recognized the other presence in the alleyway. Katsuki was distracted, but he remained in character, yelling at his so-called friends to stop smoking and let them rant about Deku for a few moments before adding in his 2 cents on the matter. "He's an idiot dreaming like a kid," Katsuki said, clutching the empty can of soda in his hand and blowing it up with a small explosion deftly ignited without a second thought. "Just watching him pisses me off." Even though he hadn't said anything funny, his lackeys laughed. While his companions discussed where the small group should go next, Katsuki contemplated what Auntie could want from sending him out here. The lack of detailed instructions implied that she trusted his judgment. If she'd sent him back here with this particular person trapped in a plastic bottle of all things very suspiciously placed neatly on the ground of an alleyway that Katsuki just so happened to visit often, he could guess what she wanted. Katsuki glared at the ground and made a decision. It only took one well-placed kick to break the bottle open and allow the terrible Swamp Thing knockoff to escape. Katsuki turned back to his lackeys and watched as a look of horror dawned on their faces as they looked up at the monstrous human rising up behind their friend. Katsuki almost laughed at how scared they looked, but that would have broken character, and breaking character meant failing his mission. If there was one thing Katsuki wasn't going to do, it was to fail his mission. The last thought he had before easily the most disgusting thing to date that had ever been in his mouth entered and sewer sludge so revolting it was a greenish color encircled him to trap him in its sticky, gooey, stinky grasp was that this whole ordeal better be worth whatever Auntie was planning. The chance to meet All Might, Izuku thought, was definitely worth everything he'd had to endure today up until this point. He always valued seeing things from someone else's point of view, and hearing how All Might told a revised and heavily edited story of how he got his injury was entertaining to say the least. When he compared his transformation to men at the pool, flexing and posturing, Izuku had to fight to keep himself from laughing. "It can't be," Izuku said, waving his arms wildly to distract from the look of amusement he worried might be showing up on his face. "You're supposed to be fearless. You save everyone with a smile. You're the greatest hero." He let his sentence trail off to give All Might a chance to respond. "A fearless smile, huh?" All Might shook his head. "Now that you've seen me like this, young man, make sure that you don't write about it online, even accidentally." Izuku blinked. Was that all he was going to say on the subject of leaking information? Izuku had no doubt that if it had been nearly anyone else except for only the most devoted of fans, the secret would have been written about online as soon as the interaction ended. How in the world had someone this bad at keeping information secret managed to hide his location from Izuku's father for more than a week, much less over a year? He must have really trusted that the entire world was completely devoted to him. All Might could have at least brought Izuku to the police station and had him sign an NDA or something. Then legal action could be taken. Although, Izuku realized if the information ever did get out, he'd be the first one on the suspect list. From Izuku's experience, the government didn't take too kindly to people who leaked information. This whole situation was dangerous for both parties. Izuku jolted back into the present moment as All Might lifted his shirt just high enough to show off one of the most gruesome and painful-looking scars Izuku had ever seen, which was really saying something. If Izuku had been squeamish at all, he probably would have thrown up or fainted at the sight. The fact that All Might hadn't thought twice about showing it to a middle school student without warning just confirmed that he had no idea how to deal with younger people. It's an injury I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. All Might explained, calmly and as if losing someone's stomach was something that shouldn't cause that person to starve to death. Izuku would have wondered how he was even still alive if he hadn't seen healing quirks do impossible things in the past. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. Izuku was reminded of how his father loved using the "you should see the other guy" comment when referring to his own injuries. He hadn't been kidding. This was horrible. That can't be. 5 years ago, was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? You're well informed. But a punk like that couldn't defeat me, All Might said as he dropped the hem of his shirt to cover his wound again. Izuku had to hold back another laugh at the usage of the words punk. This fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it be kept under wraps. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. I smile to show the pressure of heroes. All Might clenched his fist, and to trick the fear inside me. Pros are always risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. Izuku let all the hope in his face dissipate in a single moment as he stared blankly at the #1 hero in Japan. More like #1 hypocrite. Izuku thought angrily, careful not to let any of it show on his face. Did he have any power? No, not until he was given one for all. Is he the most successful hero of all time? Obviously you don't need to be born with power to be a hero, and if anyone should know that, it's him. All Might started talking about being a police officer and other jobs that might include helping people that Izuku could partake in, but Izuku was only half listening. He was done hearing this crap and instead tried focusing all his energy into looking as pitiful and hopeless as possible. Blankly staring at the ground as if All Might had actually crushed all his dreams and not just what would have been his hopes and dreams if Izuku had been an average kid. On the surface level, Izuku could kind of understand what All Might meant, but he also knew that a trained combatant, quirkless or not, with a gun, a keycard, and the layout to a HPSC building was 50 times more dangerous than probably a majority of pro heroes. He should know. He'd met people who fit those qualifications. Even if All Might wasn't telling him these things on a roof of all places, Kaken's misplaced comment from earlier in the day flashed through Izuku's mind and he felt sick thinking about what he might have done if he weren't lying about who he was. Him thinking that it was okay to tell a middle schooler to give up on everything with only the explanation that they might get hurt was stupid. Heroes got hurt all the time, no matter what their quirks were. The evidence was sitting right in front of him. All Might was the most powerful hero in Japan at least, and here he was still suffering from a grave injury he'd been given years ago. If Izuku was this invested in being a hero, he obviously knew the risks and was willing to take them. Whether or not that was a healthy mindset by All Might's logic of, if you're so weak that you'll still get hurt, then you shouldn't be a hero, then no one should be a hero because even All Might himself was too weak to avoid getting hurt. Izuku got mad just thinking through the layers of hypocrisy that All Might had surrounded himself in by telling him what he couldn't do. To really top off that mess of logic, All Might told Izuku to consider what's realistic before leaving him alone on a roof. Clearly, he had never looked up the mental health statistics for quirkless kids, because otherwise he'd know why that's the last thing Izuku needed to hear. Izuku was too shocked at the absolute mess of a conversation that had just happened to move from his spot on the roof for an entire minute. He had to process it. It took him a second, but then all at once he realized that All Might was gone, and that meant he'd taken his quirk with him. Izuku panicked. He'd failed. Everything had been set up for him so perfectly, and he'd failed. He failed to uphold his family's legacy. He'd failed to take back what belonged to them. He'd failed. He'd failed his father, his mother, his sister, Kaken and Kaken's parents, Himeken. An explosion in the distance knocked him out of his spiral of self-doubt in the way that only an explosion could. Izuku looked up from the ground and could see all the way to Tetsuin Station from where he was standing so high up. A villain fight. Except for the fact that Izuku would recognize those explosions anywhere. Kaken, Izuku thought before walking calmly across the roof, gently opening the door All Might had disappeared through, and tearing down the stairs in a panic as fast as his legs could take him. Bakugo Mitsuki sipped a cup of coffee and leaned over her kitchen counter to get a better look at the television in the living room. The screen lit up and flashed with light. And the sounds of explosions filtered through the speakers, so loud that there were times when you couldn't hear the news anchor over the noise. Mitsuki smiled into her drink. The news hadn't identified who the sludge villain had trapped. They only were able to say that it was a middle schooler based on the uniform. Mitsuki didn't need the news to tell her that the boy was her son, however. It wasn't the villain who was making those explosions. Mitsuki trusted her son to read between the lines and do what he needed to, even with the minimal amounts of instruction that he was given by Inko. With only a time and a place, he'd managed to follow a plan that he hadn't even been aware was about to be set in motion when he'd left school not even an hour earlier. Mitsuki was proud. Katsuki had isolated himself and the villain deep in the rubble of the building they were in, surrounded by so much fire and smoke that not any of the heroes present would be able to stop the villain. Kamui Woods managed to rescue the two boys Katsuki had been walking with, as well as a few other civilians that had been trapped near the fire but couldn't get too close. Fire was his weakness, since he was made of wood, which he so loudly yelled out at a crowd of people and reporters so that anyone who had it out for him would know what to use if they wanted to take him out. Backdraft was far too occupied taking care of the fires that were threatening the crowd watching to try and fight the villain, and his quirk would have been useless against him anyways. Emi Lady was way too large to get through the single-lane street, and also yelled about it being her weakness to everyone present. Let it never be said that the organization wasn't thorough, and even though MT Lady was a new addition to the hero scene, she hadn't gone unaccounted for. The villain was the perfect pick for the job. He was dumb enough to do exactly what they asked of him, but smart enough to not get caught easily by the heroes. Plus, with his quirk, he was extremely hard to take down, especially while he was holding a hostage. Mitsuki watched as Death Arms rushed in and attempted to grab him and pull him off her son, but was unable to get a solid hold on the thick liquid. The fire and smoke made it too dangerous for him to stay too close, and he was forced to retreat backward and away from the villain and his hostage. The other heroes standing in front of the crowd weren't able to do much else either. Mitsuki took another sip of her coffee and smiled to herself. Her son really did know how to take complete control of the situation he was in and make it look like an accident. The heroes wouldn't suspect anything. Mitsuki finished off her cup of coffee and set it down on the counter. She frowned, glancing at the TV again. Inko said All Might would be showing up. Where was he? Izuku was making his way as quickly as he could over to the villain fight without being suspicious. Those were definitely Kaken's explosions, and he had a feeling like whatever was happening with him might be related to Izuku being set up to talk to All Might. Maybe he hadn't failed. Maybe he had another chance. Izuku remembered all too abruptly as he got nearer to the fight that he'd supposedly just had all his hopes and dreams crushed by his hero. He slowed down his walking speed and let his eyes fall to the ground. Izuku tried to transition from excited to sad as realistically as possible, but he didn't really need to worry too much. There weren't that many people around. Most had either fled from such an explosive villain fight or had stopped to watch it. Tears came to Izuku's eyes easily, and he rubbed at them to make them look more red. He stopped when he reached the edge of the crowd and tried to get a good look at what was happening on the other side of it. For the millionth time over, Izuku wished he'd inherited some of his dad's height. He could see almost nothing from all the way in the back, and all he really had to go off of were the comments the people standing in front of him were making about the fight. From the snippets of conversation he gathered from the people who could actually see what's happening, the person captured was a middle schooler, he was captured by a villain made out of sludge, and he'd been fighting back against the villain for quite a while now. The bottle must have fallen out of All Might's pocket while we were in the air or something, Izuku thought. Did he not put it in a secure place? Did I knock it loose or something? Izuku felt dread start to pool in the bottom of his stomach. He knew it must be Kaken in there, and he knew that Kaken of all people could totally survive something like this, but he couldn't help but feel worried anyway. This is stupid, Izuku tried to convince himself. I've got absolutely no reason to worry about this. It'll all be fine. But if it's not, the little voice that was always in the back of his mind told him, it'll be all your fault. Izuku covered his mouth with his hands and tried not to cry harder. He just had to stay in character. That was what Mom had said to do, so that was what he was going to do. Eventually, an opportunity would present itself to do something, and he'd do it. Or maybe another hero would jump in. Surely one of them must have an idea of what to do? Izuku could think of at least 3 different ways off the top of his head that they could take down the villain and save the hostage just by looking at the heroes that he could see from his limited vantage point. They were pros. They'd think of something. They had to. But if Kaken got hurt, it would be all Izuku's fault. Even right now, Kaken was hurting, and that was Izuku's fault. Izuku glanced to the side and saw All Might standing at the back of the crowd like Izuku was, skeletal and skinny in his smaller form and staring at the scene in horror. It occurred to Izuku that All Might lost none of his height when in his more injured-looking state, and he had a great view of the action. I wonder if he's blaming himself right now too, Izuku thought. It's not his fault though. He doesn't have the power to stop this right now. I do. Izuku wished that he could drop everything and blast the villain into oblivion. Drop-kick him into the sun. Disintegrate him with a single glare. But all of those options would both be wildly out of character and needlessly violent, not to mention implausible. The crowd shifted a bit, so that for a single second Izuku could see all the way to the front of the action. Almost as if he could feel the familiar gaze on himself, Kaken's eyes opened for a single moment, and Izuku couldn't remember the last time that he'd seen them that afraid. Time seemed to slow down. Izuku could see the world shift around him, moving backwards. Slowly, the vision of Kaken and the sludge villain took up the entirety of his vision. He could feel the other people in the crowd on either side of him, but there was a silence in his ears and he couldn't hear their conversations anymore, or the sound of the heroes arguing, even though he was shoving past them now, or even the sound of the explosions around him. When did they get so close? It took him a moment to realize that his legs were moving, which confused him, because he didn't remember his brain giving them that command. Izuku was across the street in seconds, the sounds of heroes protesting flying past him and not making him hesitate for a moment. He didn't stop or slow down, not even when he took his backpack off his back, and spun to throw it directly into the eye of the villain. Izuku didn't become fully conscious of what he was doing until his hands were grabbing at the sludge of the villain for the second time that day and desperately trying to pull it off his friend's face. "What are you doing?" Kaken yelled the second his mouth was free. Izuku couldn't think of anything clever to say, and without his conscious choice the truth ended up coming out instead. Tears blurred his vision. "You looked like you needed saving." Izuku watched as the sky cleared up, not quickly enough to stop his hair and clothes from getting wet. All Might had thrown a punch so strong it made the weather change. The weather? To think, his dad had faced a force as strong as that and came out alive. The heroes who had watched him pull his little stunt, as they kept calling it, were scolding him. He was appalled. Especially when he listened in on what the other heroes were saying to Kaken. The only reason that someone like Izuku felt like he had to run into the danger like he had in the first place was because Kaken had actively made the situation worse. If he hadn't, a hero like Kamui Woods could have saved the day, but with the explosions and fire and smoke everywhere, that had been made nearly impossible. Instead of being told to not panic next time, however, Kaken was being told that he'd make a great hero someday. They locked eyes across the street for barely a second and Izuku could clearly see that Kaken was disgusted with how the heroes were encouraging him as well. Izuku tuned out what the heroes were saying and stared blankly at his feet until they let him go with barely a warning. Some medical staff had briefly checked over Kaken before letting him go home, and one of the assistants asked Izuku if he was okay and took him at his word when he said he was instead of doing a full checkup like he should have. Izuku tried to catch All Might and have a conversation with him before he left, but by the time the heroes were done scolding him, the number 1 hero was nowhere to be seen and the press was slowly leaving the scene of the attack and packing up. Izuku shouldered his bag and started off for home. What he'd done was stupid. It was reckless, foolish, impulsive, and entirely something that he probably wasn't supposed to do. Was it in character? Izuku had no idea. Kaken was supposed to be his bully. Why would a victim jump in to save their tormentor? It didn't make any sense. Izuku wondered if he was about to get scolded when he got home too. He wondered what he was going to say when he got asked why he did it. Izuku didn't have an answer to that question. The more pressing issue on his mind, however, was the issue of All Might. He'd failed. He hadn't taken the quirk. All Might was gone, and Izuku would probably never get the chance to take his quirk again. His whole world felt like it was tipping on its side. What was he going to do? How was he going to face his parents? Kaken or Himiko? The other people in the organization? Izuku had ruined everything. His mother had managed to set up the perfect situation for Izuku to take back One for All, and he'd failed. He'd failed. He was a failure. A disappointment. Maybe he really was useless after all. Deku. Izuku turned around and saw Kaken stalking towards him, an expression of pure fury painted on his face. Izuku stiffened and prepared himself for whatever Kaken was going to do. Maybe he was so mad that he couldn't wait until they got back to the compound to yell at him. I didn't ask for your help. Kaken yelled out loud, and quickly launched into a tirade about how he didn't need help, he didn't ask for it, and that in fact, Izuku didn't help him anyways. Kaken used all the phrases that he always did when he yelled like this. One thing that Izuku learned from being around the people that he'd grown up with was that everything can be tracked. Phone records, security footage, every conversation you have. He'd met both people whose lives had been ruined because of leaked information and people who'd been the ones doing the leaking. The solution to fixing the issue of phones was to text and speak on calls in code. Izuku and his parents had been doing it for so long that texting or calling normally would be strange. The issue of security cameras and witnesses was harder, especially with surveillance quirks having to be taken into account as well. Bakugo Masaru's family had been with the organization for quite a while. He'd grown up in the shadows of underground villain society, much like his son eventually would. As per usual with higher-up members of the organization, the quirk that was listed on his official government documents was not his actual one. Officially, his quirk was listed as being the ability to set off small sparks in his hands. In actuality, it was not anything like that at all. Masaru's family, historically, had mostly worked in either chemistry, information gathering, or a mixture of the two. The quirks on his father's side tended to be more chemical-based, and the quirks on his mother's tended to deal with emotions or interrogation. Masaru's father had the ability to sense the chemical makeup of different materials, and was one of the highest-ranking doctors in the organization. His work on new drugs and cures had been the basis for the medicine that was used to keep Izuku's dad alive after his fight with All Might. On the other hand, Masaru's mother was able to read and even slightly manipulate negative emotions. She worked with the police as a detective for many years while feeding information to the organization on the side. Famously, she always knew when someone was lying and manipulated the people she needed information from to be afraid of her in order to compel them to tell the truth. Both of them served the organization for many years, although they were retired at this point. Masaru himself, like most people, inherited a quirk that was a mixture of his parents' quirks. Masaru was born with the ability to see the chemicals in people's brains and could use what he saw to find out what emotion they were feeling, and even manipulate them like his mother was able to. He was the most powerful person with an emotion reading or a mind reading quirk that the organization had, and his skill in understanding how the brain worked led him to be one of the organization's most skilled scientists. He eventually figured out a way to identify different people based on how the chemicals in their brain behaved. A different brain print for every person, as he described it. Another thing Masaru did was develop a code that relied on manipulating the chemicals in people's brain ever so slightly in different patterns in order to send them messages that couldn't be traced by any technology or any quirk except for his own. They called his quirk empathy. With the Midoriya's skill in handling quirks, copying the empathy quirk wasn't an issue at all, and giving the copy of it to his son was even less of an issue. One thing the Midoriyas had learned throughout the years was that not everyone can handle every quirk, but kids can usually handle their parents' quirks, even if their quirks aren't the same naturally. The words that Kaken was spitting at Izuku out loud weren't anything special. They were only an excuse for Kaken and Izuku to stand close enough to each other that Izuku's head fell within Kaken's emotion manipulation range. All Might was there. You weren't surprised that All Might was. You met him beforehand. Izuku had more than one quirk that he could reach for that would allow him to manipulate his own emotions to talk back to Kaken. The villain went after me first. All Might was the one who showed up to save me. The villain got away. Did you get Dash? No. Well, don't give up yet. That's definitely All Might I sense around that corner there. What? Anyone else would think that Kaken's face looked absolutely furious unless they knew him well enough to see the smug glint in his eyes. He turned around in a huff and stomped away, leaving Izuku alone and reeling from what he'd just been told. He appreciated the warning though. It gave him time to compose himself before he had to turn and face All Might for the third time today. Izuku hadn't walked 10 steps forwards before his path was immediately blocked by the large form of the number 1 hero. All Might laughed triumphantly, and Izuku wondered if his need to always pose for the camera in his larger form was just a habit or if he was being genuine. Why are you here? Izuku asked, suddenly worried that he'd done something to tip off the hero as to who he was. You were surrounded by reporters before now. Getting away from them was a piece of cake. Because I am Dash, whatever All Might was about to say next, which Izuku could guess it easily enough, was cut off by the man coughing up blood and violently slamming into his smaller form. Izuku took a step back on instinct and was so surprised he forgot to scream. All Might took a moment to compose himself before continuing what he was going to say. Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a costume who was all talk. Thank you. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden praise. Obviously All Might hadn't figured out who he was. If that wasn't the case, then why was he here? That can't be. I got in the way of your work, and I said all those impertinent things even though I'm quirkless. Izuku almost winced at how thick he was laying on the quirkless guilt trip, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do in this situation. How should he go about attempting to steal the quirk? That's right, All Might interrupted his thoughts. It was because it was none other than the timid, quirkless you who rushed in at the scene that I was able to act. Well, that didn't sound right. Izuku hadn't meant to rush in. It had just kind of happened. Top heroes have stories from their school days. Most of their stories had one thing in common: their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Izuku felt his heart soar. He suddenly thought he might have an idea of why All Might had sought him out again. He wasn't sure that he'd be able to keep his expression in check, so he dropped his head and let tears come to his eyes. What was happening hit him all at once, and he clutched the straps of his backpack, feeling his knees give way under the sudden pressure of what he now knew All Might was about to offer him. You can be a hero. Izuku really started crying then. This was really happening. His family had been trying for well over 100 years to get their hands on the quirk again, and he, Izuku, was about to. Izuku didn't just cry out of happiness though. He could feel the pressure of upholding his family's legacy, of being the first of their family to hold the one for all quirk since the first brother, fall on his shoulders and nearly crush him under the immense burden. He'd be the one to save them. The one who'd be expected to finally bring down the heroes. The second that he was the only holder of one for all left, they'd have to take action. Based on what Izuku had seen of All Might today, he thought that they would be able to make that time come fairly soon. Too soon. It was all happening far too fast, far too soon. The hazy orange light of the sunset made the shadow All Might cast over Izuku even taller than it normally would be. You are worthy to inherit my power, Izuku managed to hear All Might say through the haze of his tears. Izuku paused and fixed his expression to look as confused as he could before he looked up at All Might. Huh? He asked. Izuku shut the door to his family's apartment and set his backpack down on the kitchen table, but couldn't get himself to call out and alert his mother that he'd arrived home. He spent a few seconds staring at the counter trying to wrap his head around what was happening, but it just wasn't computing in his brain. His tongue felt like sandpaper in his mouth and his hands were sweaty. Aizu. His mother's voice spoke softly from the direction of the living room. Izuku twitched a little at the calling of his name before slowly turning his head to look at his mom. The TV was muted, but the news was still showing footage of the sludge villain's attack. Kaken's name was scrolling across the screen. There was an empty cup on the table that looked like it had previously been filled with coffee. Izuku's mom had stood up from where she was standing on the couch and was looking at him with concern. Izuku swallowed. All Might found me after the incident while I was walking home. Inko nodded, kind eyes asking him silently to continue. He offered me his quirk. Inko sucked in a breath and asked a question she already knew the answer to. What did you say? I accepted. Inko was one of the rare cases of people in the inner circles of the organization who had a quirk listed legally as theirs that wasn't any different from what it actually was. Most people didn't think about how small objects included things like organs, bullets, and, perhaps most importantly, atoms. In other words, matter manipulation. In other words, Inko had a cap on how big of objects she could attract, not on how small of objects she could attract. Telekinesis was powerful when used in the correct way. The bunker, and the rest of the First Circle compound for that matter, was probably the most secure place in the entire world. It was just under 2 miles underground, completely surrounded by dirt in every direction. There was no way in or out unless you knew the exact coordinates and could teleport there, or you were one of the 3 people currently on the planet who held the power of matter manipulation and knew how to use it to get to the base. All 3 of those people shared the same last name. The apartment building that the Midoriyas officially lived in was owned by a company that fell under the organization's influence. One of the many puppet organizations that had lots of forged legal paperwork filled out to ensure that it was legitimate in the eyes of the law. That meant that the security footage was laughably easy to tamper with. In short, getting down to the basement of the building without being seen was a piece of cake. Especially since all of the apartments in the building were owned by various people that were either in the organization, retired from the organization, or connected in some way to the organization. Izuku and his mom took the elevator all the way down to the basement level. If you were to ask, the only thing down there was the laundry, and that's technically true. Inko and her son didn't need a fancy entrance to get down to the bunker. All Inko needed was her hands. The floor peeled away and the dirt was pushed to the side after it. The pair of Midoriyas headed straight down from one of the corners of the basement, through the concrete and then on below that. The hole closed up behind them as Izuku turned on his phone camera to glow brightly and illuminate the space. Inko was skilled at moving the dirt beneath them, and they moved along quickly. Layers and layers of earth warped and peeled back as they descended deeper and deeper into the crust of the planet. The dirt was damp and the air was slowly heating up as they went deeper. This was a journey that Izuku had made many times before. With his mom, his dad, or even by himself, with his own hands. The familiarity of it brought comfort to his racing mind, if only for a moment. When there was nothing surrounding them but earth, he could almost forget about the huge responsibility that was about to come to rest on his shoulders. It only took the 2 of them 10 minutes to reach the level the bunker was on, and it went by far too fast for Izuku's tastes. Their descent slowed until Inko let the tunnel level out. Light streamed in through a hole that led to the elevator entrance. The dirt closed up behind the mother and son with a deft wave of Inko's hand, and Izuku held his phone up in the air for a few more moments without turning off the flashlight as he tried to mentally prepare himself for what he was about to tell the people waiting for him inside the bunker. His mom saw his hesitation and took the initiative to type in the code and scan her DNA to open the elevator doors. She didn't have to, of course. Matter manipulation worked on every kind of material, but the elevator doors also had to work for people who had gotten to the elevator entrance by warp gate, and the mechanisms in the door were too complicated for even Inko to replicate after destroying them. Izuku blinked and realized that he had zoned out and stepped into the elevator. He'd slipped his phone in his pocket but hadn't turned his flashlight off, so he took it out again and fumbled the button a few times before it finally turned off. His mom must have noticed how out of it he was, because she asked, "Are you okay, Izu?" and put a gentle hand on his arm. Yeah, Izuku said, shaking his head in a feeble attempt to dislodge thoughts about his future from his mind. His voice was an octave higher than it should have been. "I'm just still trying to wrap my head around what's happening." Inko could tell that there was something else bothering him, and she opened her mouth to say something else, but the elevator ride was too short and the doors opened. Midoriya Eri came tearing down the hallway like she always did whenever Izuku came home from school, and a smile came to her brother's face immediately. "Eri." He laughed, catching her in his arms and picking her up with ease. "How was your day?" "I saw the news," she yelled, still unsure of how to control the volume of her voice at such a young age. "Kaken was captured." "But you saved him." "Yeah," Izuku said, keeping his tone and expression excited and light for his sister's sake. "I mean, I didn't really do much." He set her down and held out his hand for Eri to grab so he could lead her down the hallway. "You threw your bag at the goopy guy. All Might probably would not have jumped in to save you guys if you didn't. That's what Auntie Mitsuki said anyways." Izuku's smile stayed on his face, but he had to make an effort to keep it there. "That's what All Might told me too afterwards." Eri gasped. "He talked to you afterwards?" "Yes, and I'm going to tell everyone what he said, but I've got to wait until everyone's in the room, otherwise I'll be telling the story a million times, and that's no fun." Izuku emphasized the million times by rolling his eyes playfully, and Eri giggled at his antics. Toga Himiko was the second one to greet Izuku the second he stepped through the front door of his family's section of the bunker. Her face was split with a manic grin as usual, and her eyes flashed dangerously. "You certainly had an eventful day." "What makes you say that?" Izuku sighed, too tired to put that much sarcasm into his tone. Himiko beamed as if her never-ending energy might make up for Izuku's lack of it. "Your father's at work right now, but he'll be here in a few minutes," Inko explained as she toed off her shoes and put on a set of slippers before entering the house properly. Izuku followed suit and hurried to his room to change out of his school uniform into something far more comfortable, expensive, and suitable for the heir of the Midoriya legacy to wear. He had a feeling that he'd need his nicer clothes tonight. In the time it took him to change, the Bakugas had arrived in their living room, including Kaken, who was getting a very official medical checkup from Eri to make sure that the gooey monster hadn't hurt him too much. The expression on his face spoke of boredom, but he played along with Eri and let her use her stethoscope on him and check his blood pressure. She confidently told him, "Your heartbeat is not good enough. You need a Miriko band-aid." Kaken looked at her suspiciously as if he were unsure of her diagnosis, but nodded and held out his arm to let her put one on. Eri giggled. Midoriya Hisashi was also home, already working on paperwork for something or other. His eyes snapped up when his son entered the room, however, and he asked the question that Izuku was sure was on everyone's minds. "Did you get the quirk?" Izuku swallowed and relished the last moment he'd have before everything started happening at once. He closed his eyes and braced for the reaction he was about to receive. "Yes." The world seemed to freeze for a second before the room exploded. Katsuki watched as Deku was flooded with questions. All the adults in the room desperately interrogated him like the miles of dirt above them would collapse if they didn't get every little detail about the conversations. Apparently there'd been more than one that Deku had with All Might earlier that afternoon. Next thing you know, they'll be asking for the exact number of hairs on the guy's head. Katsuki thought with quite a bit of contempt. Eri hadn't moved from her spot on Katsuki's lap, where she had been just about to reach for her mother's purse to grab Hurt's patient, a band-aid, but she abandoned the game of doctor to clap wildly for her brother's achievement. If such a large thing could even be described in such a single word. Katsuki went ignored. He was used to going ignored. He would tell you that it didn't matter much to him, but he'd be lying. Deku was the golden child. The one who would take back one for all and be the greatest version of all for one that could ever live. Katsuki was just another hope, his light shining palely from his place as second in command. Deku's dad started up the big speech he'd no doubt been preparing to speak for years now about how his son was carrying on the family's legacy and making his ancestors proud, as if a bunch of dead people had any say in what was happening right now. Katsuki watched from his spot on the couch as Deku got congratulated and hugged and cried on. Katsuki watched as his own contributions to the plan went completely ignored in favor of what Deku had managed to do. What Deku had accomplished. But Katsuki knew that Deku hadn't really done anything. He was being praised by the others for his quick thinking in running to save Katsuki from the sludge villain in order to prove his heroism to All Might, but Katsuki knew the truth. He'd looked into those tearful eyes through the haze of smoke and sludge and seen that Deku hadn't known what he was doing. There hadn't been a plan. He'd just run in reckless. and desperate, and hadn't realized what he'd truly done, until afterwards. Everything else Deku had done was easy. He hadn't had to make any hard decisions. He'd certainly done nothing harder than what Katsuki had done. Katsuki wasn't bitter. Himiko liked to consider herself a very astute person. She had been trained to be very observant and notice the smallest changes in a person's behavior. She didn't have Izuku's natural talent at analysis or Kaken's emotion-reading quirk, so that meant she had to put in the extra effort herself. Acting well meant knowing a character, and using her quirk effectively meant being a good actress. Himiko noticed that Katz was irritated at all the attention that Aizu was getting immediately. "You did good too, you know," Himiko said, sitting down next to one of her partners in crime. Besides, Himiko brought out her best all-for-one voice. "You're bringing honor to your family's legacy and making your ancestors proud too." Katz sent her a look, but she could tell that he'd been at least a little cheered up. Enough to stand up and give his own version of a good job to Aizu. Of course, that meant he punched Aizu in the shoulder and glared at him, but everyone in the room knew what he was trying to say. Himiko made eye contact with Eri and then glanced at Katz, and Eri got the mischievous look on her face before she yelled something incoherently and jumped into Kaken's arms with the biggest smile on her face. "You did amazing too." She beamed. Katz grimaced in a way that showed he was trying to hold back a smile, and Himiko nodded to herself at a job well done. Amajiki Tamaki tugged at the corners of his mask and winced as the elevator grinded to a halt. He didn't like wearing his formal gear, even though he did understand that it was necessary for this kind of party. Secret identities were a big deal in the villain world, and the organization made sure that everyone in their upper circles had both field gear that they could actually use in their villain personas, and formal gear that they could wear to company parties. Tamaki didn't appreciate the amount of people in the room, even if it was a very large room, but he didn't want to seem rude or disrespect his superiors, so he'd shown up anyways. In his formal gear. It had been a while since he'd worn it, and his boots were too tight. Tamaki was nervous. He never did well in crowds, and although wearing a mask gave him some level of comfort, it wasn't his regular one. He felt confident when he was wearing his field mask, like he could take on any pro hero and win with ease. He didn't have that confidence with this mask. It looked the same on the outside, but its weight was different. It was lighter. It fit lower on his face. The holes his eyes looked out of were smaller. It wasn't the same. Tamaki was nervous. The fact that everyone around him was wearing a mask made him feel a bit better, and he recognized a few people that he'd worked with out in the field passing by him. He didn't know them well enough to go up and talk to them comfortably though. He also recognized some people that he'd heard about. Some in news footage, and some higher-up people through the grapevine in rumors and legends. The very thought of talking to those people made him feel like he was suffocating though, and he didn't dare even go near them. Tamaki didn't attempt to talk to anyone. The thought of standing around and not doing anything made Tamaki uncomfortable too, so he searched for a table of food until he found one and cautiously made his way through the crowd towards it. None of the food looked appetizing, and he didn't want to accidentally activate his quirk, which he tended to do when he got nervous, so he walked to the end, pretending to look over the food, until he came to the punch bowl. Tamaki's hands trembled as he poured punch into his glass, and he wished he could take a look at what the ingredients for the punch were because if there was too much sugar it would probably just make his hands tremble more, and they were already trembling pretty bad, and he was wondering if anyone around him had noticed how much his hands were shaking when he had poured his punch, and now he had something to do, but he was just standing near the punch bowl kind of like a creep looking out at everyone behind his mask, and everyone was wearing a mask so you couldn't see anyone's face, and all those people that Tamaki kind of knew from before were out of his sight right now, and he didn't recognize anyone in this area of the room. And was he even allowed to be over here? Was someone of his status allowed to take food or drink from the table? Maybe it was only for the higher-ups, and that was why he didn't recognize anyone over here. Those people over there were looking at him. He knew it even though he couldn't see their eyes behind their masks, and they couldn't see this, but did they think he was looking at them? Probably, so he needed to leave right now. His hands were shaking so bad that some punch just spilled on his glove, and it was black so it shouldn't stain, but what if there was something really hard to get out of cloth? Then he'd be in big trouble because this was really expensive cloth. This was his formal gear. He wasn't supposed to get this dirty at all, and his hand was getting kind of wet now. He'd spilled more than he realized, and All of this was terrible, and why did he come? He didn't even know anybody he needed to leave. He didn't even want the punch. It tasted like water in his mouth anyways, but just throwing it away after barely taking a sip would seem rude, but his hands were shaking so bad. What if he tried to carry the cup out and someone bumped into him and he spilled his drink all over someone? What if when he was trying to leave he was so nervous that he tripped over something and fell on someone himself? What if one of the really higher-ups saw him leave and thought he was being ungrateful and demoted him to a lower rank and he'd never be able to live that down? Or what if they were in a really bad mood and pointed it out to everyone here and he'd have to explain that he needed to leave because he was about to have a panic attack, and that would be the most embarrassing thing to ever happen to him, and he needed to leave right now because having a panic attack here was worse than having one out in a hallway, and it was dark and he was wearing a mask and he couldn't breathe and he felt like he was going to throw up, and the lights were too bright and the crowd was so loud that he couldn't even hear himself think, and Tamaki felt a gentle hand grip his arm and start to lead him away from the punch table. And had he really been standing there in front of it for that long, and who was grabbing his arm right now and more of the punch had spilled? He's pretty sure he got it on the person's shoes, and that's not good. That's really not good. And he didn't recognize that mask and he was being led to the door, and oh no, did that mean he'd done something wrong? The second Tamaki and this mystery person were out in the hallway, the person gently let go of the very light grip they'd had on his arm and held out their hands as if to steady him if he fell over, but the lights were gone and the door was shut and the noise cut out and there was no one else here except for the two of them. But it was a lot better now. Tamaki just needed a moment to calm down, and the person was speaking and he hadn't heard what they just said, and now he felt bad about it, but they were probably going to repeat it, so he should listen up. He was still breathing too fast. And did the other person hear his heartbeat? Because Tamaki thought it was pretty loud. "I'm sorry I grabbed you without asking." The other person said presumably the same thing a second time, and the words finally registered in Tamaki's head. "I tried to talk to you, but I don't think you could hear me, and it looked like you were panicking, so I just led you out of there. Are you all right?" Tamaki tried to calm his racing heart and steady his breathing, but when he spoke his words still came out a little unsteady. Yeah, thank you, She cut himself off abruptly when he realized that his words weren't coming any easier. Tamaki swallowed and looked at the ceiling while trying to blink tears out of his eyes and counted to 10 like his therapist said he should before dropping his head to look back at his rescuer and clearing his throat. "Thank you," he said, wincing at how hesitant he sounded. His mystery rescuer nodded, and Tamaki got the feeling like they were smiling behind the mask. "Any time," they said, and their voice was pitched high enough that Tamaki could tell it was a girl. "If you go down that hallway to your right, there's a staircase you can sit under. It's really quiet back there. If that's not your thing, then there's a bathroom if you head the other way and turn left." Tamaki nodded and gulped. "Yes, thank you. I don't know Dash." "I wouldn't expect you to," the girl said. "I'm a stealth specialist, so the whole point is that you wouldn't have heard of me." Tamaki was certain that if she hadn't been wearing a mask, the brightness of her smile would have been blinding. "Cool, that's really cool or neat." Tamaki winced at how awkward his words were. I'm a combat specialist." "That's amazing. Combat specialists are cool. I mostly picked stealth because it runs in my family. We've been with the organization for a few generations now. I really like being a stealth specialist though." The girl looked off to the side as if a bit embarrassed. "Part of our training was learning how to recognize anxiety and when someone's really uncomfortable with a situation, because that way we can figure out if we're fit to do a mission. So I hope I helped at least a little bit. I wasn't being rude or intruding or anything." "Oh no. No, not at all." Tamaki gulped again. Thanks. Anytime. Can I do anything else for you? I can stay and talk if you want." Tamaki shook his head. The girl nodded once before disappearing back into the door and entering the party again. Tamaki stood in front of the door for a few moments before heading off to his right to sit under the staircase and stare at the ceiling and try to slow his heart rate. Tamaki felt more comfortable in a high-stakes mission for the organization fighting pro-heroes in the middle of the night on a rooftop than he did at any kind of social event. Takami Kigo was sitting in his office when he got the message. His phone buzzed with a number that wasn't in its database, but he knew who it was anyways. He let it ring until it went to voicemail just to be certain, but the second the notification that a voicemail had been left popped up on his phone, he opened it and clicked the pop-up to listen to the message. This automatic message is sent out to inform you that you need to renew your car insurance. To renew your car insurance, please dial this number. The computer-generated woman's voice spoke a string of numbers, and Kigo grimaced to himself as he listened all the way through to the end. If you would like to renew your car insurance right now, press 1. If you would like to make an appointment, the woman's voice cut off abruptly as Kigo ended the call. In order to keep Kigo's position as a pro-hero, the organization had to disguise his messages as spam calls. The phone number the call had given was a fake one, but it meant something to the one receiving the message. Codes were one of Kigo's specialties, after all. Since becoming the number 3 hero, Kigo had only gotten busier than he already was. He was on call right now actually, for a raid on one of the older Yakuza bases. It had already been cleaned out of everything important, but there were a few goons and other assorted treasures that weren't of any value to the Yakuza left behind to keep the heroes satisfied, not that the heroes knew that. Kigo also knew where the base was, and he was supposed to be called in the second the rest of the heroes found it. He couldn't leave his office right now until they did. The pro-hero known as Hawk sighed and looked up at the ceiling. He was too busy to go to the company party his superiors were throwing tonight. He couldn't leave his post. He wondered what the party was celebrating. Kaminari Denki had been surprised to be invited to this party in the first place. The fact that both he and Toru were invited was even weirder. The fact that no one knew what the party was even in celebration for, council-level news his parents had told him that meant even the first circle wouldn't know, was the weirdest thing about the whole situation. Toru walked up to him to stand next to him and sipped the punch she'd grabbed at some point. He wasn't sure when. That poor guy, I felt so bad for him, Toru said, glancing back at the door she'd just come through. It would suck to be invited to one of these and have a panic attack. I hope he ends up being okay. I'm sure he'll be fine, Denki said. He seemed to calm down after he left the room. You did a fantabulous job. Thanks. Toru replied, taking off her mask to drink. I did do a fantabulous job, didn't I? Although, I probably wouldn't have even noticed him if you hadn't pointed him out though, so it was teamwork. Denki snorted. Toru always had to make everything sound as wonderful as she could. Yeah, I guess we both did a beautific job then, right? Toru smacked his arm lightly. Stop that. I feel like you're making fun of me. I don't sound like that. What do you mean you don't sound like that? Denki asked, gesturing with his cup for effect. You, totes sound like that. You're so mean to me. I don't know why I ever hang around you, Toru said, leaning on her friend's shoulder and gesturing with her cup like he was to imitate him. Now you're being mean. Denki whined. Stop that. My feelings are hurt. I don't do that either. Yes you do. Toru fake stumbled to further imitate how he walked when he short-circuited. All the time. Why do you bully me? Denki whined. Poor little baby. Toru made a pouty face at him. You know what? Denki asked, crossing his arms as best as he could while still holding his cup of punch. If you're going to make faces like that, then maybe you should stay invisible. All the time. Toru gasped as exaggeratedly as she could. Ha! You do talk like that? Denki gasped just as exaggeratedly as Toru had. You're still mocking me. You make it so easy. Denki turned his head up to the ceiling and sniffed as if he were holding back tears. To think, I finally got invited to a company party, and this is how you treat me. This was supposed to be a happy night. Instead, my soul is crushed. My heart is broken. I have not a friend in the world. Toru giggled. And you say I'm dramatic? You are. Denki shook his drink at her. Not as much as you. Toru snickered. I don't know why I ever hang around you. See? I told you. Toru shook her head and took a long sip of her drink for effect. You totes talk like that. At least I don't talk like you. Hey. Izuku was overwhelmed. At this point in the evening he had been shaking hands with people and saying polite hellos to the people working in the circles under him for well over an hour now. Company parties were supposed to be fun and celebratory, but Izuku had never once seen anyone have any fun at them. Well, maybe except for Himiko. She always found a way to cause mischief. Izuku hadn't seen her since the party started, and he didn't want to know what she was getting up to. Unless she was somewhere, alone, not surrounded by people like he was. There were so many people. Why were there so many people? Izuku knew what to say in theory to the people that wanted to shake his hand or have a conversation with him, but in practice he had to talk extra slowly to make sure that he didn't stutter the words, and when he got nervous he tended to talk faster and his brain ended up thinking faster than his mouth could react anyways. Every time his sentences didn't come out right, he wanted to die inside. The heir to all for one's throne, and he can't even talk right. The other people were still kind to him, but he couldn't see anyone's face, because they were all wearing masks. At least, everyone in the first circle was. Some of the second and third circle people had opted out of wearing theirs tonight. Izuku saw a pair of people in the corner that he recognized as kids his age that had just started work as vigilantes in the second circle having a conversation without their masks on to make drinking punch easier. Izuku wished he could drink the punch. He'd heard it was really good. Izuku wasn't allowed to take his mask off though. The reason was because people from any circle except for the first weren't allowed to know who exactly he was or what exactly his face looked like. Since there were second and even third circle people here, this was a big party after all, he couldn't take it off, and he'd been told that he probably shouldn't even if it was a first circle only party. The only people from the organization who saw his face on the regular were people in the council, which was the highest level of superiority in the organization. Izuku was pretty sure he'd talked to everyone in the council at least 5 times tonight, and even their familiar voices weren't enough to stop the anxiety from swelling up inside of him. Izuku didn't like company parties, especially with the threat of one for all hanging over his head. Everyone he talked to expected that he would make a great leader one day. They all expected that he would be powerful one day, that he would be feared, that he would have authority, that he should be listened to. Izuku was terrified of letting them all down. Everyone respected him so much. When he stuttered or tripped over his words or sounded nervous, they didn't react. People dipped their heads when greeting him, as if he were a great king. Izuku was not a great king. He was a 14-year-old kid who was about to be entrusted with not one, but 2 different legacies, both beginning nearly 2 centuries ago from rival sides of a war that had been battling for longer than even those legacies had been alive, one of which he would eventually have to betray in order to stay loyal to the other. Izuku was caught between what he'd been taught by his family, what he knew to be true, and what society was trying to teach him. Society was lying, his family had taught him. Except, how did he really know anything? What if he made the wrong choice anyways? If he got one for all, then there would be no one on the earth who would be more powerful than him, or anywhere near more powerful than him. Not even Kaken. Kaken was supposed to be able to keep him in check. If he received All Might's quirk, Izuku knew when he should leave a party. This wouldn't be the first company party that he'd left early, and it wouldn't be the last either. Izuku was overwhelmed, and didn't want to be in the room with so many people who expected so much of him anymore. It took a few sentences, that he stumbled over, to extract himself from the conversation he was having with one of the higher-up second circle representatives. Izuku carefully made his way across the room, through the crowds of people to where he knew the door was to get out into the hallway. There was a staircase he knew of that he wanted to go sit under. Katsuki was irritated and tired. This night was just as boring as every other company party that he'd ever been to. Once he saw Deku go to bed, he figured there was nothing stopping him from following suit. The party was winding down anyways. Izuku stared at the person sitting under the stairs he had been planning on sitting under and froze. Instantly, he worried about the fact that his father's son shouldn't be seen leaving a party early to have a nervous breakdown under some stairs, but then he realized that the person already down there was probably there to do the same thing. There weren't many reasons someone would leave a company party early like that. Izuku was about to turn around and go find somewhere else to sit, but the person noticed him and nearly jumped out of their skin. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'll just leave dash." No, I was just about to, I'm so sorry about this." Izuku nearly tripped over his words and then almost tripped over his feet trying to get away. The person sitting under the stairs must have recognized his mask because he froze up immediately. "Oh no," he choked on his words, I am dash. "You're fine. You're totally fine." Izuku hurried to make sure that the other boy didn't think he was going to be punished for this. "You're good. I just. He paused as he recognized the mask the other boy was wearing. For starters, it was a first circle mask. That alone meant Izuku should know who this was, in addition to the fact that the boy was young, probably only a few years older than Izuku was. He prided himself on knowing about all the kids in the organization who were anywhere near his age. Izuku was blanking on whose mask it was. For a second he panicked, until the other boy shifted a bit and Izuku's eyes caught on the cloak that he was wearing, and all the pieces fit together. "Oh," Izuku said the second the recognition hit him, "You're Kraken." Instantly, the other boy shrunk back, as if Izuku had yelled at him. Izuku hurriedly backtracked. He started, I didn't mean anything by it, I've just heard of you and I think you're pretty cool." Kraken froze, and then spoke hesitantly, "What? Yeah." Izuku's knowledge of who Kraken was and his current mission came flooding back to him. You've been stationed at UA for, what, 2 years now, right? And the heroes haven't suspected a thing? That's awesome. If Izuku had to guess, he would have guessed that Kraken was blushing under his mask. "You really think so?" "Of course." A thought hit Izuku. "Hey, I'm probably going to be sent to you soon. Next year would be high school." Izuku was going to have to go, after he'd told All Might that he wanted to. "What's UA like?" "Well, it's interesting for sure," Kraken started. "The teachers are all very nice, even if a few of them are pretty eccentric. And the kids are usually really nice too. Nothing like some of the kids at the middle school I went to." "That's really good," Izuku said, smiling behind his mask even though he knew Kraken couldn't see it. "What's the training?" "Light, compared to what you're probably used to," Kraken started, then backtracked immediately. I wouldn't have any idea, but just from what I've been through at a lower level and I really wouldn't know. I didn't mean to imply dash." No, I get it," Izuku cut him off quickly. "I would assume that you have to hold back a lot when you're training though. What do the teachers think of that? Have they noticed?" "So," Kraken spoke quietly, "or at least, they don't know how much I'm holding back. They know I'm holding back at least a little though, but they think it's just because of my anxiety." The second the words were out of his mouth, the other boy froze as if realized what he'd just said and was embarrassed by it. "Huh," Izuku thought out loud. "Well, I wonder what I'll do. I don't think I'll be able to convince the teachers that I'm holding back because of my anxiety, so I guess I'll have to figure something else out." Izuku saw Kraken take a deep breath as if relieved. "I've got time though." "Yeah?" Kraken said. 10 months, you're really planning ahead?" "I tend to overplan stuff sometimes," Izuku explained, taking a step back as he prepared to leave Kraken alone again before deciding to say one more thing. "Hey, if you don't want to, you don't have to go to the company parties. I just don't want to be rude or anything. It's always such an honor to be invited dash." Seriously, Izuku looked at Kraken as close to dead in the eyes as he could while they were both wearing masks. "If you don't want to go, you really don't have to. If being around that many people makes you uncomfortable, then it's totally okay to not go. Some days I'm not feeling up to them, and sometimes I don't go." "Really?" Kraken hesitated. "I won't be taken as, ungrateful or something?" Izuku's smile softened. "Of course not. If you want to come, then come. We'd love to have you. But if you're not feeling up to it, then don't make yourself come. We don't want to stress you out or make you uncomfortable. Please, if you don't want to come, then don't. We'll understand. Besides, we don't really keep track of who comes and who doesn't anyways." "Thank you," Kraken sounded relieved. "Thank you. And, thanks for talking to me too. I should be the one thanking you." "You answered my questions," Izuku said, beginning to back away. He still wanted a quiet place to think. "I guess I'll see you around?" "Yeah, I guess so." Kraken sounded less hesitant than he had at the start of the conversation. "Bye." "Bye." Izuku turned all the way around and walked away. The roof was quiet. Plus, there was usually no one up there. He just wanted a second to breathe. Fresh air would help. Himiko loved company parties. They were the perfect place to make friends, for starters. They were also the perfect place to practice reading people, and it was even more fun when the challenge of masks was in the way. Plus, it never hurt to get talked to by people much older than her as if she had far more authority than they did, which was true. Himiko liked being reminded of her high status in the organization. Once she got bored of actually talking to people though, Himiko liked to sneak away and snoop. She had a knack for information gathering, and the secrets she'd learned at company parties were usually useful in some way. Himiko never missed an opportunity to learn something that she shouldn't know. For instance, there was a young pair of second circles talking to each other near the punch bowl. Both of them had their masks off, which was fine because they had no secret identity to hide from anyone who was here. Their names came to her easily. Kaminari Denki and Hagakure Toru. Vigilantes Spark and Ghost. Himiko smiled from her place in the vent above them as she listened to what they were talking about. I'm just saying if I got into the council, I'd ask for a quirk that would eliminate my need for sleep, Kaminari was explaining. Who needs it? There's so much work I would be doing while I'm asleep. That information isn't going to gather itself. Himiko could relate. She also worried about missing something important while she slept. That's stupid though. Toru was arguing, you should ask for a quirk that makes you stronger. I totes want a quirk that allows me to put other people to sleep. You know how many stealth missions would be so much easier if I were able to eliminate other people silently? The stealth specialist paused for a second, considering, or maybe I'd want something that would take out the alarm systems, or like the other people's communication systems. That way, they won't have any way to detect me as long as I'm quiet, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to communicate my whereabouts to anyone else. So basically me, Kaminari said, what you're saying is that you want a hacker on your side. I'm in such high demand these days. Won't be long before they're offering me a council seat, mark my words. Stop. Toru lightly smacked Kaminari's arm, don't joke around about that. That's serious. Kaminari snickered, I'm just joking. Geez, your hits are light. Are you getting soft or dash? In seconds he was shoved against the wall, one arm twisted painfully behind his back. Instantly he started kicking out with his legs and trying to hook Hagakure's knee to send her sprawling to the floor. In response, she turned completely invisible and must have let go of him because he pushed himself off the wall and whipped his head around as if trying to see her. I know where you are. Kaminari said, I can smell you. Smell stinky. Himiko watched with amusement as his head snapped back dramatically and he clutched his nose. Oh you, he yelled, you just punched me in the face. Aren't you always talking about how good you are at dodging attacks? Hagakure teased. Himiko could tell from where she was that Hagakure had barely touched him. If anything, she'd tapped him on the nose with her finger. I thought that would be easy peasy for you. So you can stop being a baby about it. I'm the best at dodging. I'm the best dodger ever. I can dodge anything. Just not invisible fists. Kaminari complained, still holding his nose. Hagakure laughed and reappeared behind him. You're redonkulous. How do you expect to get into the first circle, much less the council, if you can't even dodge a direct hit to the face? You know what? Kaminari said, lightly touching his nose with his fingers as if to make sure it wasn't broken. Fighting skill isn't everything. I specialize in information and computer hacking. My intelligence far exceeds my need for fighting skill. Even so, I'm fantastic at dodging. Hagakure's eyes narrowed and she turned invisible again. Kaminari made a squeaking noise and covered his face with his hands instantly. Hagakure reappeared laughing. Himiko snickered from her spot in the vents. She probably would have kept watching them until a little while later, but the party was wrapping up and any guests who were still around were being rounded up and told to leave. Himiko smiled at the two young vigilantes and made her way deeper into the vents. Exactly 23 minutes later, Himiko was asleep in her bed. Her last thoughts before sleep overtook her were about how she was going to be the high assassin who would get to serve under the all-for-one who would finally complete their mission. Himiko couldn't be more excited. It's only 2 days after the company party that Izuku met with All Might again. Even though it was at Dagoba Beach far too early in the morning for any sane person to be awake, Izuku wasn't tired. Izuku listened as All Might explained that Izuku was going to clear the beach in order to train his muscles until they became strong enough to hold one for all, and wished he'd brought a pair of gloves to protect his hands. When he was handed a sheet of paper that outlined everything from sleeping to dieting instructions that he was supposed to follow to get himself as fit as possible in the 10 months he had before the school year, Izuku wondered briefly if there was any way to back out of All Might's offer of training, especially since it didn't seem like it was going to be training at all, and actually just conditioning. Izuku didn't need conditioning. One for all might be too much for the average human, but Izuku was his father's son, not the average human. Izuku had 10 months to convince All Might that he was ready. Even if he didn't want to, he would go through with this. Besides, getting to know the man better could only help in the long run. Plus, the conditioning couldn't be that bad, right? Everything hurt. Izuku had never been more sore in his life. He stared at the plate in front of him and nearly cried at the lack of his favorite foods. It was healthy, that was for sure, but that didn't mean the food was tasty. Eri looked at his dejected face and tried to offer him some of her kasuden, but he shook his head sadly and kept staring at his plate. Eri looked back at hers and sighed as if her food tasted as bad as Izuku's. Kaken just snickered and smiled smugly at him from across the table. Sucker. I hate you. Himiko watched Aizu struggle to drag an old computer across the beach to the truck that would take it to the actual dump and wondered if there was anything else she could be doing at the moment. She'd been assigned to watch Izuku train with all might, just to make sure that everything went okay. She knew that Aizu, at least, was aware of her presence, and would have been even if he hadn't been told about her mini-mission before he left for the beach the first day, but All Might had no idea that he and his trainee were being watched. Some great hero he is. Himiko pursed her lips and took another sip from her breakfast smoothie. From her spot on top of the hill that looked down on the area that the pair were working, she couldn't hear what they were saying, but her lip-reading abilities were top-notch, if she did say so herself, and deciphering what they were talking about wasn't that hard. All Might was giving another one of his speeches about heroism and saving people. Aizu's acting abilities shone through in how his eyes sparkled as if he were really taken in by what All Might was saying. Himiko snickered at the starstruck look on his face. She had half a mind to take a picture of it to show Cats later, but figured that she'd probably get better ones if she waited. Hours passed. Himiko had long since finished her smoothie, but she didn't feel like throwing her cup away. It was going to be lunchtime soon. They'd been there for hours now. Himiko wasn't sure if she'd ever been as bored as she was right now. There just wasn't anything to do. Except watch. Aizu could at least try to make this a little interesting for her. By the time Aizu and All Might looked like they were finishing, the sun was nearly setting and it was well past lunchtime. They'd taken a break to eat but afterwards had gone right back to the conditioning. Aizu looked absolutely miserable. His clothes were so soaked with sweat Himiko thought she might be able to smell him all the way from where she was. All Might was still spouting encouragement, and Himiko wondered idly how he had enough free time to dedicate an entire day to making both her and Aizu's life as painful as possible. Izuku got a single high five from All Might as a thank you for working himself to the bone all day, and Himiko nearly snorted at how awkward it looked for both of them. Himiko made sure to disappear before All Might and Izuku passed by where she was standing. There were 10 more months of this coming. Himiko wasn't sure she was going to make it through before she died of boredom. It was rare that Tamaki got called into a conference with his superiors, but today he'd been surprised with the summons as he was putting on his field gear before heading out for his night patrol. Sitting in this particular office always made Tamaki nervous. The chair was so squishy he worried about sinking into it so far he'd never be able to stand up again. The shutters on the fake window were always drawn, and the bookcase was impeccably organized. The floor was always so clean that its bright white floors nearly blinded him whenever the lights were on. The lights were almost never on. The room's light all came from the person sitting behind the desk. Blindspot was an old hero whose eyes glowed in the dark like 2 headlight beams. Every time Tamaki had met with him, Blindspot had been looking at the papers in front of him, or at the wall, or the floor, or the ceiling. Making eye contact with him could cause permanent damage to your eyes, Tamaki had been told. They said that he used to be one of their most lethal fighters, blinding his opponents and taking them out with ease. He'd been stationed in America too. The fact that he'd been brought back to the home base in Japan and hadn't been kept stationed over there spoke to his usefulness. It had been many years since Blindspot had been out on the field. Exactly how many years, no one Tamaki had talked to was quite sure. Probably at least a few decades though, from what he'd heard, but he'd made quite the impression while he was still active. Tamaki felt bad for the person they'd framed and put in jail under Blindspot's name. The poor guy was probably going to be there for a long time, considering what Blindspot had gotten up to. Not that the other guy didn't deserve to be there. The organization wouldn't just frame an innocent person for nothing. Tamaki wasn't entirely sure what the other guy had done, just that he'd done something. Similar to how he wasn't entirely sure all of what Blindspot had done, just that he'd been a combat specialist. Tamaki wasn't sure he wanted to know. Tamaki also didn't know what Blindspot's real name was. That was typical policy for organization members though. Tamaki knew that it wasn't relevant information anyways. "You're our UA trader, ain't cha?" Blindspot rasped with a voice that sounded as old as he looked. "I've got news for ya, on a little update to your mission." Every time Blindspot spoke, his words seemed to trail off in a way that suggested he might have something else to say, and Tamaki could never be sure if he really did have something else to say or if he was waiting for Tamaki to respond. It took Tamaki a second to realize what Blindspot was telling him, and he panicked. "Am I in trouble?" His voice came out a bit higher than he was expecting it to. No. No. Blindspot shook his head and the beams of light shooting out of his eyes cut through the dark like swords as they moved, making the shadows around the pair of them shift and change shape. "It's a good thing, from what I can tell. I think it's, Blindspot thought about his next words tediously, a sign of trust. Blindspot still sounded awfully uncertain about the news he was about to be delivering, and Tamaki felt himself start to sweat. "What's the update then?" Tamaki had to focus to keep himself from trembling. "Well, you see," Blindspot stopped there, and paused to think about his next words carefully again as if he had all the time in the world and Tamaki wasn't about to die of suspense in a few moments. "Your status has changed?" "My status?" Tamaki could feel his heart stop. He really was about to get demoted or punished or, "You're going to be a mission supervisor from here on till you graduate, and maybe even after that. If your mission's still in effect, of course." Tamaki felt his head go blank for a second before his brain rebooted. "But I'm the only person assigned to my mission. Who would I even be supervising?" "Oh yeah. That's the other thing." Blindspot chuckled as if the fact that he'd forgotten part of the information he was supposed to be relaying was amusing. Tamaki did not find it amusing. "There's gonna be, what was it, 2 more second circles assigned to your mission. They're gonna be learning at UA, just like you. After you leave in a few years, they'll still be there to keep tabs on the place. I guess your mission spying on the thing has been immensely helpful to the higher-ups, so I reckon they wanna keep your job around." Tamaki stared at Blindspot in shock. This was insane. This was going to change everything about the mission he'd been on for years now. Even before he'd gotten into UA, he'd been at a normal middle school to prepare for it. Tamaki felt nauseous. Why in the world was he being trusted with 2 new first-year spies? Did the higher-ups really trust him that much? To lead this whole mission? Tamaki wasn't entirely sure he was going to be able to do it. "Don't worry about it." Blindspot's voice got quieter, as if he were sharing a secret. "You know, I see a lot of myself in you, son." "Really?" The strangeness of that sentence alone was nearly enough to pull Tamaki out of the downward spiral that he was on the verge of getting sucked into. "Yeah." Blindspot leaned back in his chair and pulled out a cigarette, drawing out the word as if the longer it was, the less awkward Tamaki would feel about the whole situation. It did not help, but Blindspot lit his cigarette as if he didn't notice Tamaki's discomfort, a young upstart in the business of being somebody. His eyes glazed over as if he'd gotten lost in memories. Tamaki waited and didn't say anything, unsure of if Blindspot was waiting for him to say something or if he was just thinking about his next words again. Nearly a minute passed in complete silence, until Tamaki realized that Blindspot was starting to snore. He panicked for a second before hesitantly asking, "Blindspot?" Blindspot snorted awake, and Tamaki jumped. Oh, what's happening now?" Tamaki felt his anxiety spike as he realized that Blindspot might look up without thinking and set the blinding beams from his eyes on the younger vigilante. Miraculously, he didn't look up at all and kept his eyes on the desk. Tamaki took a deep breath and hoped that his eyesight would continue to be spared. Blindspot continued as if nothing had happened. "You know, I had a job as a spy myself when I was a youngin'." He pronounced the word myself as if it were 2 different words. "In fact, I would say that we're more alike than you might be thinkin'." He chuckled and his eyes drifted from the desk to the corner of the room. Tamaki froze. The second blind spot's eyes started to move and then hesitantly followed his line of sight to find that he wasn't looking at anything. Blinking, Tamaki turned back around slowly, extremely confused about where the conversation had turned to. A few minutes passed before he realized that blind spot might have fallen asleep again. Tamaki started to speak, but was interrupted immediately. Don't interrupt me, young man. Blind spot's eyes shot to be looking at the desk again, and Tamaki nearly jumped out of his chair. The lack of eye contact throughout the entire conversation had never made Tamaki more uncomfortable than it was making him right now, even when he thought about the dire consequences it would have. I was thinking. Haven't you been taught not to interrupt your elders when they're talking? God dash, the old man let out a string of curse words so violent Tamaki flinched away from him. Anyways, what was I saying again? Oh yeah. The old man trailed off again as his voice lost all of its anger in a single sentence. Tamaki swallowed and tried not to start crying. I really should be going, sir. I have stuff dash. Yeah, get out, blind spot grumbled, but then seemed to realize something because as Tamaki was standing up to leave, he started yelling again. What are you still doing here anyways? Come on, my boy, come on now, hurry up. Back in my day dash. Tamaki felt bad about shutting the door in the middle of one of blind spot's sentences, but his need to leave the room overcame his need to not be rude, and he hurried down the hallway from the office and desperately prayed that he wouldn't have to talk to his supervisor for a long time. Katsuki was unhappy. Himiko was taking the day off since she had a mission to complete, and he'd been stuck with watch Deku and All Might train on a beach and do nothing interesting for 3 hours duty. Katsuki had come here directly after getting home from school. He should be in the bunker right now, doing homework. Instead, his homework was balanced on his lap. He had a crappy disguise on so any cameras that caught him wouldn't be able to ID him, and he was trying not to get too much sand in the pages on his notebook. Katsuki was unhappy. Katsuki liked to think that he was more patient than Himiko was, but after he finished his homework, he realized that there was really nothing to do. Just sit and watch. The brain chemicals in Deku and All Might's heads weren't even that interesting to observe. They both just felt awkward and, in Deku's case, exhausted. Himiko didn't even have that to observe. She just had to sit here. Katsuki groaned and shifted the way he was sitting. When he finally got to go home, he was going to take a nap. He was also going to stop making fun of Himiko for complaining about being on beach watch, because it was absolutely horrible. Tamaki stared down at the 2 files that had been placed in his locker. He had no idea who put them there, or when, but he knew that they were meant for him because across the front the words, "For Kraken," were written in bright red letters. Tamaki looked around with uncertainty. There was no one else in the locker room. Tamaki cautiously pulled them off the inside door of his locker where they'd been taped and read the smaller text under the words specifying that the files were for him. Urgent, the text read, to be read in private area. Classified. Do not lose, copy, or tear. Mission update details contained. Tamaki spent a long time just staring at the words before they really registered them and realized what he was looking at. Immediately, he panicked for a second before closing his eyes as tight as he could, taking a deep breath and holding it. Tamaki held it for a few seconds before letting it out and breathing as deeply as he could, in and out like his therapist told him to. He held the files in his hands a bit looser, trying to relax his grip on them before he opened his eyes and reread what the text was saying. Tamaki gently set them on the shelf of his locker and got his field gear out. He'd read what the files actually said after patrol tonight. There was nothing to be worried about, he'd known. That a mission update was going to be coming soon anyways. Putting his field gear on made Tamaki feel better immediately. It always did. He shoved thoughts of an update to his mission out of his head and headed out. Denki called Toru screaming while she was in the middle of doing her homework. Toru wasn't surprised. This wasn't an unusual occurrence, but she was having a hard time getting his words to make sense. Denki was speaking too fast for Toru to understand what he was saying, especially over the phone, but he sounded excited. Toru couldn't help but let excitement bleed into her voice a bit as she told him to slow down. Email, check your email, Toru. Denki's shout made his voice crackle through the phone. I cannot believe it. What? Toru asked, sitting up and reaching for her computer. Denki scrambled for the words, his volume never falling even a little. Toru winced at how loud he was. I can't tell you right now. You've got to read the email. His voice crackled through the phone again as his voice rose with the last word. His hesitancy made it clear that the email was organization business that he couldn't talk about over the phone. The email itself was probably in code. Okay, Toru said, I'm not hanging up, whatever it is I want to scream about it with you. Yes. You're not going to believe it. Toru could feel her anticipation growing. It was rare that Denki sounded this excited, especially over an email. It had to be really big news. The screen was loading far too slow for Toru's tastes. She swore she could feel Denki's excitement through the phone. It only made her more impatient. When her inbox finally popped up, Toru desperately clicked on the only email that wasn't one of her teachers or friends from school. The email address was familiar to her. She recognized it as the one of the fake ones the organization used to send out coded messages that were disguised as spam mail. The colorful banner of the fake company filled her screen, and Toru scrolled down and blocked out the sound of Denki in her ear asking if she'd found it yet. Both the speed he spit out his words and the volume he said them at were cranked to 100. Toru's training kicked in and she translated the code in her head with ease. The longer she read, the more astonished she got. Toru had to read the email through 3 times to understand what it was saying. The second it processed in her head, she shrieked. What? Toru understood very suddenly why Denki was having such a hard time not yelling through the phone. What? This is insane. Bunkers. A maze. What? I know. Denki yelled back with just as much, if not more enthusiasm. I know. It's crazy. But Toru jumped up with her computer in her hands and her phone pressed in between her shoulder and her ear. But what? I know. I know. Denki's voice got louder somehow, and Toru wondered if the phone was going to survive this whole ordeal. Meet me at that one spot. This is too crazy about over the phone. No kidding. Toru nearly dropped her computer in her haste to set it down on her desk and rush out the door to put her shoes on and go to their spot. This is absolutely jeepers levels of crazy bonkers. I'm thinking, Aya, I'm too excited to tell you to stop inventing words. Denki's voice got marginally quieter and Toru heard the sound of his front door closing behind him as she guessed he was rushing out it. I'll see you soon. Yes. Toru rushed out the door of her own house and pulled her phone away from her face to end the call before she got too excited and said something over the phone that she shouldn't. She would have to wait until her and Denki managed to meet up at their favorite spot. Toru's head was still spinning from the information she'd just learned. She couldn't help but sprint all the way there. Tamaki stared down at the pair of files on his desk and tried to decide if this new information was a good or a bad thing. On the one hand, he now knew who he was going to be supervising next year for his information-gathering mission. On the other hand, neither of them were first-generation organization members like him. Hagakure Toru, aka Ghost, was a third general. Kaminari Denki, aka Spark, was a fifth general. That meant both of them had grown up in the organization. They weren't like him. Tamaki already felt a bit queasy about meeting them for the first time, without that added fact. Reading further into their files, he found out that Spark had both ADHD and dyslexia. The boy had chosen to be an intelligence specialist regardless. Tamaki figured he could admire Spark's drive, especially since it seemed that even with the learning disabilities, he'd managed to thrive in that field. In fact, his hacking skills were noted to be top-notch. Tamaki felt cautiously optimistic about the choice his higher-ups had made to put Spark on the mission, even if he was worried about how he was also noted to be high energy and easily distracted. He had an electric-based quirk. Ghost, on the other hand, was a stealth specialist born with a quirk that allowed her to turn herself invisible. Tamaki was especially interested in how in her files it said that the government was under the impression that Ghost was invisible all the time, while instead she had the ability to turn it off. Tamaki figured that being invisible was probably the perfect disguise for vigilante and undercover work. He wondered if she even wore a mask. Tamaki read deeper into the files on both of his new mission mates. Some of the previous missions they had completed were very impressive, especially for people as young as them and for people only in the second circle. Tamaki wasn't surprised when he found out that they were both being examined for possible first circle status. He'd have to set up a meeting with them soon and give them their mission briefing. Tamaki was feeling good, all things considered. Out of everyone the organization could have picked for the job, from what he'd seen in the files, he thought it was going to be okay. The pair seemed nice enough. They were skilled too. Very skilled. Tamaki wondered how good they would be at hiding their skill levels when they entered UA. Denki couldn't help but nearly vibrate with excitement. He and Toru were on their way to a first circle base. A first circle base. That was crazy. Ever since they'd gotten the email informing them that they were going to be working as spies at UA under the supervision of a first circle combat specialist, the pair of vigilantes had hardly managed to stop screaming. Both of them had been instructed to meet in a specific alleyway in full field gear. Apparently, they were going to be in a section of the first circle base where everyone was required to be in full gear. That was fine with Denki. His gear was comfortable enough anyways. Plus, he was pretty sure the look on his face was stupidly happy. He was glad there was a mask covering it. When he looked over, Toru looked like nothing but an empty cloak, as usual when they were in field gear. If the moon caught her form just right, Denki could almost see the outline of her shadow. The alleyway was dark. There weren't any street lamps. This was a part of town with very little security footage, from what Denki had heard. What footage storefronts and traffic cams did have was blurry and full of static. Denki made sure beforehand that the videos were manipulated just to be safe anyways. There was a damp feel to the air, like the alleyway had. Gathered humidity at some point and never let it go. The stars should have been impossible to see through the lights of the city, but this section of it was barely lit, and when Denki looked up he could just barely see the starlight. There were dirty bags of trash lining the sides of it, and a lump of something that smelled like rotten meat, and Denki was pretty sure used to be a rodent of some kind. The air felt like it got colder for a second, like the night shifted, and the shadows opened up to reveal a swirling mess of deep purple and pitch-black gloom that tore through space and time itself to present a path for Toru and Denki to take. Denki took a step back in surprise, but Toru only tilted her head. Must be the warping quirk we were told about. Denki could hear the grin in her voice. He laughed to ease the tension and grinned as well even though she couldn't see it through his mask. Ladies first? What a gentleman. Toru's voice was smug. Are you sure you're not just using me as a way to test the safety of the portal? Denki hadn't even thought of that. Do you think I should be worried? Toru stilled and turned her face towards him in her best imitation of a blank look she could create while invisible. Fine, fine, I'll go first if you're so scared. Toru snorted and turned around to plunge into the darkness without waiting for Denki to beat her to it. Denki looked around to make sure that no one was watching them before following her through. Izuku stared at the list of names on his lap and sighed. He'd known the list by heart for a long time at this point, and studying up on the history of One for All users seemed pointless to him. Old footage of the Pro Hero Lariat was playing on Izuku's computer screen, and Izuku couldn't help but be extremely bored watching the fifth user fight. In theory, studying up on the various users of One for All was a good idea, but in practice, it was dull. Izuku had been fascinated with the various users of OFA when he was little, and the previous All for Ones had kept lots and lots of information on them. There was a plethora of knowledge that no one else in the world had access to stored in the organization's databases, and Izuku had consumed it all a long time ago. Watching and analyzing how the different users had utilized the quirk in different ways wasn't getting Izuku anywhere he hadn't already gone, so he figured he should head down to the training rooms and ask Kaken to spar with him while he was using an enhancement quirk again. Izuku hadn't used many different enhancement quirks in the past, so practicing using one was going to help him tremendously in using One for All when he eventually received it from All Might. Plus, even if he was bored watching the same news footage of the same heroes playing over and over again to try and discover something new about how One for All operated, the thought of writing up an analysis on how it differed from other enhancement quirks was appealing to Izuku, and he could only do that if he studied other enhancement quirks as well. Kaken groaned when Izuku asked him to spar against him again for the third time that night, but Izuku knew he didn't really mind all too much. They both had pent-up energy they wanted to get rid of, especially since Kaken had been on beach duty, as he referred to it, that day instead of Himiko like it usually was. Tamaki felt safe behind his field mask. It fit on his face like a glove, just heavy enough that he was reminded of its presence, but light enough that he never felt sore no matter how long he wore it. Tamaki had read and reread the mission outline that he was going to be explaining to Ghost and Spark. He wanted to make sure that he understood the mission inside and out so that any questions or issues that might arise while he was explaining it to them could be resolved easily. If he were being honest, it was a doozy of a mission. There were layers upon layers upon layers to it. On the surface, it was an assignment putting them inside UA to spy on the school, taking Tamaki's place, which was complicated enough. If you dug a bit deeper, you found that it was also a prime position to take notes on the up-and-coming heroes the school was producing. If you dug even deeper, you found that it was also setting them up for a future as spies in the hero industry as a whole. This mission was a lifelong commitment, and Tamaki was well aware that neither of the young vigilantes that were being assigned it really grasped how big a responsibility it was going to be, if everything went correctly. That was the other thing. It was an extremely difficult mission. Spying through infiltration was no easy task, especially when it was on an establishment being run by a creature like Nizu. The final layer was the one that made it the most complicated. 2 of the big 3 would be attending the school as well, and they also tied into everything to make it all the more complicated. Tamaki was a part of the big 3 at UA, which included him and his 2 best friends, only friends really he wasn't that good at making them. He'd been the one to suggest the name actually, and if he was being honest, that had been entirely an accident. To his immense dismay, the name had taken root and was still being used regularly by staff and students alike to describe him and his little group. When Tamaki had informed his superiors about it, they had told him it was all right and encouraged him to laugh at the accident. Tamaki hadn't been the one to come up with that name. The Big 3 had been a concept within the organization for a very, very long time. For every new generation of All for One and Hope, there was a Big 3. Traditionally, the positions were taken up by the soon-to-be successor of All for One, the soon-to-be successor of Hope, and the soon-to-be successor of the High Assassin. 3 coveted positions. 3 people who should grow up to be the 3 most powerful people in the criminal underworld. They were villain royalty, and even the mention of their names carried a lot of weight. Tamaki always felt uncomfortable when he got grouped in with Mirio and Nijire as falling under that title. It felt like too big of shoes to fill. Tamaki had read through all the parts of the mission outline that detailed what the Big 3's role in all this would be several times. He hadn't been given much information, but he wanted to make sure that he understood the information that he was being given inside and out. Even though he'd probably read through every word meticulously 10 times over, he still felt a bit nervous. Tamaki had managed to request a meeting room and gotten the 2 younger Second Circle kids arrangements to visit the First Circle compound and have a short meeting with him. Sitting behind the desk now, the updated mission file he'd been given sat in front of him as ominously as something of its size could sit. It was closed and face up, with the big red urgent letters still spelled across the front. Tamaki got a notification from the secretary about a pair of Second Circles requesting access, and Tamaki told her to let them in. His voice didn't shake over the intercom, and he was grateful for it. The seconds seemed to pass like hours, and Tamaki sat perfectly still in a desk chair that squeaked when he sat down. The single light bulb in the ceiling burned a bit too bright to look at, but at least the room was well lit. Tamaki folded his hands on the desk and closed his eyes, waiting. The sound of the door opening caused him to open them. Through his mask, he could easily see the 2 middle schoolers he had read about in his files. Ghost and Spark. Even though Tamaki could see neither of their faces, he could tell that they were both smiling widely. Spark snickered a bit as if Ghost had said something funny before they'd entered the room and he was trying to hold in his laughter. Tamaki pursed his lips, a familiar feeling of anxiety clouding his senses for a moment before he took a deep breath and let it go. He had his mask on. They didn't know who he was, or what he was feeling. They couldn't, since they couldn't see his face. He was safe. Sit. Tamaki gestured to the seats in front of him. Both younger vigilantes sat down quickly. Tamaki noticed that Spark's leg was bouncing in excitement. Tamaki carefully opened the file sitting out in front of them and took out the 2 pages of overview on the middle schoolers in front of him. Kaminari Denki, aka Spark. Intelligence Specialist. Hagakure Turu, aka Ghost, Stealth Specialist. These are you, correct? Both of the kids in front of him nodded. Tamaki realized that they were probably just as nervous as they were excited. Good, Tamaki was a little unsure of what to say. I guess we should start with a summary of what your new jobs are going to be? Spark and Ghost both hesitated before nodding. Sounds smart, Spark said. Tamaki swallowed and focused on sounding more certain of what he was saying. Both of you will apply to UA as first years interested in joining the hero course. Both of you will get through the entrance exam in the middle of the pack. You'll be accepted into the school and stay in the middle of the pack. Not bad enough to get kicked out, but not good enough to stand out. You will report back to the organization about what UA is planning. Things like field trips, training camps, festivals, things like that. You will also give them information on your fellow classmates. They will one day grow up to be heroes. Take more notes on the more powerful ones that might become problems for us in the future. Figure out weaknesses. They might be as simple as an allergy to peanuts. Write it down and send it back. Nothing is too small. Tamaki took a deep breath. Now the hard part. The part of their mission that differed from his. There's another thing too. The spying is only one half of your mission. The other half is a test. Ghost tilted her head. A test? Yes. Tamaki paused and thought about how to explain it in the simplest way. 2 of the big 3 are going to also be enrolling at UA. You won't know who they are, but it's your job to figure that out. If you can identify which 2 of the big 3 they are and which of the UA students they are, then you will be able to, or, I guess, invited to join the first circle. If they're impressed with you enough, you might even be considered for future council positions. Spark stood up and just barely managed to stop himself from screaming, instead making a muffled squeaky sound like an animal dying. Tamaki flinched. Ghost had frozen in her seat. Future council members, she said in a daze, then her head tilted up to look at Spark. Future council members. Her voice rose several octaves towards the end of the sentence. Spark only made the weird muffled squeaky sound again. That is a very, very big if though, Tamaki tried to warn them. They're the big 3 for a reason. It won't be easy at all to figure out who they are. You probably won't, in the end. It's just an opportunity. We won't let you down. Spark straightened and saluted Tamaki. Tamaki died a little inside. Just, we'll make you proud. Ghost stood up too and copied Spark. Tamaki stared at them for a few seconds, completely at a loss at how to react to them before he managed to gather his thoughts and hesitantly start speaking again. He said. His voice came out much quieter than he had intended. I've compiled all the information you need to know about the mission you've been assigned in these folders here, so go home and read them. Yeah. Spark and Ghost both reached out and took their folders. Even though Tamaki couldn't see Ghost smile, he could feel it radiating off her. Thank you fantastically. Okay, Tamaki said again, a little confused. Is that all? Spark asked. He looked like he was nearly vibrating with excitement. Yes. Tamaki decided. Spark and Ghost made another big show of saluting him before standing up and heading out the door of his rented office. He distinctly heard Spark let out a whoop. The second the door closed, and Ghost shushing him immediately after. Even though the both of them were a bit much energy-wise, Tamaki still felt cautiously optimistic about them being the people he was assigned to supervise. They both seemed kind. Honestly, they reminded him of Nijire and Mirio. He was a little worried about sending them into UA. He figured that if the higher-ups thought they could handle it, they probably could, but he still couldn't help but be worried that they might blow the entire operation and bring to light what Tamaki was doing as well. Even though Tamaki was a traitor, he'd made genuine friends at UA. If it ever came out that he was a traitor, he'd never be able to be Mirio or Nijire's friend again. The thought of losing Mirio in particular made Tamaki feel sick to his stomach. Tamaki waited a few minutes to make sure that Ghost and Spark had plenty of time to get all the way down the hall before he left the room so he wouldn't have to run into them again. He made his way out of the wing of the first circle base that he was in and into the locker rooms. As he always did, Tamaki suited up in his field gear and headed out for patrol. The night was quiet, like it always was. Tamaki stared at the stars that he could see through the light pollution of the city and tried not to imagine what would happen if Mirio found out who he really was. It didn't work. Tamaki worried anyway. Honestly, Izuku was kind of surprised that he made it as long as he did without sticking to All Might's dream plan. Izuku wasn't sleeping at all. Why sleep when you can use a quirk to erase the need for it? And while he was trying to stick to the diet, he wasn't sticking to the exercise portion of the schedule. Izuku worked missions during the nighttime for the most part, and those usually included jumping across rooftops and dodging bullets, which both fall solidly into the category of exercise, not even mentioning all the regular training and sparring that he did back at the base. Izuku, realistically, couldn't stick to the plan, but he also couldn't explain to All Might why he couldn't, or request that the plan be changed in a way that would accommodate for everything he was doing without it being extremely suspicious. The end result of all this was Izuku collapsing in the middle of one of their runs. Luckily, it was on a rarely trodden path through some trees, so no one was around to see him, but unluckily, it ended in All Might finding out that Izuku wasn't sticking to the dream plan. Izuku panicked for a second after All Might asked him if he wasn't sticking to the plan, but his mouth started talking before he was really sure of what excuse he was making up, and suddenly All Might was under the impression that he was working himself to the bone because he had to work harder than everyone else. Izuku was hardly saying words that he hadn't said before, but All Might only seemed impressed with his drive and work ethic. Izuku was disappointed that he couldn't see how toxic that line of thinking could become. The reason he couldn't, Izuku figured, was probably because All Might most likely shared that exact line of thinking about himself. The 10 months it took Izuku to train both felt like absolutely forever and no time at all. By the time February 26th rolled around, the day of the entrance exam, Izuku had managed to clean out the entire beach. He had also decided that being strong even without the use of a quirk was quite useful. He liked it actually. If he were to be late to school, for instance, Izuku found that by the time the 6th or 7th month mark came around, he could run all the way from his house to his school without getting too out of breath, and he could even make good time too. Plus, he could finally beat Kaken in quirkless arm wrestling competitions. Sometimes. It depended on the day. He still couldn't beat Himeken though. Neither of them could beat Himeken. Izuku got out to the beach earlier that morning than he needed to. He easily took care of the last patches of trash that were still stubbornly sticking around and littering the beach, even ones that he didn't have to take care of, and then climbed to the top of one of the heaps of trash that was still there to look at the sunrise. The orange and red light made his eyes sting and set black spots on his vision. Izuku closed them and watched the colors dance behind his eyelids. Taking a deep breath, Izuku focused on the smell of the sea. The air was salty, and just chilly enough that it was noticeable. Izuku didn't know how long time passed while he sat there. He was dangerously high up, perched on a mound of trash that was easily high enough to injure himself if he were to fall from the top. It didn't look particularly stable. In fact, it almost swayed in the breeze, like the second gust was just a little too strong, the entire thing might come toppling over. There were rusty parts and sharp edges everywhere on it, and some of it smelled weird. Izuku felt safe, all alone on top. At some point, Izuku stood up and screamed. He didn't really have a reason for it, he just felt the need to let out some of the stress that was building up inside him. Today, he would be receiving one for all. Something his predecessors had been working towards for over a century. Something his ancestors had been working towards for generations. A duty that had been passed down through his family since the moment the quirk was created, as quirks themselves were being discovered. Izuku was going to be the one to bring it all together. Once they had the quirk, and once All Might didn't, there was nothing stopping the organization from doing what they had been planning on doing since it had been founded. Taking over the world, essentially. There weren't any other quirks out there that could compete with the combination of one for all and all for one. There wasn't any kind of power anywhere that could compete with them, actually. Soon, very soon, in a few minutes, all that power would be Izuku's. It wouldn't just be his power, it would be his responsibility as well. Izuku was scared. He was scared that once he had that power, he was going to mess up and do something wrong. Whenever Izuku got anxious like this, he tried to focus on what he had to accomplish that day, and only that day. He told himself to not think about what he had to accomplish tomorrow, or the days and weeks and months and years after that, but just what had to be finished before the sun rose the next morning. It tended to help. Most of the time, Izuku was just overthinking things, and he only needed to redirect his attention to what was most important to quell his anxieties about things to the point where he was able to function correctly again without second-guessing everything that he did. The only thing Izuku had to do today was pass the entrance exam. Izuku forced himself to not think about how he was about to obtain OFA. He forced himself to think through everything that he had to get done and nothing else. The list was short. That helped a bit. Wait for All Might to show up, talk with him for a bit, go to the school, pass the exams. Izuku took a deep breath, and then resumed his screaming at the sky. Himiko laughed out loud when she saw the look on Aiza's face after All Might told him about how he was planning on passing down OFA. Katz was going to get a kick out of this too. Himiko made sure to snap a picture of it with her phone, zoomed in really close so that only Aiza's face could be seen, and not All Might, and then sent it to Kaken. She promptly got a text back with only the words, "Can't believe you found a way to have fun on beach duty," and immediately lost it completely. The talk that All Might gave Izuku before he was given OFA made him feel inspired. If All Might was good at one thing, it was being inspiring. So far, that was the only quality about him that hinted he might be even a kind of okay teacher from what Izuku had seen. The fact that UA was letting him teach even though he very obviously didn't have a teaching degree or any idea what he was doing when it came to kids really spoke to just how much weight his name carried. It was irresponsible of the school. Then again, lots of things about UA were irresponsible. Like the entrance exam, for instance. The fact that no one had ever died while taking it was a miracle. Izuku was a little worried that he might be the one to break that streak, however. Even if he was dying of stress and not to the giant robots. Izuku always got anxious about tests. Today was the big day for Denki. He was finally going to take UA's entrance exam and begin the biggest mission he had ever been sent on as of yet. Up until now, his only job had been to plant the idea in his friends' and teachers' heads that he wanted to go to UA so that it wouldn't seem super out of the blue, as well as make a minimal effort to train by going to the gym twice in the 10 months that he had before the exam. It was in character at least, even if it wasn't all that effective. Denki met up with Toru at the steps to enter the building. They would have to take the written exam first, which Denki wasn't looking forward to. He hadn't been able to request someone to read his test for him since he hadn't been diagnosed with dyslexia by a doctor that wasn't in the organization, so he'd have to struggle through reading it on his own. Luckily, he could feel his ADHD meds kicking in, so he should be able to at least focus. Denki knew not to count on having a very good score anyways though. Hopefully it wouldn't matter. They knew from Tamaki that the school paid way more attention to the score on the practical exam than on the written one. Unless someone really knocked the written exam out of the park or absolutely crashed and burned in every way, they were probably going to rely almost entirely on the practical. Toru had a skip in her step as they walked up the stairs together to the door. She looked completely relaxed. Denki knew that even though she was very good at hiding whether or not she was nervous, she probably wasn't feeling anxious at all. If he was being honest, Denki wasn't too nervous either. The giant robots that Tamaki had reported about fighting during the entrance exam would fall easily under his quirk, so he didn't have to worry about the practical portion all too much. His current plan at the moment was to find a bunch of the robots near the beginning of the exam and exceed his wattage limit right off the bat so that he would have an excuse to come in the middle of the pack and not in first like someone whose quirk was so perfect for the scenario should. Denki and Toru ended up being some of the first people to show up. Denki had been so excited that he'd left really early, and Toru had wanted to walk in together, so here they were. Tamaki had texted to wish them good luck, and the pair of them felt confident as they opened the door and entered the building. Even though they'd gotten there really early, there were still people who'd gotten there before them. Since they were going to be there a while waiting for the exam to start, almost everyone in the room was reading a book or drawing or doing something on their phones. There wasn't much talking. Denki snickered and pointed out a taller kid with dark blue hair and glasses sitting perfectly straight, flipping through a pile of papers that looked like a review packet for the written exam. He radiated an air of seriousness so strong that the people sitting nearest to him couldn't help but lean away. Toru giggled and they chose seats near the back of the room. Toru must have spotted a camera and remembered that they were being watched by security footage, because she gripped his arm and said, "Thank you so very much for going over the review material with me. I'm still a tinsy uncertain about some of the stuff." What was your name again, kind stranger? Kaminari snickered at her obvious dramatics. Kaminari Denki. But you can call me the worst person to be going over review material with. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, you're the only person so far who's willing to help, so I guess I'm stuck with you. Toru sat down and took out the review packet she'd been given at school. Denki winced when he realized that they'd actually have to go over the packet. Can't wait. Himiko walked with a pep in her step. Beach duty, as cats had not so lovingly called it, was no longer on her list of responsibilities. There was one last thing that she had to do, however, before heading back to the base. Himiko slipped into an alleyway and took the vial of blood out of her bag. This alleyway had been specially chosen because there weren't any security cameras in it, and the ones on the storefronts around it either barely worked or were owned by puppet companies controlled by the organization. She wouldn't have to worry about being seen. Just as she always did, Himiko got a warm feeling of joy in her heart as the taste of blood touched her tongue. Quirks were meant to be used, and Himiko loved using hers. A second skin formed around her and Himiko giggled in a voice that was a bit higher than hers usually was. Blue hair fell around her shoulders and her vision sharpened. Sneaking into the exam wasn't hard at all. Himiko had been set up to impersonate one of the second circle girls who was the right age and willing to let Himiko take a sample of her blood. The girl's parents worked in their recon division, and the girl herself had a quirk that sharpened her senses. Himiko could already see, hear, and smell the difference. It was the perfect quirk to keep track of other students attempting the exam, as well as the perfect quirk to make sure that Katz and Aizu were doing okay as they took the exam. Plus, it was in the gray space between a quirk that someone could have and reasonably think they had a chance of getting into UA with, as well as one that probably wouldn't do very well on the exam in reality. Himiko smoothed out the uniform skirt that came with her disguise and skipped out of the alleyway to the main sidewalk again. UA wasn't too far from here, but she would have to take a train. Himiko showed the conductor her ticket and smiled widely at him. He gave her a confused look but waved her on regardless. At this point, Izuku was starting to feel a little worried. He knew what it felt like to receive a quirk, and he wasn't that at all. All Might had said that it might take a little while for the quirk to take hold, but Izuku had walked all the way from the beach to UA and he still couldn't feel it. Did the quirk have a mind of its own like they'd theorized? Was it strong enough to not allow itself to be passed on to Izuku? Was he being rejected by the quirk? What was he supposed to do? Izuku tried to focus as he stepped through the gates to UA. If he didn't receive OFA correctly, then he didn't receive OFA correctly. There wasn't anything he could do about that. All Izuku could do was stay in character and not get distracted. Staying in character meant not using any other quirk besides OFA. Izuku forced himself to jump a little when he saw Kaken approaching the school at the same time as he did and scrambled to stay in character for the short interaction they had. Good luck, Kaken. The words were only whispered in his mind, but Kaken heard them all the same. Don't mess this up. Kaken told him, red eyes seemingly staring right through Izuku's soul. You've done fine so far. Don't fail now. Izuku swallowed and tried not to start crying. A few of the kids entering the school with them recognized Kaken and whispered about him being the kid from the sludge incident. Izuku could tell that Kaken resented the label. Izuku was just glad that none of the news stations had gotten a good look at himself. He didn't want to be known for the sludge incident either. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to center himself. He was going to stay in character. He was going to pass the exam. He didn't have to take out the most robots, just enough so that his villain points, along with any rescue points that he earned along the way, would combine and be enough to get him in. Izuku was going to be fine. Once he passed this exam, he was home free. That all depended on whether or not he could activate the quirk though. If he couldn't, then it was game over. Izuku wasn't stressed. He was fine. He was totally fine. Izuku took a single step and then almost immediately tripped and found he was about to fall on his face. There wasn't really anything he could do to stop it, so he simply braced himself and hoped he wouldn't break his nose or something. Instead, he halted before he could hit the ground. In fact, gravity seemed to reverse on him. He felt weightless. For a split second, Izuku panicked, thinking he might have accidentally activated a quirk and ruined everything, but then he looked up and realized that there was a girl standing next to him with her hand out. "Sorry to use my quirk on you without asking," the girl said, and proceeded to open a mostly one-sided conversation that included her introducing herself and wishing Izuku good luck. Izuku wasn't able to get a word in before she walked away and found himself staring after her as she walked up the steps and entered the school. Izuku forced himself to shake his head and get focused again before he followed suit. Katsuki was unamused when Deku sat down next to him for the briefing about what the rules of the exam were going to be. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit next to Deku, it was mostly that he could feel the anxious energy radiating off him. His brain read as nervous and uncertain. Katsuki rolled his eyes and looked off to the side, trying to spot where Himiko was sitting in the crowd of students. He didn't manage to find her before the lights dimmed and the pro-hero present Mike stepped up to the podium in the middle of the stage and started talking. "Everybody say hey," Mike shouted into the room, his quirk causing his voice to be way louder than it needed to be. You could have heard a pin drop afterwards for how quiet it was. Katsuki had to stop himself from snickering. The second present Mike showed up on the stage, Deku started muttering to himself about the hero. Katsuki nearly groaned as he realized that Deku was probably going to be doing that the entire time they were sitting there. Katsuki tuned out present Mike as he explained how the exam worked and glanced around again to see how many organization members he could spot. There was a pair off in the corner near the back that he recognized. They stood out because they were both whispering to each other about something and giggling. Katsuki recognized them from the lineup of second circle members who were student age. Plus, one of them was invisible, which meant that she was the youngest Hagakure. Katsuki remembered the Hagakures because their rescue was the first big mission his mother had ever been on, and she loved to talk about it. The kid next to the youngest Hagakure was also recognizable, if only because his family had been with the organization for such a long time. His last name was Kaminari, although Katsuki didn't know much else about him. He vaguely remembered being told that there were 2 other first years entering into UA to take Kraken's place once he left, but Katsuki didn't know much else about their mission. He didn't think it mattered much, as long as they didn't find out who he and Deku were. Katsuki still hadn't managed to spot Himiko before one of the kids in the audience spoke up. His interest piqued, Katsuki craned his neck in an attempt to get a better look at the kid. The kid was saying something about a 4th robot that hadn't been mentioned yet. Katsuki fought to keep the smirk off his face when the kid managed to weave an insult for the school into his short speech, and then really had a hard time keeping it together when he turned around and pointed at Deku before telling him to stop muttering. Katsuki allowed himself to send a small, smug look at Deku as he hurriedly shut up. Present Mike informed the examinees that the 0-pointers should be avoided, and Katsuki squinted at the screen, memorizing which robot corresponded to which point value. His only challenges with the exam would be to both hold back enough that he wasn't suspicious, get first place, and only receive villain points. He didn't think it would be too hard. He'd certainly been on harder missions. Before they were released to begin the exam, Present Mike had one last message for them. A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the cheesy line and grabbed his bag in preparation to leave. Go beyond, plus ultra. Katsuki wrinkled his nose at the school's ridiculous tagline and started mentally preparing himself for the practical exam. Deku was, of course, still trembling like a leaf. Izuku made his way to Battle Center B. His hands were shaking. He was only partially faking it. Why was he still unable to feel OFA? Focus, Izuku told himself. The exam is only 10 minutes long, we only have to immobilize the robots to get their points, and saving people will give me points too. I can do this. It'll be fine. While the crowd of examinees were waiting for the exam to begin, Izuku noticed that the gravity girl from earlier was in his exam group. He glanced around, deciding to walk over to her and thank her for helping him earlier. Before he managed to get her attention, however, he was stopped by the taller boy from earlier who'd told him to stop muttering. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The blue-haired boy asked him. Izuku shrunk back and tried to apologize but was interrupted when the boy walked away. Izuku couldn't help but hear some of the things the other examinees were saying. He heard several of them whisper about how they didn't think he'd be a threat. Izuku took a deep breath and blocked out what they were saying. Izuku kept shaking to stay in character and didn't let the nervous look on his face fall, but tried thinking through a plan of action. The robots had to have weak points. If he could find a heavy object, then he should be able to hit them in their weak points to take them out, even pretending to be quirkless. As for saving people, that shouldn't be too hard. Lots of the kids here didn't look like they really knew what they were doing, and Izuku figured that pulling them out of the way of robots or helping them up if they fell should be enough to count as rescue points. Izuku was so lost in thought that he didn't hear Present Mix shout to start at first. He only realized that they were supposed to be starting when the kids around him took off running for the gate to the fake city. Run, run! Present Mike shouted from a rooftop as Izuku panicked for a moment. The die has been cast, you know. Izuku took off at a sprint, desperate to not fall behind, but the few seconds it took him to figure out that the exam was starting had really cost him, and he found that he was already behind. Izuku didn't stop running, weaving around other examinees and debris that was already starting to build up in the road and tried to find something that he could use to hit robots with. He was distracted enough by his search that when a robot exploded out of one of the buildings next to him, he was startled. A one-pointer, Izuku recognized, but the shock of seeing the robot bursting out of a wall right in front of him caused him to freeze, indecision freezing him in his tracks. He should take this robot out, but how did he do that and stay in character? Thanks for distracting it. A beam of bright blue light blasted straight through the robot, and Izuku noticed that it had come from a blonde-haired boy that seemed to sparkle weirdly in the sunlight. Merci. We make a good team. But I don't think we'll meet again. Izuku felt offended immediately at the assumption that he wasn't going to pass the exam, but forced himself to ignore it and stay in character. The blonde boy with the laser quirk winked at him. Izuku stared at him, still partially in shock and trying not to show his irritation until Present Mix's voice snapped him out of it. 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Izuku felt the panic rise within himself again. How had that much time passed? He hadn't even gotten a single point yet. He had to get going. Izuku tried running towards where he heard the sounds of robots being destroyed, dodging and jumping over debris from robots that had already been destroyed in the road. It was everywhere, littering the streets. This group of students was extremely destructive. When Izuku got to a square of the city that looked like it held most of the other examinees, he realized that he was probably too late. Most of the robots had already been taken care of. He saw the gravity girl again, smacking robots with her fingertips and sending them floating up into the air before she dropped them. She looked drained, and Izuku winced as he realized that she was really pushing past her limits for this. He also saw the taller boy in the glasses who had told him off twice, now taking out robots using powerful kicks and speed that was definitely related to his quirk. Izuku heard the gravity girl counting 28 points for herself and started to panic, then heard the blue-haired boy shout about having 45 points and started to panic more. Izuku looked around slowly, realizing that all of his careful planning was for nothing. There weren't enough robots left, and there wasn't anything he could really do to take them out unless he broke character. There wasn't anyone around him that needed his help, and Izuku realized that he was going to fail. He was going to get 0 points. He couldn't rescue anyone and he couldn't take out any villains. The time was slowly ticking down and he didn't have any clue of what he could do. Izuku started running, trying desperately to find something, anything that he could do to earn points, but found nothing. He looked around frantically for something, anything. He needed the points. He needed the points. Izuku was going to fail the exam. Everything they'd done for the last 10 months was going to be for nothing. Himiko ran around as fast as she could, dodging robots and debris on instinct and focusing almost all of her brain power on keeping tabs on Aizu. Aizu wasn't doing so well. In fact, he was getting more and more desperate by the second. There weren't enough robots left for him to do anything, and there hadn't been an opportunity yet for him to help someone. If he wasn't careful, he was going to fail the exam. Himiko wasn't worried, however. She had a plan. All she had to do was wait for the 0-pointer to be released, and she could set him up for the perfect save. It would have to be good enough to get him in with only rescue points, but Himiko had no doubt that he could do it. Plus, she'd already picked the perfect victim for him to rescue. Katsuki was having no troubles at all. His explosion quirk tore through robots like they were made of paper. He lured them in using flashes and loud noises with ease, then blew them up with a well-placed punch. Smoke and debris littered the street around him, and he almost felt sorry for the other examinees around him who had to avoid him or get hit. Almost. The exam was a walk in the park. Toru and Denki had ended up in different battle centers, but Toru wasn't having any difficulty at all with the task at hand. She had no doubt that Denki wasn't struggling either. The cameras on the robots didn't track heat signals, which meant that she was able to sneak around them and avoid their arms and claws easily. Her invisibility served her well for the millionth time in her life as she took out the robots with precision and stealth. She found that all she had to do was unscrew the control panels and cut a few wires, and the fake villains would drop like roadkill. Toru's smile turned slightly sadistic as she forced herself to hold back and only take out enough to get her into the school. Staying in the middle of the pack was important, and she couldn't risk her position as a spy. Even so, she'd never had so much fun taking an exam. With her quirk-enhanced senses, Himiko heard the rumbling in the ground before anyone else did. She hurried to where the cute brunette girl was moving debris and robot parts around with her quirk in an attempt to get out of a small spot that she'd gotten herself stuck in, and silently kept watch until the huge robot started to emerge from the ground behind her. Himiko watched as pieces of the road got thrown up and buildings around them crumbled in places. It was her time to strike. Trapping the girl by leaping off the side of the building she was clinging to and kicking a huge piece of broken road in the direction of the zero-gravity brunette was easy, and the few security cameras that Himiko had taken note of in the area had been destroyed when the robot tore out of the ground, so she was safe. Himiko felt satisfied when the girl shrieked for a moment before the huge section of concrete fell on her, not killing her or injuring her too badly but trapping her all the same. Himiko slid down the building and ran away from the robot with the rest of the crowd, smiling to herself. The girl was right in the path of the giant robot. A giant robot that just so happened to be the perfect obstacle for Izuku to save the girl from. That should get him more than enough rescue points in order to grant him entry into the school, in Himiko's opinion. She trusted him to use her perfect setup and handle the rest of the situation. Izuku watched the giant robot pull itself out of the ground and found that his limbs had stopped working. The realization that he wasn't going to pass the exam was destroying him, and the panic he felt was clouding his thought processes. There was barely any time left, and now Izuku had to deal with the giant robot too. As it continued to stand up, it hit Izuku just how huge the thing was. The robot towered over the surrounding skyscrapers, taller than even the tallest building in the fake city. It had a single giant red light in the middle of what seemed to be its head, sinister and blinding. Smoke curled out of the ground and made breathing hard. Izuku didn't notice the kid around him running away, too focused on the robot hulking over him. It was then that Izuku heard a scream coming from the robot's feet. It was the gravity girl again. She was stuck under some debris that looked like it was a piece of the road or maybe part of one of the buildings the robot had destroyed. Izuku felt like the world had gone quiet. He stared at her for a moment that lasted forever. The memory of how she'd stopped him from tripping before he'd entered the school earlier that day flashed through his head. An intense sense of déjà vu washed over him, and the road fell away from his hands where he'd fallen. Just like the last time he'd rushed in without thinking, Izuku didn't realize that he'd started running until after he'd already started. Izuku had no idea what he was doing, he only knew that Gravity Girl, Uraraka, he remembered her name suddenly, was in trouble and no one else was sticking around to save her. As he neared the robot, he finally started to feel something. It was like a buzz of electricity shifting around like lightning underneath his skin. There was a wealth of strength and energy he didn't even realize he had until this very moment, an ocean of vitality and power he suddenly had access to. It was vast, never-ending. He could feel it spread through every pore in his body, pooling in his legs as he prepared to jump. He felt like he could touch the sky. Any fear he might have felt before was nothing in the face of all this energy, all this force and strength. There was light consuming him, stretching on to infinity. This was one for all. Izuku finally released all of the energy that had been buzzing in his legs like a swarm of angry bees and leaped upwards far faster and higher than any normal human should ever be able to go. He flew. The second his feet left the ground, his legs exploded. Izuku could probably count on one hand the number of times that he'd moved this quickly, and that was saying something considering the sheer amount of speed and strength quirks he had at his disposal to use. It took no time at all for him to soar up high enough to look the giant robot in the face. Acting purely on instinct, Izuku let the great swath of power that he'd felt before in his legs pool in his right arm as he prepared to throw a punch. All Might's words of advice from earlier flashed through his head briefly before he screamed, "Smash!" at the top of his lungs and let loose the energy his arm had collected like a spring being released after it had been compressed. Izuku watched as the robot exploded backwards and crumpled like it was made of paper. He was suspended midair for a moment before his stomach dropped out from under him and he started falling. The zero-pointer exploded before it truly fell backwards and hit the street behind it. Almost immediately Izuku's head spit out countless different ways that he could land safely, but all of them involved using quirks that Izuku couldn't use right now without exposing himself. The only quirk Izuku was able to use was OFA, and he could already feel it fading, although he understood now that it worked differently than any other quirk he'd ever used. He focused, and could feel the power start to pool in his left arm, which he was just now noticing was the only one that wasn't absolutely destroyed. The adrenaline and shock he still felt from what had just happened stopped him from feeling most of the pain, but the sensation of shattered bones and torn muscle was starting to become unignorable. Izuku had dealt with pain before though, and he forced himself to ignore it. If Izuku could punch the ground with his only working limb, his left arm, then he should be able to stop himself from hitting the ground and dying on impact. Hitting the ground would still hurt, and he would have no unbroken limbs, but Recovery Girl was on campus for a reason, and Izuku could hardly be the first examinee to injure themselves horribly while taking the exam. Present Mike shouted about there only being 1 minute left. The ground was approaching far too fast for Izuku's liking, and he readied his fist to throw the punch at the ground. The pain from his other limbs was really starting to kick in, and he gritted his teeth and prepared himself for more of it. The vast ocean of power he'd called upon before collected in his arm as he pulled it back in preparation for the blow. Just before he let loose the power of one for all on the ground, Izuku felt something slap him in the face. His whole body seemed to lurch softly as it slowed to a stop, hovering over the ground. With a start, Izuku realized that he'd felt this sensation before. He was weightless. Gravity Girl? Uraraka? He thought in astonishment, turning his head to look at where she had been trapped before he jumped to her aid. She wasn't trapped anymore. Izuku had to turn his head to look upwards in order to see her floating on one of the pieces of robot debris that she had been trapped underneath. The piece of road and other debris that had piled on top of her was floating just like they were, but Uraraka herself looked extremely sick. Her hands were shaking, but she still managed to bring her fingers together and shout, "Release," which sent everything dropping gently to the ground. The second the piece of robot she was sitting on touched solid ground, Uraraka covered her mouth with her hands before gagging and throwing up what looked like rainbows over the side of the robot. Izuku admired her determination and figured that she'd probably get a lot of rescue points for what she just did to save him. The timer still wasn't up yet, however, and Izuku had to stay in character, so he clawed at the ground and tried to move himself forwards with only one working limb. "I just want 1 point," he said, letting desperation bleed into his voice. "Just 1. At this point, the shaking in his voice wasn't even acting. The pain from his shattered bones was starting to cloud his vision, and he felt faint. Are the heroes just going to leave one of their potential students on the ground heavily injured? He asked in his head. Seriously? Present Mike called out, "Time's up," and Izuku let his head drop to the ground as if in defeat. He could barely feel his legs or right arm, but he was pretty sure that they were twisted at angles they shouldn't be. The pavement was hot and rough under his face, and he could smell smoke from where parts of the battle center were still smoldering. Even though he was pretending to be unconscious, he was still aware of his surroundings. Izuku could hear the other students who took the exam whispering about him. He heard one of them ask about why he seemed so nervous if he had such a great quirk. Izuku winced internally as they only noticed the strength he had and not the consequences. Izuku could hear the sound of a cane being tapped on the pavement as someone using it to walk hobbled over to him. Good work, Recovery Girl, the youthful heroine, made her way across the field, handing little candies to examinees as she passed. "Eat some gummies." Izuku's awareness of the situation was really starting to be hindered by the wall of pain that he was feeling, and he didn't even realize when Recovery Girl came over, said something to him, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Instantly, he could feel his arm and legs start to mend. The sensation was unsettling, like his body knew that things weren't supposed to work that way, but all Izuku could feel was relief that the pain was finally leaving him. One of the other kids, the laser one, if Izuku was remembering correctly, was explaining who Recovery Girl was to one of the other examinees. Izuku hesitantly took some gummies from the doctor and shakily stood up. Recovery Girl smiled, "Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured?" The second Izuku walked through the elevator door and into the bunker with Kaken and Himiko at his heels. His father's head shot up from where he was sitting at the kitchen counter looking through some files. They locked eyes for a moment, and Izuku smiled and swallowed nervously. Midoriya Hisashi's face broke into a grin identical to Izuku's. "You got it?" It wasn't a question. Izuku braced himself and nodded. Eri jumped up from where she was coloring in a coloring book on the couch and yelled happily, leaping into his still slightly sore arms and smiling as brightly as the sun. "You did it! You did it!" Izuku couldn't help but smile in response to her enthusiasm. Kaken snorted and headed off down the hallway to his family's section of the bunker, probably to change out of his school clothes, but Himiko smiled brightly at Eri and deftly snatched her out of Izuku's hands with a wildly happy expression on her face and started a dramatic retelling of everything that happened during the practical exam. Izuku's dad, however, stood up and walked across the room to where Izuku was standing near the door, where he was hesitantly towing his shoes off and slipping his feet into slippers. Izuku's dad looked like he was examining his son, eyes staring at things that only he could see. Izuku took a deep breath. "You?" Hisashi's voice was quiet. "You really did it?" "Yeah," Izuku winced at how uncertain he sounded, "and I think I passed the entrance exam too." His father's smile was blinding. There was another, smaller party later that day. Only people in the council were invited, and for the first time since many of them had been in the council, they had no idea what they were celebrating. One for All was a very closely guarded secret by both heroes and those who opposed them. Izuku happily indulged in more dessert than he had eaten in 10 months and stayed awake until nearly the middle of the night with Himiko and Kaken talking about mindless things and people they'd seen at the entrance exam. Sitting in a circle in the middle of Himiko's room, Izuku ranted about quirks, Kaken ranted about how stupid some of the other potential students were, and Himiko ranted about the prettiest boys and girls she'd seen. All three of them loved the mindless distraction after the stressful day, and none of them were at the actual company party for longer than 5 minutes. The day the letters came was filled with a flurry of activity. Katsuki's letter was opened first, and they all celebrated him earning the top spot in the practical with nothing but villain points. Katsuki was proud looking at his placement. He'd managed to hit the sweet spot between having the most points but not too many as to stand out as overly experienced. His mom made a comment about how her son was always on top of it, and his dad smiled and told him how proud he was. Katsuki made the walk over to the Midoriya's personal half of the bunker to see what Deku's hologram letter said. Izuku held the letter in his hands reverently. It had been delivered to their front door on the surface, and it was just heavy enough that he knew it must be an acceptance letter, since only those that got accepted received the hologram message. His mom was home at the time he received the letter. His dad was meeting with a council member about a problem that had arisen within their department, and Eri was clapping her hands and singing a song she made up on the spot about opening letters. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her antics but asked his mom quietly if he might be allowed to open the letter alone. For some reason, he was nervous even though he knew he must have gotten in. The second he was in his room and alone, Izuku turned off all the lights so that he'd be able to see the hologram better and ripped open the letter. There wasn't actually any paper inside the envelope, but a small piece of tech did fall on his desk and start playing a holographic video before Izuku even touched it. He was startled a little at the sudden appearance of All Might's glowing face. "I am here as a projection." The hologram All Might, Hollow Might, Izuku immediately named him in his head, smiled broadly in his muscle form. "I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you." Hollow Might coughed. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the terrible excuse. "Sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA." Hollow Might made a face like he was going to continue talking, but someone off-screen must have caught his attention because he stopped and asked, "Ichim, what is it? Wrap it up?" "But there is something I must talk to him about." Izuku narrowed his eyes. What could he possibly have to talk to him about that was free to be said in front of the camera crew? It couldn't be anything about One for All. From the tone of Hollow Might's voice and the way he was talking, Izuku thought it might have been though. He silently leaned back in his chair, ready to watch the obviously unedited footage of Hollow Might fumbling through trying to tell him that he'd gotten accepted into UA. "It's going to push everything back?" Hollow Might asked as if he had no idea that the filming thing was on a schedule. "All right." He turned so that he was staring directly at the camera. "Even if you passed the written exam, you got 0 points on the practical exam." "Of course, that means you didn't pass." Izuku felt his stomach drop to the floor for a moment. Did they have their information wrong? Had the rules changed since their spy had been through the exam? Did he really fail? He couldn't be a failure, not after everything he'd done, and if that was all there was to it. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and tried to calm his suddenly racing heartbeat. "I am an entertainer as well," Hollow Might said. Izuku cringed. "First, take a look at this video." The camera panned over to look at a screen that turned on to show video footage of Uraraka. Izuku sat up straight in his chair in surprise. What was happening? "Excuse me, Uraraka sounded uncertain. Izuku blinked. The video wasn't from the day of the exam. Why was it relevant? Almost like he had read Izuku's mind, the camera panned back to Hollow Might. "She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam," he explained. "Negotiate what?" "Keep watching to find out." Izuku cringed at the cheesy line but kept watching anyway. The person with curly hair and freckles. "Do you know who I'm talking about?" Uraraka spoke again, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at the familiar description. "Kind of plain-looking," she continued, and Izuku sat forward in his chair, certain that she was talking about him. "Is it possible for me to give him some of my points?" She looked both hopeful and nervous. Izuku couldn't help but blink in surprise when he realized that she was trying to do something really nice for him. She's got a hero's heart. Izuku decided. So kind it seems small, but it's a really selfless action. Uraraka kept talking. "I heard him say, if I could just get 1 point, so I thought, maybe he was still at 0 points? She was right about that. At least give him the points he lost because of me. He saved me. Please, please, please." Izuku smiled despite himself. He really hoped that they both got into UA. He would love to be her classmate. The camera once more panned to the side and focused on Hollow Might. He smiled even wider than he already was smiling and started speaking again. In addition to now having a quirk, Izuku wondered about how he was so willing to talk about things that alluded to OFA in front of the cameramen and crew who weren't supposed to know about it. Your actions spurred others to act. The entrance exam the other day was not only graded on villain points. Izuku sat up in his chair again. This was it. The camera switched back to the video of Uraraka and present Mike, but this time the teacher spoke. "Even if you ask to, you cannot give him your points. Besides, there's no reason to give him any, little listener." Hollow Might spoke up again as the camera focused on his face once more. "How can the hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? We can't just run on lip service. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points." Izuku took a deep breath. He really was going to make it in, no doubt about it now. They're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. Midoriya Izuku, you earned 60 points. Your friend Uraraka Ochako earned 45 points. You both made it in. Izuku stood up. "Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia." Even though he was expecting it, Izuku started crying instantly. Midoriya Inko cried too when her son told her that he made it in, and she cried harder when he told her about what Uraraka had tried to do. Himiko made a comment about how Uraraka was kind as well as cute, and Kaken scoffed while rolling his eyes. Yuka didn't expect anything different from them. Izuku got a text from All Might in the middle of eating dinner. Since it was from All Might, he was allowed to look at it even though his mother had a strict no phones at the table rule. The text told him to meet the hero at the beach as soon as he was able. Izuku shoved the rest of his food in his mouth and rushed out the door. He ran into Kaken in the hallway, who was putting on boots and a jacket. "Are you going out?" Izuku asked, a bit confused. I'm tailing you. Guess beach duty isn't finished like we thought it was? Kaken looked pissed. Izuku winced. This shouldn't last very long, and I think it'll all be information gathering, no training. I'm supposed to record your conversation too? Kaken told him. Don't say anything too embarrassing. Izuku smiled nervously. Thanks, Kaken. He didn't get a response. Katsuki wanted to punch the number one hero in his stupid smiling face. He thought he was done with beach duty. He thought he was done with beach duty. He never wanted to see that horrible beach ever again. Katsuki was absolutely livid. Beach duty had instantly soured his entire night even though it was supposed to be a happy one. He would rather go to a company party than do this, and that was saying something. Katsuki watched from a rooftop. A kid his age wouldn't be out alone at night at the beach of all places unless they were up to no good, so he had to avoid any cameras or people altogether by climbing up someplace where he wouldn't be seen. A black jacket, black pants, and a black baseball hat was all it took to mask his appearance. He wasn't doing anything besides watching and recording, so he didn't need his entire costume, and he didn't feel like putting the thing on anyways. The night was kind of chilly anyways, so he didn't mind the long sleeves too much. Izuku immediately embarrassed himself by yelling All Might's name too loudly when he got to the beach. Katsuki snickered and made sure that the recorder was working properly. It was high-tech, capable of picking up conversations from very far away by connecting to a microphone that Katsuki had planted on Izuku when he wasn't looking. He was sure that Izuku probably knew what he'd done anyways, but neither of them had commented on it. Katsuki zoned out while All Might congratulated Izuku on getting into UA. He rolled his eyes when All Might felt the need to tell Deku that he hadn't used any of his connections to get him into UA, and he snickered when All Might had to tell Deku to stop fanboying over him. 10 months, and he still couldn't help it. Katsuki's attention was caught when All Might continued on to say, I just happened to be offered a job at UA when I was searching for a successor. Searching for a successor? At UA no less. Interesting that he'd abandoned the search by picking Deku. Also interesting that he came to town 10 months before even the entrance exam happened, well over a year before he'd actually be teaching. Why was he here? There was something else that he wasn't telling Deku about his potential UA job. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and kept listening. My body broke with one jump and one punch of one for all. Deku was speaking now. I can't control it at all. Katsuki had been wondering about that. Deku was one of the strongest people in the world when it came to handling quirks that he wasn't born with. If he couldn't handle one for all without breaking his bones, then it was interesting that All Might could. To Katsuki, that meant it was probable that not harming yourself while using it was all a matter of control. That suggested that the quirk was even more powerful than they thought, if All Might had to hold back while using it so as not to hurt himself. Even though he was lost in thought, Katsuki snapped back to attention when he heard Deku say, Wait, did you know that would happen? Well, there wasn't any time. All Might's voice trailed off and Katsuki seethed as he realized that the hero had sent a child into that exam setting knowing that if he used the quirk it would hurt him terribly and didn't warn him, but it turned all right. It turned out All Might? The terrible pun just made Katsuki madder. Right now, you're either at 100% or 0. All Might kept talking, explaining how Deku was only able to use all of the power or none of it, and how using it properly would all be a matter of control. He picked up some metal cans to demonstrate and ended up attracting the attention of the people nearby for the second time that night and had to run away. Katsuki watched them run and thought about what All Might had said. If it was all a matter of control, then Deku should do fine. He had been practicing and training for years so that he'd be able to control any kind of quirk he might come across as soon as he stole it. Katsuki wasn't worried about Deku controlling the quirk. He was worried about All Might's attitude towards the bone-breaking thing. If All Might didn't even care enough about Deku to warn him that using the quirk would break his bones, then that probably meant one of two things about the man. Either All Might really didn't care about Deku and was only thinking about how he needed a successor and how to make them as successful as possible without any real concern for their well-being, or he didn't think that shattering your bones like Deku did was that big of a deal. Given the fact that All Might had chosen someone he thought was quirkless and still in middle school, not already in a hero school like he had been planning, and given the fact that he had spent so much time at the beach helping Deku train, Katsuki didn't think that he was faking how much he cared about him. Which meant that the second option was probably what was happening. All Might had been the #1 hero for a long time. Ever since Katsuki was little. He couldn't imagine anyone else being at the top like All Might was, but he knew that the path to get up there and the job itself required All Might to put his life on the line again and again and again. Based on everything Katsuki knew about the guy, he always put others' lives above his own. While it's a good quality to have in a hero, Katsuki also knew that mindset could turn toxic very quickly when taken to extremes. All Might had already almost been killed by it once, and Katsuki didn't doubt that he would do it again without a second thought. Katsuki had known Deku his whole life, and he knew that Deku shared the same mindset. Deku was fully prepared to dedicate his life towards the greater good of taking down the hero system once and for all. Katsuki knew that even if Deku couldn't get control of One for All, and he shattered his bones every time he used it, he would still keep using it until he got where he needed to be. Katsuki knew that Deku was willing to risk his life just as much as All Might was. The thought of All Might being such a major influence on Deku's life from here on out made him nervous, though he would never admit it. Katsuki was sure that if Himiko hadn't noticed the danger that All Might's influence posed on Deku already, then she would soon enough. As much as he hated to admit it, Himiko was just as good at reading people as he was, even without a quirk that allowed her to see into their heads. She'd spent a lot more time on beach duty than he had. She must have seen it already. Katsuki supposed that it was up to him and Himiko to stop Deku from potentially destroying himself. Deku may tend to overthink most things, but the look on his face when he rushed in during the sludge incident would haunt Katsuki for a long time. Deku didn't hesitate when it mattered, and someday, it might get him killed. Ghost and Spark were sitting in the rented office in front of Tamaki again. 2 opened envelopes holding the little devices that had announced their acceptances through hologram were sitting on the desk in front of them. The pair were practically vibrating with excitement. Tamaki took a deep breath. "I see that the exams went well?" he asked, happy with how steady his voice sounded. "Did either of you get in the top 10 for the exam?" Both shook their heads. "I almost did," Spark commented. "Good." Tamaki nodded nervously. "You gave yourself room to grow, skill-wise. You made sure that you're able to reasonably advance in skill throughout the school year, so make sure you don't get too good too fast. You've set a good starting point for yourselves. You aren't at the top of the class, so make sure you stay behind where you're at skill-wise in your vigilante personas." Tamaki wondered if he'd said skills a few too many times, but shoved that thought in the back of his head and tried not to think about it. "We will," Ghost said. Even though her face was completely invisible, she was still smiling widely. "Don't worry about that. I'll totes keep Denki in check if he messes it up." "Hey," Spark complained, "maybe I'll keep you in check when you mess up." Ghost turned as if she was about to banter back at him, but Tamaki cut her off before the pair went into another one of their tirades. He'd seen far too many of them in the few meetings that they'd had here to discuss their mission. "Actually, I have more news for you." Both of them fixed their attention on him again, and Tamaki cringed. Both of the big 3 members that we planned on having at you also got accepted?" Tamaki gulped and tried to think carefully about what he was going to say next so that he wouldn't stumble over his words again. "Of course they did. They're part of the big 3, Ghost noted. "They're, like, skill level 100 at everything?" "Yeah," Spark said. "What course did they get into? Is it the hero course?" Tamaki swallowed and squeezed his eyes shut tight behind his mask. "I can't tell you. You have to figure that out on your own." Which leads me to what I was going to say earlier. Tamaki took a deep breath and pulled out their mission files again. "It's your job, as I've mentioned to you before, to figure out what other pair of people in your year are these 2 big 3 members. That starts now, actually." Tamaki took a deep breath and handed them the files. "I'm giving these to you, to let you know what you are and aren't allowed to do when trying to figure out who's who. This is a test, remember, so I would treat it seriously. I can't give you too much advice, but I can tell you this. Checking the school files of everyone who got accepted into the entrance exam would be a good idea. You are allowed to look into their backgrounds, but I won't tell you what to look for. Think you can handle that? I'll have to hack into UA to get the information, right?" Denki asked, narrowing his eyes. "Because I might not be able to do that. Don't you guys have something set up for this already?" Can I use that to get in? Tamaki thought for a moment. If you would rather hack into our database to get the files, then go ahead I guess. I would notify your supervisors so they can send that request up the chain of command though, so you don't end up in trouble for it. Ghost nodded. That doesn't sound too hard. So, then we just have to look at all the kids that got accepted and figure out which ones of them are traitors too. Tamaki nodded. Ghost clapped her hands. All right. I'm soups excited. Denki, let's get started on it right away. Just totally. Denki said, while we're still here, we can tell my supervisor what we're planning. I understand how the organization computer system works better than the UA one. I've heard horror stories about people who get killed by the commission for attempting to hack into it. I don't think I'm at that level yet. Thanks for the advice by the way, Kraken. You're a really cool dude. Tamaki was taken aback for a moment. A really cool dude? He thought. Yeah. Ghost stood up and Tamaki once again got the feeling that she was smiling even though he couldn't see her. You're the most fantabulous supervisor ever. I'm just glad you're not a cranky old man or something. Tamaki guessed he could relate. He'd interacted with a few supervisors that were cranky old people, and they tended to be very scary. He supposed that he was more relaxed than most supervisors were. Should he try to be a bit more strict? Thanks. He said, choking on the words a bit as his voice quieted. I really appreciate that. Then again, these two seemed to like him, and they'd had plenty of supervisors in the past to compare him to. Tamaki always thought that a nice supervisor was better than a cranky one. He supposed that he'd take the victory for what it was and try not to overthink it. The two vigilantes left the small office chatting and laughing like they usually did, and Tamaki leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling. I'm a cool dude, he thought. Tamaki smiled behind his mask. Denki and Toru both went straight to Denki's house after they informed one of their superiors what they were going to be doing and exactly what information they were looking for. Denki's house had a better computer setup than Toru's, and he had a few textbooks on hacking in case he got stuck that were at his house too. Denki rarely got stuck anymore. Denki's fingers tapped away on the keyboard faster than Toru's ever could by a long shot. His face was closer to the screen than it probably should be, staring at lines of code as they appeared on the screen just as fast as his fingers hit the keys. He had one earbud in that read him the code as he typed and clicked so that he wouldn't have to struggle through reading it. Toru sighed and looked up at the ceiling. She thought that Denki's hacking abilities were impressive, but she also knew that she couldn't interrupt his focus, which left her with little to do while she waited for him to finish. Toru pulled out a notebook and decided to write down things that they should look for once they had UA's entrance exam files that might be suspicious. Odd quirks were the first thing that came to mind. Any quirk that interacted with others' quirks around them was suspicious, like how Eraserhead's quirk erased others' quirks. Those kinds of quirks were too close to all for one for it to be a coincidence. Any quirk that seemed overly powerful. Any quirk that didn't line up with what the online quirk database said. Any quirk that could be easily recognized as a former organization member, though she doubted that would be a thing. Any quirk that was just weird in some way too. Toru wasn't quite sure what that would end up meaning, but she knew that she'd know it when she saw it. Odd family situations were going to be another one. Rich families should all be written down, especially if they weren't particularly famous. That probably meant all of the students who got in through recommendation. Any families that had interesting living situations, a home close or on top of a base would be suspicious, although if they lived on top of a base it was probably the rumored first circle base that no one in any of the lower circles knew anything about. If their families were famous, that could be suspicious too. Any heroes in the family should be a red flag. Toru knew that the organization had lots of plants in the hero industry. When they ended up looking through records for the people, Toru knew that they should be on the lookout for forgeries or things that didn't line up. Family trees that couldn't be completed were very suspicious, but Toru didn't think that the other traders would have one of those, considering the fact that none of their family members ever would have been caught as a villain or criminal and had to change their identity. Finally, skill level. If they could get their hands on the tapes for the entrance exams, then they should pay attention to fighting styles and abilities. Anyone who ranked especially high should probably be taken note of, even if both Toru and Denki were pretty certain that the other traders would have been told to stay in the middle of the pack like they did. The most important. thing Toru knew was not to count anyone out. I've got it, Denki said. Toru sat up and put her pencil down. You see here, I knew the organization must have a way to get into UA's databases. They have this line of code here that is specially made to get through their firewalls. It's so interesting, look at Dash. Whatever you're going to say next, I'm not going to understand. Toru said, I'm so very glad that you find it so fascinating, but I'm going to have to ask you to tell me about it later. We have work to do, for goodness sake. Yes, of course, Denki nodded, clicking a few things and pulling up something that definitely looked like UA's database. Student information was spilled across the screen. Denki clicked around for a bit until he managed to find entrance exam results. Toru showed him her notebook, and they got to work picking through the different people listed. It took them several hours to make their way through all the information, and they both ended up staying awake way later than they probably should have, but neither of them wanted to stop. Toru finished another energy drink while Denki's leg bounced under the table from all the sugar and soda he'd eaten and drunk to stay awake. I think that's it, he said, staring at the screen in shock. They'd been at this for hours already. It was 4 in the morning, I feel like I've just ran a marathon, fried my brain so many times it turned into a squirrel, and killed God. How are you feeling? I could sleep for a week, Toru said. I haven't drunk this much caffeine since the last time we did this. We were only up until 3:30 that time, so I think I might have drunk more. Wow. Denki said, we really did not narrow down who it could be at all, did we? Yeah, there are so many suspicious people, Toru said, looking through their notes again and cringing. I feel like we need a conspiracy board with red string or something to try and make connections between all these people to try and sort out what's even going on. I feel like we need 20 conspiracy boards, one for each person, Denki said. Actually, that's not that bad of an idea. All we'd need is some corkboard and some string. I think I have that somewhere in this house. Maybe in the garage? Not now though, Toru said. Now is the time for sleep. I'm sleeping over, by the way. There is no way I'll make it back to my house without falling asleep standing up. Denki giggled, exhaustion taking him over quickly as he crashed after the power of sugar that had held him up for the most of the night left him abruptly. Yeah, you know where the spare room is? Good night. Toru yawned and shoved her notebooks and pencils in her bag to take down the hallway to the guest room. I guess I'll see you in the morning. When she didn't get a response, she glanced over at Denki to see that he'd already fallen asleep. Snickering deliriously, she grabbed a blanket and gently draped it over him, too tired to move him to his bed. Toru stumbled down the hallway and collapsed the second she reached the guest bed. They'd go over their notes in the morning and make sure that they all made sense and could actually be deciphered into something that was at least slightly coherent. Denki woke up at 2 in the afternoon with a crick in his neck. He stretched and realized that he had fallen asleep in his computer chair with a blanket haphazardly covering only half of him. He stumbled down the hallway to the kitchen, taking out 2 bowls and pouring cereal into both of them before carefully heading back down the hallway and into the guest room. He shoved the curtains open and turned on the lights. Toru groaned from where she had fallen asleep halfway on the bed and shoved her head into the nearest pillow. It's 2 in the afternoon, Denki said, and Toru shot to her feet immediately, shrieking in alarm before she realized that they didn't have school that day since it was a Saturday. She sighed and collapsed back on the bed. 5 more minutes, she complained. No, Denki said, I made you breakfast. We should look over the notes we took last night and decide who the top suspects are. Toru shot to her feet again and grabbed her bag. That's right. Hand me the bowl, we need to get to work. In the end, they had a list of most suspicious people and reasons for their mission neatly laid out. First of all, everyone who received a top score in the exam. That meant the highest scorer of the business students, who seemed like a completely normal kid besides that, and Hatsum Mei, who was anything but normal. Denki and Toru had watched the video footage of her exam. She was unhinged. There was definitely something different about how her brain functioned. Whether it was different bad or different good was yet to be decided. I feel bad for her teachers, Toru decided. That also meant that Bakugo Katsuki was on the list. He was mostly interesting because of how he managed to get the top score on the practical with only villain points. He seemed incredibly skilled, but when they looked in further, There was nothing else really suspicious about him, except the fact that it appeared he'd come from the same school as someone else in the class. Some kid named Midoriya Izuku, who just so happened to have gotten in with only rescue points. An odd pair, Toru had commented. Midoriya Izuku was also put on the list, but that was because in the books, his quirk was only listed as superpower. Not only that, but when they watched the footage of him during the exam, he hadn't done anything until the last moments when he'd destroyed the zero-pointer robot with a single punch. That would have been weird enough if it weren't for the fact that he'd shattered all the bones in both his legs and his right arm in the same move. A quirk that hurt him that much was strange, especially when the quirk and its description on the forms he'd filled out for the school were so vague. Another interesting thing was that according to a bit of light hacking Denki had managed, Midoriya had changed the description of his quirk in the database recently, but Denki couldn't get access to what it said before no matter how hard he tried. There were other quirks that had been changed as well, and Denki could see their entire histories. But not Midoriya's. To put it lightly, that was weird. I don't like it, Toru had told him. He does seem like a nice guy though. The other students who'd gotten put on the list immediately had been every kid who'd gotten through recommendation for the hero course. That meant Hananuki Juza, with a quirk that let him soften any non-living thing that he touched. Kinda gross. Toru wrinkled her nose. Tokage Setsuna was also included, as the other recommended student in Class 1B. Her quirk was called Lizard's Tail, and it let her split her body into multiple parts. Definitely gross. Toru hadn't been very impressed with that one. The two recommended students that had made it into Class 1A were more interesting, background-wise. Todoroki Shoto was the son of the number 2 hero, which ticked off several things on Toru's list of things that are suspicious. He came from a rich household, his father and family at large was famous, he was extremely skilled, and even had a quirk that might seem like two separate quirks entirely to the outside observer. Plus, with a bit of digging, Denki had found out that his mother had been in a mental hospital for a long time and his oldest brother was dead. Denki ticked off the point about having an interesting or weird family situation in his mind. I would keep an eye on him, Toru had said, and not just because he's nice to look at. Yoro Zumomo was also interesting. Whereas the suspicious things surrounding Todoroki were mostly just weird, and Denki couldn't figure out how they would fit into him being one of the big three, Yoro's family really did seem like it could be involved in the organization. To put it simply, they were rich. Really, really rich. That alone would have been enough to put her on the list without the recommendation attached to it, but the fact that none of Denki's sources could confirm where exactly they'd gotten the money put her higher up than a majority of other students. Denki and Toru were both well aware that the organization made most of its money illegally, and the mysteriously appearing Yorozu fortune would fit into that well. There were two other students that were rich enough to get put on the list. Ida Tenya and Aoyama Yuga. Ida also had the added benefit of coming from a long line of heroes, and Denki noted that it was odd he'd gotten in through the regular exam and not through a recommendation. Looking at the exam footage, he was also extremely skilled, and his family was known to be open to working with vigilantes. He wasn't high on their list of suspicious people, but he was certainly there. I think he seems too stuck up to be one of them, Toru argued. Aoyama Yuga was also on the list because of the fact that he was rich. Rich and French, apparently. His parents appeared to have both come from wealthy families, and Aoyama himself required a support item to use his quirk effectively. Not too strange, but noteworthy, Toru hesitated before adding him to their list. Of everyone else who had taken the exam, there were only 4 other people that they decided belonged on the list. First of all, there was Tetsu and Kirishima A. Their quirks were startlingly similar. Neither Denki or Toru knew what it meant, but it was weird enough that they took note of it. It would be funny if they ended up in the same class, Toru giggled. Shinso Hitoshi was also added, by virtue of the fact that his quirk was really powerful for someone who was stuck in general education. On one hand, it made sense that he wasn't in the hero course, but on the other, Denki thought that there were probably plenty of things he could have done to use his quirk during the exam. Maybe brainwashing other examinees to destroy robots for him wouldn't count towards his own points? It was a bit weird. He looks more tired than we felt last night after staying up until 4, Toru commented. The last person to make it on their list was probably who they considered to be the most suspicious besides Yoerozu. The Todoroki family was weird, but it didn't point to a potential criminal past like the Yoerozu's riches did. His name was Monoma Nito, and his quirk allowed him to copy other people's quirks. It was so close to all for ones that Toru was convinced it couldn't be a coincidence. Denki agreed. Either he's a part of the organization, or he's a descendant of a descendant and is still related somehow, Toru decided. Denki drew a star next to his and Yoerozu's names to signify their importance. By the time they were finished deciphering their notes, many of which were just incomprehensible scribbles as the pair had gotten more and more exhausted while taking them, a few hours had passed, and Denki's parents were asking Toru if she wanted to stay for dinner. Denki couldn't stop thinking about their soon-to-be classmates all throughout dinner. Two of them, two that he didn't even know the identity of, were more powerful than he could even dream of. Toru's parents ended up letting her stay the night again, under the promise that they wouldn't stay up so late 2 nights in a row. The pair ended up telling each other scary stories and rumors they'd heard about the Big Three until midnight. Denki would never admit it, but Toru was very good at telling scary stories. Even though he was tired, it took him a while to fall asleep. As per usual, Ares, Jade, and Bloodlust had been sent together to deal with the problem, which was a small sect of the creature rejection clan that had popped up in the woods just outside of Ashua City. Like most CRCs, they used religion to justify violence against people with mutation quirks. The organization wouldn't stand for quirkless discrimination, so here the small team was. Usually, lower-level vigilantes from the second circle would have been sent to deal with the problem. However, the ringleader of the group had a quirk that allowed him to identify other people's quirks down to extremely specific details, and that was useful enough that Jade had been sent to collect it while they took down the small cult. It was an easy mission, and Ares was irritated with the simplicity. Even a couple of third circles could take care of this. He felt insulted. Also, as per usual with CRCs, all of the members showed up in long cloaks and masks painted to resemble skulls. Ares sighed when he saw them and rolled his eyes. They were hiding their identity so law enforcement wouldn't find them, but law enforcement hadn't taken care of a CRC group in decades. It wasn't the government that these people had to worry about. Ares and Jade were sitting in a tree, high up enough that they wouldn't be spotted. Bloodlust had a different role to play in this particular mission. The leader of this CRC made his way through the small crowd of masked people to stand on a tree stump and look out at the group. The second he did, they all moved around until they were forming a circle around him with him in the center. Ares scoffed again, and Jade shushed him. Ares was barely listening. He'd heard this spiel many times before when dealing with different CRCs. It wasn't anything new. Mutant quirks were bad and ugly and horrible and blah blah blah. Let's kill some people in the woods in the middle of the night under a full moon in a sacrificial ritual that we made up in order to further justify murdering people we don't like for arbitrary reasons. The clan members in the circle, calling them clan members was generous, they were cult members, this was 100% a cult, started chanting as 2 of the cult members dragged what looked like a man with a bag over his head into the middle of the circle. Instead of hands and feet, the man had giant orange claws like a cat. Ares saw Jade wince as how rough they were handing him. The members carrying the man took him to the middle of the circle until he was directly in front of the leader before they ripped the bag off his head as the chanting reached an echoing crescendo and then stopped. Even though he couldn't see them clearly from as far away as he was, Ares knew that the man had whiskers as well as the paws. The leader held up his hand and started speaking, not looking at the man in front of him. Let the stars and the moon be my witness to the culling of this creature, this abomination on the planet of Earth. He spoke loudly and made sure to enunciate his words so the members in the crowd around him could hear what he was saying. Ares' stomach filled with discomfort at the conviction in the leader's voice. This monster here before me walks among men like he is one, when it is clear for all to see that he is N-. The leader cut himself off the second that he locked eyes with the whiskered man in front of him. He took a step back in surprise as the unease and confusion rolled through the crowd of cult members. Ares smirked and readied himself to leap into action. That's my cue, Jade said, dissolving into the darkness like a shadow dissolves in sunlight. Ares knew that he would be appearing on the other side of the field, in a tree opposite to him. They had the crowd surrounded. Aries' smile grew wider. Imposter! The leader shrieked, Imposter! Just like that, the man began to change. Skin melted off like wax and turned to gray sludge on the ground. Bloodlust was left standing where he had been, a vigilante mask covering her face and knives already in her hands. Surprise! She smiled. Hi. Nice to meet you, my name is Bloodlust. Maybe you've heard of me? One of the people in the crowd screamed and took off running, dragging the people on either side of them with. They must have been familiar with the name then. The leader only drew himself up to his full height and glared at Bloodlust. I don't know who you are, but dash. You will soon enough. Bloodlust cut him off with a giggle and whistled sharply. Aries grinned. He flipped out of the tree and landed on the ground with a thud, smiling as he locked eyes with a few terrified cult members in front of him. What kind of loser hangs out with a bunch of other losers in the woods in the middle of the night? He said, eyes glinting and smile stretching across his face like a devil's before rushing forward and taking out two of the people with a pair of well-placed hits to the head. He heard sounds of alarm from the other side of the field as some of the other members must have run into Jade. The leader shrieked as Bloodlust attacked him as well. The fight didn't last long. None of the cult members knew who they were up against, and early on Bloodlust took off into the woods to track down everyone who'd escaped. The leader was left handcuffed and unconscious on the ground, and the rest of the members were swiftly taken care of by Aries and Jade working together. Bloodlust came back out of the woods dragging a handful of the CRC members behind her. Although she was wearing a mask, Aries could feel sadistic joy radiating off her even without being able to see her expression. The vials for blood at her hip clinked together, newly filled. Hey guys, she said. Aries could feel her flirtatious eyebrow wiggle even through her mask. Good job. Jade's never-ending cheer did nothing to brighten Aries' mood. It was late at night, and they'd been given an easy mission as if they couldn't handle something harder because their first day of high school was tomorrow. Bloodlust noticed his displeasure like she always did. Hey, cheer up. It's nice to have a break once in a while, don't you think? Besides, at least it's not beach duty. Jade was suddenly faced with two blank masked glares staring into his soul. Jade quickly put his hands up and took a step away from them and towards the CRC leader. I'm sorry. It had to be done. He glanced down at the leader and then back at his two companions. I do agree that this was an easy mission, even with the day we're going to be having tomorrow. Aries rolled his eyes, making sure to let the action move his head as well so Jade and Bloodlust could tell what he'd done even with his mask on, and gestured at Jade with his hands. Just, Jade, I could read how much you want to take that quirk from a mile away. Just steal it and be done. Jade ducked his head in embarrassment and Bloodlust giggled. Taking one of his gloves off carefully, Jade lightly touched the leader's forehead, and Aries watched his brain waves change slightly as a new quirk was added to his arsenal. Jade pulled his hand back and Aries saw his happiness spike for a moment as he got the rush someone who doesn't use their quirk more than a few times a week tends to get when they use theirs. Quirks are meant to be used, and repressing them doesn't end well. Bloodlust giggled again, even though nothing funny had happened. She tended to do that a lot, and Aries sighed. Let's go, we're done here. Oh yes. Of course, Jade smiled. He held out his hand, which turned into purple mist. Seeing Jade use that particular warping quirk always reminded Aries of his favorite babysitter from when he was younger. It was Kurogiri's quirk that Jade was using after all, or at least a copy of it. Aries watched as portals opened up underneath all the cult members, swallowing them and taking them to a predetermined spot the organization used to hold prisoners. The familiar sensation of the ground dropping out from underneath him consumed Aries as he fell through a portal that had opened beneath him. The last thing he saw before purple mist swallowed him was Jade disappearing into his own portal. The second Aries arrived back in the bunker, he took off his mask. The thing got sweaty when he used it for too long. Katsuki shook his head and turned around to look behind him and see Bloodlust had already arrived behind him and Jade falling through his own purple portal. Bloodlust took off her mask to reveal Himiko's face underneath, still wearing a giddy smile like she usually did after missions, but Jade kept his mask on for a second and took the time to stare at Katsuki for a moment. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and put his hands on his hips, mask still clutched in one hand. What's your issue? He asked. Sorry. Finally, Jade took off his mask and pushed his hood down before running hands through hair as green as his secret identity's name might suggest. This quirk identification quirk is just really interesting. I was just seeing what it had to say about you. Deku smiled sheepishly and started unlacing his boots. Katsuki pursed his lips thoughtfully. Does it just identify someone's birth quirks, or all the quirks they hold? All of them, Deku said, even with just the few that you have, it's kind of overwhelming. It definitely wasn't meant to look at more than one at once. Ugh. Do me next, do me. Himiko's childish glee did not rub off on either of the other two people in the room, but Deku took the time to study her just the same for a few seconds. He winced and shook his head. I feel like I might get a headache if I look too long, he explained, taking off one boot and starting on the other. It's a really useful quirk for sure though. I mean, we have other quirk identification quirks already, but this one works differently. It's more precise. Deku stood up. If there's one person I do not want to look at while using it though, it's my dad. I think my head might explode. Himiko snickered. Her eyes glinted. I'm sure someone wouldn't want to look at you either. Yeah, Deku laughed a little, but it quickly turned into a yawn. I'm going to bed. It's probably a good idea to get an actual night of sleep before going to school in the morning. Himiko nodded. Yup. Good night. Good night. Katsuki only scoffed in response, but he knew Himiko and Deku would understand what he was saying. They were perceptive enough. Izuku clutched his backpack straps a little tighter in his hands and stepped through the gates to UA. For the first time, he was entering completely as a student. As Izuku carefully walked down the path to the front doors, he looked around and tried to see if he could spot anyone that he recognized from the entrance exam. So far, there were one or two faces that might have been familiar, but he wasn't sure. They tended to pass by too fast for him to get a good look at them. The first years would have been easy to distinguish from the older students even without just looking younger in general. Not only did they tend to look uncertain or nervous about entering the school, but they also didn't walk in groups like the second and third year students did. None of them really knew each other yet, and Izuku figured that a school as intense and potentially dangerous to go to like UA probably bred deep friendships. Seeing the students interacting and being friendly towards each other gave Izuku a spark of hope. He got to start fresh and new at this school. He didn't have to pretend to be quirkless anymore, which meant that he would probably be able to make friends. Even though Izuku knew that he shouldn't get attached to anyone, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to help himself. He was excited to have friends outside the organization for once. They'd be able to talk about normal kid things, like homework and who has a crush on who, instead of missions and which vigilante killed which criminal. It would be refreshing. Izuku couldn't wait. Izuku and Kaken had made a point to walk to school separately, even though they took almost the exact same route. Kaken had left over 15 minutes before Izuku had. If anything, Izuku was in danger of being late, especially if he wandered around the halls for a bit like he was intending to while he pretended to find his classroom even though he'd memorized UA's entire building plan years ago. Izuku made sure to show up in front of the giant door to Class 1A a few minutes before class was supposed to start. He stared at it for a few seconds, the thought of really beginning his training to become a hero hitting him full force. He had to take a breather for a second to center himself before he opened the door. The first thing he was met with the second the room behind the door was revealed was Kaken and the speed-quirked kid from the exam arguing loudly. Izuku grimaced. Don't put your feet on the desk. The speed kid was saying, much louder than he needed to. Huh. Kaken said, looking up in annoyance as if everyone within a mile radius hadn't heard what the boy had said. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? The kid's square-framed glasses glinted as he kept yelling. Izuku paused in the doorway as he tried to figure out what logic the boy was using. Izuku didn't think either the UA upperclassmen or the people who made the desk would care much. He's a real stickler for rules then, Izuku considered thoughtfully, even ones that don't really exist. Izuku watched as their argument continued. This was going to take some getting used to. Toru watched the door as more and more people entered the classroom. Her and Denki had already agreed that they would arrive at different times. Denki would arrive just early enough that he wasn't late, but Toru had actually gotten to the classroom earlier than the majority of her classmates, which meant that she got to watch as they trickled in. She recognized most of the kids from her and Denki's research on them. None of them did anything suspicious, but she really wasn't expecting them to. By the time Denki arrived, most of the class was already seated. Toru took note of where everyone was sitting and smiled at Denki when he passed her row on the way to his seat. He smiled back, although he probably didn't know that she'd smiled in the first place. Toru was reminded abruptly that as long as she was at school, she had to stay invisible. Since Toru was seated in the front of the class, she'd have to turn around to see what was going on behind her, but since no one could really see where her head was pointing, she was very good at masking which way her head was turned by keeping her shoulder as still as possible. It shouldn't be much of a problem for her, and she'd still be able to observe her other classmates. It didn't take long for two of her classmates to start arguing. Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya, if she was remembering correctly. Both people were on their list of suspects. They'd gone over the list several times and done even more research on each of the suspects and the other students as well, looking for evidence that they might be part of the organization. They hadn't found very much besides what they discovered that first all night. Toru paid minimal attention to the argument about whether or not Bakugo should have his feet on the desk. She faced the doorway again. There weren't very many people who still had to show up. Of course, when they did finally show up, it was minutes before class was supposed to start. Toru recognized the green-haired boy as one of their suspects, Midoriya. The other one was Uraraka, who'd gotten third in the entrance exam, if Toru was remembering correctly. They had a short conversation and managed to distract Ida and Bakugo from their argument as well before someone behind Uraraka and Midoriya said something. Uraraka and Midoriya, who were still standing in the doorway, both turned around slowly, but to Toru's confusion, they looked down at something instead of up. Toru craned her neck to try and see what they were looking at and realized that there was a giant bright yellow caterpillar on the floor. Or at least, that was her initial reaction until the caterpillar unzipped itself and revealed itself to actually be an unfortunately colored sleeping bag. Toru blinked as the image you get when you search up a homeless man stepped out of the sleeping bag and said with the most tired voice Toru had ever heard, "It took you 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough." He blinked slowly at the class, seemingly examining them. Toru gulped. The man sighed. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda." He pulled out a stack of UA training uniforms and set them on his desk. His voice made him sound dead tired. "I know we're starting quickly, but put these on and head out to the field." Toru couldn't help glancing back at Denki to lock eyes for a moment. Who was their homeroom teacher? Katsuki made a point to glare at his fellow classmates as they walked out to the field. The class list had been easy enough to manipulate, so Deku was in the same class as him, as well as both of the other traders. After the entrance exam, he'd looked them up in the organization's database and found that he was correct when he'd guessed their identities at the exam. The invisible girl was Hagakure Toru, a third-generation stealth specialist in the second circle, and the yellow-haired boy was Kaminari Denki, a fifth-generation information specialist also in the second circle. He'd looked at a few of their missions and been a bit impressed at what they'd managed to do in the short time they'd been truly working for the organization. Invisible Girl had 3 major stealth missions under her belt, one of them sneaking into a hero commission building. Pikachu only had 2 major missions in his file, but 2 other intelligence-gathering operations that required him to stay at a desk and help out a team of hackers. Bakugo recognized the more recent intelligence operation as one that had reset one of the connections they'd lost to a server connected to All Might's hero agency. Impressive for someone so young. He and Deku had also been informed about the test that the pair had been given. To put it simply, Katsuki didn't care that much. If anything, it would be a good way to test his skill at keeping a secret identity. If they figured him out, then good for them, in Katsuki's opinion. He had a job to do and he intended to do it correctly. That meant staying in character, doing well in school, and helping Deku figure out OFA. Because of all the quirks in the world for him to have trouble mastering, it had to be the most important one for him to master. Their teacher, Aizawa-sensei, if Katsuki was remembering correctly, was giving the class a speech about how UA worked and fitness tests and quirk usage and rationality, or something that Katsuki was only half listening to. Something about doing a quirk apprehension test. He'd ace it for sure. The worry he was reading in Deku's head was starting to grow, however, enough to make him a bit nervous too. Stop that, he sent a look and a message Deku's way, you'll be fine. Deku swallowed and didn't respond. Bakugo, Aizawa saying his name brought Katsuki back to the present. You finished first at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters? Katsuki had a feeling like he knew where this was going. Try doing it with your quirk? Katsuki tried not to let his amusement show on his face as he took the ball from his teacher and moved to stand in the middle of the circle his teacher had pointed to. He glanced at Deku, asking a question without words. Deku sent a number back. He was always better about math and keeping skills consistent than Katsuki had been. Now Katsuki knew what to shoot for. You can do what you want as long as you stay in the circle, their teacher was explaining. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Katsuki quietly thanked all the training they'd done using quirks exactly like how Aizawa was asking them to. He clutched the baseball in his hand, glared up at the sky and wound up to shoot. Shouting die. As hard as he could, Katsuki let off an explosion in his hand, watching the ball soar through the air in a perfect arc and land somewhere very far away. His classmates watching him gasped at his display of power. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa held up a device Katsuki recognized as one used to measure the distance of throws. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The number on the device read 705.2 meter throw. Katsuki was 5.2 off from the 700 he'd been aiming for. He smiled and sent a quick look Deku's way. Deku had the nerve to look impressed. Denki stared at his classmate in shock. They really were working with the best of the best. If Bakugo Kid was able to do that without any training, then UA really did have powerful students. 750 meters? Seriously? He asked out loud. He got a few odd looks from the people around him and then stared back at the number, worried that he might have misread it. He could have sworn he felt Turu's gaze on him, but when he looked he couldn't tell if she was looking at him. Figures. Someone in the crowd of students said something about having fun, and that set their teacher into a very long speech about how serious all this was that Denki only heard the first 5 words of. He was too lost in thought, looking around at the students near him and trying to gauge their reactions to what the Bakugo Kid had just done. All of them seemed impressed, and nothing they did gave anything away. Denki sighed. Last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. The bizarre statement brought Denki back to the present and he realized that one of the girls near the front of the crowd was speaking. No, even if this wasn't the first day of school, it'd be too unfair. Aizawa set off into another speech about the supposed expulsion, but Denki didn't hear any of it. Expelled? That was an issue. He and Toru both would have to work and do well enough to stay in the school, but if they showed off too much, then that could be a problem. Well, Denki thought to himself, trying not to glance at Toru again, at least it'll eliminate one of our suspects. One of the big 3 wouldn't risk getting expelled. This was it. This was the end. Izuku was going to be expelled and fail the mission and be a disgrace to his family, and there was no way he could do this, and he was doomed. He couldn't control the quirk yet and he wasn't allowed to use any other quirks besides OFA, and he'd heard about Aizawa before and he knew that the man wouldn't hold back when it came to expelling students, and... Deep breath. Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath and focus. Deep breaths, we can't panic now. Izuku forced himself to think about the microwave analogy he'd come up with to describe using OFA. All he had to do was make sure the egg didn't explode. He could do that, right? He could not do that. It was not working. Every time he tried not to let the egg explode, the quirk didn't activate at all. He really was only able to do all or nothing. Izuku watched as the kids around him utilized their quirks to ace every test their teacher threw at them. The 50-meter dash was run in 3.04 seconds by Ida Tenya, the taller kid from earlier who had introduced himself and had a speed quirk. Kaken got through it in 4.13 seconds after Izuku ran through the numbers they'd figured out weeks in advance for this kind of thing in his head, which was only 0.13 seconds slower than what he was shooting for. Even Uraraka managed to use her quirk during the test by eliminating the weight of her clothes. Izuku was stuck running quirklessly. Even though his score was better than it usually was in middle school, it still wasn't anything compared to what some of the other kids were doing. His score on the grip strength test seemed impressive until he saw one of his classmates, a guy with a mutation quirk that gave him extra arms, got 540 kilograms on it. Izuku's anxiety was starting to rise. During the standing long jump, a classmate with a frog quirk jumped far enough that she was suspended in the air for probably a full 5 seconds. The side steps were dominated by the shortest kid in Izuku's class, a guy with purple balls for hair that Izuku had pegged immediately as someone to stay away from based on the way he was already acting around the girls. During the ball throw, Uraraka was the one with the best score. That's amazing! A boy with bright red hair who Izuku was pretty sure had a transformation quirk that allowed him to harden his skin. She got infinity. Izuku only stared at the spot in the sky the baseball had disappeared into and felt sick to his stomach. Izuku was handed the ball by Uraraka. He glanced at Aizawa-sensei, but the man's stare was as cold and tired as it had been all day. There was no encouragement there. Izuku heard the sounds of Kaken talking with Ida, bringing up his supposed quirklessness as he stayed in character and idly established himself as the jerk that he was in front of his classmates. I need one good score, Izuku thought, staring at the ball, just one good score and I'll be doing better than I was doing before. I can do this. Just don't let the egg explode in the microwave. The ground seemed to sway beneath him a moment as he took a deep breath in and tried not to start crying. He had this. Izuku had done much harder things before. He of all people wouldn't let a quirk get the better of him. It's my quirk now, so I get to use it how I want to? Izuku glared up at the sky for a moment and focused, letting the power of OFA collect in his throwing arm. He tensed, trying as hard as he could to not let the power get out of hand, to rein in the ocean of energy that was behind this single throw to stop it from shattering his bones again. The ocean slipped between his fingers moments before the ball left his hand, and he felt a small surge of elation at the thought of having controlled the quirk, until the ball fell down and hit the ground without going any farther than a ball normally would when thrown. 46 meters, Izuku thought in mounting horror. I was definitely trying to use it just now. He couldn't be so bad at controlling it that he couldn't even use it when he wanted to, could he? I erased your quirk. Izuku's racing thoughts were brought to a halt by his teacher speaking up. That entrance exam is not rational enough. Even a kid like you got accepted? Izuku was too distracted by the idea of his quirk being erased to take offense to the comment. You erased my quirk? He asked, stunned for a moment until he recognized a set of bright yellow goggles that had been previously covered by his teacher's weird-looking scarf. Those goggles. I see. You erase other people's quirks just by looking at them. Izuku's mind remembered the hero's quirk before his name came to him. The erasure hero, Eraserhead. Izuku had a fairly large section in one of his notebooks dedicated to Eraserhead, especially considering how few fans the man had. His quirk just presented so many questions. While Izuku's quirk was erased, was it only one of his quirks? Only his birth quirk? All of his quirks? Only some of them? Izuku had no idea. Experimentally, he tried activating a quirk that would let his vision sharpen without giving him any physical side effects of the activation. Instantly, his vision sharpened just like he thought it would. He glanced at Katsuki as he let the quirk drop and tried not to send a million rambling questions and ideas at him through his head, although he could see Katsuki give him a warning look as he must have realized the excitement that was building in Izuku at the thought of having such a cool quirk in front of him. Izuku's favorite kinds of quirks were always the ones that interacted with others' quirks around them. He supposed it made sense, considering what his own quirk was. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts by his teacher speaking to him again. Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? That's not my intention. Izuku's excitement at having such a cool quirk to study in front of him was quickly dashed when he remembered the situation he was in. He swallowed and was just about to go into a tangent and ramble in an attempt to give Eraserhead an explanation, but he was quickly cut off by his teacher's capture weapon shooting out and grabbing him. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will be forced to do. Aizawa-sensei glared at him and Izuku couldn't help but shrink back from his glowing red eyes as he approached. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved over 1,000 people by himself and created a legend. Izuku could hear the contempt in his teacher's voice dripping thickly in distaste as he referenced All Might. Even if you have the same reckless valor, you'll just be decked. And turned into a useless doll after saving one person, Izuku flinched at harsher words than he had heard in a while. With your power, you can't become a hero. The words hit like a punch to the gut, and it took everything in Izuku not to crumple to the ground and start to cry. He's not talking about that, Izuku thought desperately. He's not talking about him. It took Izuku a while to blink the tears that were forming at the edges of his eyes away and realize that Aizawa had given him both the baseball back and another chance to throw it. Izuku was still lost in his own head, trying to shake a memory that was best left behind him. He swallowed. The tests didn't even feel like they mattered anymore. With your power, you can't become a hero. With your power. With your power. Your power. Your power. The words twisted and contorted themselves in Izuku's head until they were all he could think, over and over and over and over again, slithering between his ears like a malicious serpent. His chest hurt like an old wound had been reopened, like the words were burned into his flesh with hot tar across his forehead. He felt the weight of them dragging his shoulders into a slump, chains intent on bringing him down under the earth to drown in dirt as that sentence replayed itself over and over and over again in his head. It was seared into the back of his eyes, twisted and black, like pits of swirling disappointment punched into his bruised and battered soul. There was a spark in the back of his head. Happiness, hope where it shouldn't be there. Izuku focused on it, pulling it forward to engulf everything around it. Kaken's doing, he thought, forcing himself to keep staring at the ground and not let his eyes drift over to his savior. He could see me spiraling. Izuku was thankful for the millionth time that Kaken shared his father's empathy quirk. All right, Izuku glared up at the sky again, a plan forming in his head for how to handle the baseball toss and shoving his teacher's words into the back of his head, repressing memories he didn't want to remember. I guess I'm resorting to an alternate plan of attack. Katsuki blinked up at the board. He'd gotten third place, just under both the recommendation kids. Exactly where he'd intended to be. Deku, however. Katsuki felt his stomach drop and his heart stop as he saw Deku's name at the bottom of the list. Deku was going to be expelled. Deku was going to be expelled over a test as simple and stupid as this one. Katsuki felt absolutely furious, and not the kind of furious that he'd faked as a reaction to finding out that Deku had a quirk. This kind was real, burning and roaring like a forest fire in the pit of his stomach. He forced his face to remain looking only slightly irritated, but keeping the emotion off of his face entirely was proving to be harder than he thought. He was seriously considering a scenario in his mind where he blew his top and attacked Eraserhead for real, no matter how out of character and how mission-ending it would be. Deku getting expelled was mission-ending enough. What were they supposed to do now? Katsuki almost missed Eraserhead's next words. He was so furious. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Katsuki's head snapped up in surprise that he didn't let show on his face. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. He could always tell when someone was lying. It activated a specific part of the brain, and he'd been trained to read it. Eraserhead was lying. He had intended to expel whoever got last place. Katsuki glanced back at Deku. Deku looked like he was about to burst into tears and start sobbing uncontrollably at any moment. Katsuki looked back at Eraserhead, a look of displeasure on his face. He must have been impressed enough by Deku to let him stay. He thought, typical. Lucky bastard. There wasn't much else to say about the rest of class, or even the rest of the school day after that. Katsuki left UA feeling uneasy. With a teacher like Eraserhead, they were going to really have to watch themselves. He wouldn't be easy to fool. Katsuki put his bag down on his kitchen counter once he got home and stared at himself in the reflection of the TV, which was currently turned off. It certainly is a good thing that I'm so good at lying. I made 2 friends at school. Today, Izuku said proudly once the rest of his family was sitting down for dinner tonight. The Midoriyas and the Bakugas had dinners together on Friday nights, so since it was a Monday the Midoriyas were eating alone, just the 4 of them at the table. Inko had made Izuku's favorite food, katsudon, for dinner to celebrate his first day of high school, Uraraka, who has a gravity-canceling quirk, and Ida, who has a speed one. Eri smiled widely. Are they nice? She asked, mouth full of food. Izuku smiled. Yeah, They're both really nice. Uraraka was the girl that I saved during the exam, and I remember seeing Ida there too, but he kind of scared me a little bit. Turns out he's just loud, but I now know that he means well. Izuku explained. A gravity-canceling quirk? Izuku's dad looked interested. Both of them were always happy to talk about quirks. Yeah. It requires her to touch something with all 5 fingers from one hand, from what I've seen, and she can cancel gravity's effects on an object and then release the objects she's touched by touching her fingers together like this, Izuku explained, bringing his hands together so that he made a steeple shape with his fingers. It's really cool. She can even cancel the gravity of multiple objects at once. Midoriya Hisashi moved some of the food on his plate around with his fork thoughtfully. Does she have a limit for the quirk? Maybe the number of objects, or the amount of weight? I think it's based on the amount of weight, Izuku said, thinking through how he'd seen her act during the entrance exam, but I think using her quirk for a long period of time wears her out too. That's very interesting, Izuku's dad smiled. What about Ida? You said he has a speed quirk? Yeah. It's really cool too actually, because it's a mutation quirk and not an emitter quirk like you might expect. Izuku set his fork down on the table, his food nearly forgotten. He has engines in his calves that let him move really fast. We did the 50-meter dash during a quirk assessment test, and he ran it in 3 seconds. Hisashi blinked in surprise. That is really fast, especially for a speed quirk that works through mutation. It must be very powerful then. It certainly seems to be. Based on what Ida said right after he ran the 50-meter, I think he can move faster if he runs for longer. He said something about gears? Izuku's eyes were sparkling. Midoriya Izuku smiled softly. That's really nice, dear. How did meeting your teacher go? Are they really a pro hero? Oh yeah. Izuku nodded. Aizawa-sensei, the pro hero Eraserhead. His quirk might have been one of the coolest I saw today. Midoriya Hisashi's expression seemed to freeze in place, his smile a bit strained. Yes, Erasure is a great quirk, he said thoughtfully, looking down at his food. Has he used it on you yet? Yes, Izuku said. I think he can only erase one quirk for a person at a time, because the only one of my quirks that he erased was one for all, but I can't be sure yet because I haven't been able to really test that out. Hisashi sighed. You probably won't ever be able to, if you're being forced to stay in character. Izuku's smile fell from excited to just thoughtful. Yeah, I suppose you're right. There was a short pause in the conversation, and Izuku managed to remember the food in front of him during it and picked up a fork to continue eating. Eri looked from her parents to her brother a few times before speaking up. My first day of school this year went amazing too. She said proudly, my sensei told me I did amazing. That's great. Izuku's mom smiled at her daughter. I'm glad you like it so much. I don't even mind that I'm homeschooled. Eri said, rambling on like her brother and father tended to do. I like being homeschooled. All my senseis are just for me. They're all really nice too. Plus, I get to learn at my own pace. Eri said the last part wisely, obviously repeating something one of her private tutors had said. Her father smiled. I'm glad you enjoy it so much. How did your quirk training go today? It went well. I made an apple grow back after it got eaten. Eri said proudly, my quirk control teacher said I'm a natural. That made everyone at the table smile brightly. Eri just seemed to have that effect on people, and her family was no different. Well, I'm glad you both had such a good first day at school. Inko nodded to her husband. How was your day at work? Hisashi sighed and shook his head. Busy as always. You will not believe what one of my intelligence people said they found when they were searching through one of the HPSC's private servers again. What? Izuku asked. A downloaded game of Tetris. It appears our government friends liked the game enough to make a private copy of it for themselves. Hisashi smiled as his family laughed. I'm being serious. A game of Tetris. Can you believe some people? No, I cannot. Inko patted her husband's shoulder gently. Some people? Eri giggled. As he was changing into his field gear and getting ready to go out on the night's mission, Izuku couldn't shake his homeroom teacher's words from earlier in the day. With your power, you can't become a hero. Even though Izuku knew that Aizawa-sensei was talking about one for all and not the power he'd heard people in the past refer to when telling him that, he still felt like the world was tipping underneath his feet. He shook his head, but the words wouldn't dislodge themselves from between his ears. They just kept circling and circling, like vultures over a dying animal. With your power, you can't become a hero. Izuku shivered at a memory long repressed. With your power, you'll destroy the world. You'll ruin everything. You can't outrun fate no matter how fast you think you're going. It always catches up to you. Boys. Just like it caught up to him. Denki stared at the file being displayed on one of his computer screens and bit his lip. There had to be either a connection to the HPSC or the organization. They were the only two institutions with enough power over files like this to manipulate them to the degree that this file had been manipulated. Either that or there was a hacking quirk involved, but Denki was pretty sure that if there was it would still be connected to the organization somehow since he looked through other records of quirks and things and Midoriya Izuku wouldn't have any chance to run into someone with that kind of quirk at either his middle school or his elementary school. Neither of his parents would have ever had a chance, either based on the files he'd pulled from where they used to go to school and from where they worked and from their neighbors. Denki felt like pulling the hair out of his head. He was way too deep into this. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning on a school night. Still, the conclusion that he'd come to was perplexing. Either Midoriya was one of the big three, he was involved in the organization in some other way, or he was working for the HPSC, and Denki was reaching the maddening realization that he had no idea which. The reason he'd looked into this Mido character in the first place was because of how the Bakugo kid had exploded at him earlier, and had made comments about how he wasn't supposed to have a quirk. Denki had been immediately reminded of how in his school files, there had been an inconsistency in how his quirk was registered. Denki could see that the quirk's description had been changed recently, but unlike with any other change, he couldn't see what it had been changed from. Today, he decided to check again and try a few more things, but whatever his quirk had been listed as before was still a complete mystery to Denki. That had been annoying enough. What was more annoying was the fact that his quirk had been changed recently, not even a week ago, in fact just barely 3 days ago, in the quirk database, and Denki couldn't see what it had been before that either. The fact that his quirk was simply listed as superpower and had a very vague description, and the fact that it seemed to injure him horribly every time he used it would have been strange enough. The weird changes and hidden information that not even Denki's best hacking skills could obtain just made it suspicious in a way that Denki didn't like. Denki decided that Midoriya probably wasn't part of the Big Three, however. For one, everything about this was suspicious, and the Big Three wouldn't let something like this be so strange in a million years. They had more than enough resources to cover it up. One of the Big Three would have had the same quirk listed as theirs since they were a child, and there wouldn't have been any reason to change it, especially so close to the school year. Even if they had changed it, Denki knew for a fact that they had several people who could manipulate the quirk database almost as easily as the HPSC could, so they'd be able to find a better way to cover up the change. That meant the other two options were more probable. The first option was that Midoriya was involved in the organization, even if he wasn't part of the Big Three. It was far from unheard of for someone to make a deal with All for One in order to get a quirk, especially for the quirkless. Looking at Midoriya's parents' records, it was very unlikely that he was quirkless, but not impossible, especially considering that the Bakugo kid had been so convinced that he was quirkless, considering they'd come from the same middle and elementary schools. That didn't have to be the only quirk-related option, though. It wasn't only quirkless people who made deals with All for One over quirks. Some people had quirks that hurt them, or villainous quirks, and wanted to get rid of them. Some people with mutation quirks that thought they were ugly got rid of them, or people who had weak quirks asked for stronger ones. Midoriya could fall under any of those categories, except maybe people who had quirks that hurt them, since that obviously wasn't an issue for him if the quirk that he traded for was one that injured him so horribly. Which got Denki thinking. The quirk might also be a punishment. Midoriya's father worked overseas, from what Denki could find by obsessively searching social media accounts and checking files from the company that Midoriya Hisashi was listed as working for. He appeared to work in America, but Denki couldn't get much more information than that. Plus, a lot of the numbers when it came to money were troubling, to say the least. Midoriya Hisashi was making a lot more money than his job should earn, and he had been getting extra money for a while now. Over a decade, in fact. All Denki had to do was follow the paper trail, and what he found was a lot of extra money in the Midoriya bank account, and it couldn't be coming from Midoriya Inko because she didn't have a job. She was a stay-at-home mom. Denki was very quickly crafting a scenario in his mind where the Midoriyas were struggling for money and made a deal with someone in the organization. Somehow, they didn't manage to hold up their end of the deal, and their son ended up saddled with a quirk that shattered his bones whenever he used it as some sort of punishment. That wasn't how the organization usually operated though. An entirely different situation was forming in Denki's head all of a sudden. Maybe it was a warning of the organization's power? The extra money in their bank account could be some sort of compensation or bribe. Maybe the Midoriyas had come across information that they weren't supposed to know. Both of these situations would have to be relatively recent though, based on the date that Midoriya Izuku's files had been changed, and the money stuff had started a long time before that. Denki felt like banging his head against the wall. There were too many suspicious things. On the entire other end of the spectrum of things that could be happening, Denki knew that it might be the HPSC that was involved and not the organization. He didn't have the time at the moment to comb through organization files in order to figure out if the Midoriyas were listed anywhere, so he couldn't confirm one way or another yet. The HPSC presented entirely different options. Namely, he didn't know nearly as much about how it operated, and lots of the stuff that it did was under the table and a lot darker than what the organization was doing. They could be covering up any number of things, and since they were the people in charge of nearly all quirk-related things, they wouldn't have to worry about any higher authority finding out that they were covering something up, and therefore could leave such an obvious trail behind like this. As for what they were covering up, Denki had no idea. They didn't have a way to deal in quirks like the organization did, so that was off the table. The money inconsistencies weren't, however. Those were still plenty suspicious. There were too many questions, and no real reason to pursue answers for them, since it was still unlikely that Midoriya was part of the Big Three based on the information that Denki had. Honestly, he thought that this might be an investigation for later. He'd messaged Toru several times throughout the night, but she hadn't responded. She was probably asleep. They'd both been given the week off from any organization duties to focus on school. He wondered what her take on the situation was. He was completely spiraling at the moment, and knew that he'd probably be dead tired tomorrow since he'd stayed up basically the entire night. Denki looked at the clock and winced. He was going to be really tired tomorrow. Himiko sat on a rooftop and stared out at the city. It was so pretty at night, with all the lights casting shadows over the streets, water glinting from a recent rain on the sidewalks and the roads. Himiko was high up in the air. In fact, there weren't any buildings near her that were taller than the one she was sitting on. She felt like if she jumped, she'd be able to fly. Himiko took a deep breath in, savoring the moment. Her peace was about to be broken. "She's calling you what?" Kat sounded angry, but he always sounded angry. Today, however, he sounded angrier than he usually was. Himiko sighed, not bothering to hide her amused smile. "You can't just, what if someone recognizes it? Are you insane? Tell her to stop. I can't back out now, she's already decided." Aizu was arguing with him. "Besides, she heard you say it. Obviously I had to say it." Kaken was almost shrieking. "Can't you just pull your sad puppy act and make her feel guilty for calling you that? You told them that it was used as an insult before, so that's believable." "No. I said it was fine if she called me that, it'd be weird to back out now. Besides, anyone who'd recognize the name also wouldn't do anything about it. They all work for us." Aizu sat down next to Himiko on the edge of the roof, still arguing with Kat's. "Why are you so mad right now?" "Because you're being stupid," Kat screamed. Himiko didn't need to see his face to tell that it was probably Bright Reed from yelling, "You're being irresponsible, and irrational, and dash. And you're being too loud." Himiko cut him off and kicked her feet happily, still smiling down at the city below them. "Don't want anyone to hear us? Who's going to hear us all the way up here?" Kaken asked, but he asked it a lot quieter. "What are you two fighting about anyways?" Himiko asked. Katz let out a string of violent curse words, but Aizu ignored him and turned to look at Himiko. "Kaken is just mad that I'm letting Uraraka-san, the girl I saved at the entrance exam, call me Deku," he explained. Himiko paused to think about that. "It's kind of risky, I suppose. It probably won't be easy to get out of later if you need to. I think it'll be fine though. What's done is done, I guess." Mark my words, Kaken pointed at both of them in turn, that's going to come back to bite us, and neither of you better come crying to me when it happens. Himiko giggled even though no one had said anything particularly funny and smiled behind her mask. We've got work to do tonight, she said in a sing-song voice. Katz appeared to grimace even though he was wearing a mask too, while Aiza's posture remained stiff and emotionless. Let's get going then, he said, glancing back and forth at the two people sitting on either side of him. They both nodded once before kicking off the roof together and disappearing into the night. Toru woke up to texts upon texts that seemed to stretch on to infinity. She stared at her phone for a moment, her notifications clogged up with rambling that never seemed to end. She resolved to read through on the train to school in the morning and idly wondered if Denki got any sleep last night at all. The texts all appeared to be about some weird stuff going on with Midoriya and the files that Denki had found on both him and his family. The money-related stuff that Denki had sent her had all been fairly surface level, and Toru knew that she'd probably be able to dig into it more later. The basis was that their bank account shouldn't have as much money in it as it did, and that was obviously very suspicious. The Quirk database inconsistencies were also all very strange. Toru was already running through a list of contacts in her head that might be able to do a bit more digging on the missing information. Determining what had been written under Midoriya Izuku's quirk description would be important in determining if it was an organization-related thing or a HPSC-related thing. By the time she got to school, Toru was well and truly curious about the Midoriya kid. She resolved to watch him as much as possible. Toru arrived at the school before most of the kids in her class did. In fact, there were only 3 other students there when she arrived. Ida Tenya, Yuyorozu Momo, and Bakugo Katsuki. All 3 of them were on their list of suspects, so their names came to her easily. Toru found that she had the perfect chance before school started to talk to the Bakugo kid. He might have a different perspective on the whole situation than the Quirk database files could provide. When she entered the room, no one seemed to notice. Bakugo was still taking his stuff out and seemed to have just arrived. Toru walked over to him, setting down her stuff at her assigned seat, which was right in front of his. He didn't appear surprised to hear her set her bag down, so she figured he must have noticed her come in. He's perceptive, Toru thought carefully. He might have noticed something that Denki couldn't see in the files. Plus, he seemed to know Midoriya well enough to call him by a nickname, or possibly an insult considering what it was. Toru realized that Bakugo was probably quirkist based on how he seemed to think that Midoriya used to be quirkless and had called him a name like Deku. Toru looked at him for a few seconds, collecting her thoughts before he turned to her and glared, as if waiting for her to say something. Toru tried not to flinch back at the anger in his eyes. She swallowed and opened her mouth to speak. If you have something to say, then say it, Bakugo interrupted her, speaking louder than he needed to considering no one else in the room was talking. Toru saw the other student's eyes glance their way. She took a deep breath, trying to make sure that Bakugo could hear she was about to speak. Did you know that one kid who breaks his bones? Or did you just start yelling at a random kid? She asked, irritation seeping into her voice from being interrupted. Bakugo snorted. None of your business, he said, sitting down in his seat and putting his feet on the desk like she wasn't even there. Toru felt herself get more irritated. Ida Tenya spoke up from across the room. Yes, it is in fact none of your business, the relationship between fellow classmates. It is rude to pry. He went completely ignored. Well, Toru sat down as well, but kept talking loud enough for Bakugo to hear her easily. You must not have known him that well if you thought he was quirkless for some reason. Immediately, she got an explosive reaction. I did know him. I've known him since before we got quirks. He never had one. Toru heard the distinct sound of explosions going off behind her. He's certainly volatile, Toru thought, and easily angered, which means easily manipulated. She turned around in her chair to see every feature of Bakugo's face outlined in anger. Really? That's super weird then. I wonder why you didn't know. Did anyone know? Toru tilted her head and tapped her chin thoughtfully even though she knew he couldn't see her. He got diagnosed as quirkless when we were kids. There's no way he just suddenly has a quirk now, Bakugo snarled. He's looking down on me, not telling me that he has a quirk. You shouldn't gossip about other classmates. Ida continued to go ignored as he voiced his protest to the conversation topic. Toru tilted her head to the other side. That was quite the conclusion to come to about someone who seemed as nice as Midoriya. Besides, that really didn't seem to be what was going on here. It would take going to great lengths to hide having a quirk for as long as it appeared Midoriya would have had to, and there was no real reason for it. Quirkless people got treated horribly, there was no good reason someone would want to pretend to be one. In fact, the fact that Bakugo wasn't more suspicious was kind of suspicious. But if he knew what was really going on, then why would he yell about Midoriya's supposed past quirklessness so that everyone in the class would hear about it? It was strange. Really strange, in Toru's opinion. Maybe she was overthinking this though. Bakugo might really believe what he just said about Midoriya looking down on him. Midoriya might have even developed a quirk that late. Some quirks required specific activation methods, and it was entirely possible that he just hadn't been under the right circumstances to activate it when he was younger. Plus, from the way he was using his quirk, it was almost like he'd never used it before. Toru turned back around in her seat in thought. At this point, a few more people had entered the classroom. The girl with the frog quirk and the boy with the bird's head had sat down while she and Bakugo had been arguing. She could see the taller boy who was always wearing a mask and had 6 arms entering the classroom too. From what Toru could deduce, it seemed like Midoriya had gotten his quirk recently. While it might have been through natural means, that seemed unlikely. Toru thought back to the text she'd received from Denki that morning and wondered if there really was more to her classmate than there appeared to be. It took a while, but Midoriya eventually entered the classroom too, chatting with the girl who had a gravity-canceling quirk. Toru was sure her name started with a U or maybe an A, but she couldn't remember it for the life of her. He stumbled over his feet a bit while he was walking to his desk and set his stuff down clumsily, face still looking a bit flustered from talking to the enthusiastic girl. He appeared more flustered when she followed him to his seat and kept up their conversation from before. Toru watched them carefully out of the corner of her eye, making sure to keep her shoulders still and facing as forward as they could be so that her classmates wouldn't be able to tell where she was looking. Midoriya was unassuming, plain. Not someone who would stand out in a crowd or someone you would immediately think of as suspicious. Toru watched them until the bell rang. After Uraraka left his side and sat down in her own seat, Midoriya took out a notebook and started writing furiously in it. I wonder what he's writing, Toru thought to herself before Aizawa-sensei spoke up and the second day of school began. Regular classes in the morning, hero training in the afternoon. Katsuki stared at his schedule during lunch and the teachers' names. He guessed that each teacher got to choose whether they went by their actual name or their hero name at school, because there were some teachers like Eraserhead who used their actual names. On that note, Katsuki should probably switch to calling his teacher Aizawa-sensei and not his hero name like everyone else. Present Mike had his actual name listed. Yamada-sensei was listed as his English teacher, but had introduced himself as Mike-sensei when he'd started his class. All Might was included in the teachers who had their hero names listed on the schedule, but even then, most of the other teachers had their real names listed underneath. All Might didn't. That's weird, Katsuki thought to himself as he tried to ignore the sounds of the cafeteria around him. It's not like listing his real name would really do anything. He doesn't have a secret identity or something like that. That train of thought got Katsuki thinking though. All Might hadn't even revealed his name to the public. He'd only ever been known as All Might. If you looked hard enough, you could probably find it. Katsuki supposed he'd never really considered that before. He knew there were a few heroes who worked closely with the HPSC and kept their names private. Hawks was one for instance, but that was because he'd gone through the HPSC hero training program. All Might certainly hadn't, he'd graduated from UA. I guess he kind of has a secret identity. Katsuki chewed his food thoughtfully. No one can find out about his skeleton form, after all. By the time lunch was over, Katsuki had managed to finish his food and look over his schedule several times. Heroics classes were next in his schedule. Katsuki made his way to the heroics classroom, still finding himself lost in thought. The first impression Kaminari Denki got of All Might was him leaping through the door to his classroom like a swan, shouting, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." In fact, that was the first impression most of the people in his class got of All Might. Several people still looked up at the hero like he was the coolest person they ever saw regardless. Denki thought he was pretty cool regardless of how he chose to enter the room as well if he was being honest. All Might spoke loudly and triumphantly, as if he'd just finished defeating a villain and was addressing the press afterwards. Denki wondered if he always talked like that. I teach basic hero training, All Might explained happily. It's a subject where you train in different ways to be a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. He stopped to pose dramatically. Denki cringed a bit at the cheesiness of it all. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. Combat training. He held up a card victoriously that read combats in brightly colored, dramatic colors. All Might seemed to pause for a moment, maybe for dramatics, maybe because he forgot what he was going to say for a second, and then struck another pose and pointed a remote at the wall to Denki's left. And to go with that are these. He shouted. Big silver panels with bright numbers painted on the sides slid out of the wall. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. Denki thought back to his costume idea and winced a little to himself. He'd been pretty busy and hadn't put that much thought into it. It was a little boring, but he supposed it would work at least for now. After you change into your costumes, meet me at ground beta. Denki and the other students around him all stood up in a flurry of excitement to grab their boxes. Denki paused for a second to count which seat he was in so that he could make sure he grabbed the correct box before double and triple checking he was reading the number right and pulling it out of the wall. That all took time, and he was one of the last ones out of the room. He hurried down the hallway to catch up with the other boys and head to the locker rooms. Katsuki stared at the gauntlets in his case. They were huge, a lot bigger than he was expecting if he were to be honest. He slipped on the armbands the gauntlets would attach to, put on the gloves, and then slipped on the two large grenade-shaped support items. Katsuki stared at his hands contemplatively. The gauntlets were lighter than he'd expected, especially considering their size. The gloves were still a bit stiff, and so was the rest of the costume for that matter. His boots seemed a bit big, so he tightened them again and found that doing something like tying shoelaces was harder than he thought it would be with his gloves on. The tiny black mask he tied around his head and the black and orange spiky headpieces he had to put on made him long for his regular field mask. Katsuki felt like there was so much missing from his outfit. Where was the gas mask? The full face coverage to hide his identity? The armored suit and iron-soled shoes? The fireproof material? The internal heater and internal air conditioning for extreme temperatures? His shoulders were exposed, and all he could think about was how there was absolutely no protection, not even a layer of flimsy fabric that could protect them from burns or cuts or gunshots. The layer of flimsy fabric might as well have not even been there in the first place anyways as far as protection went. Katsuki wrinkled his nose. Technically, Katsuki had asked for this kind of hero costume, but now that he had it, all the things wrong with it seemed glaringly obvious. Katsuki pursed his lips and glanced around at the boys around him. Well, he thought, looking at Endeavor's kid and the tiny purple bastard's costumes, it could always be worse. Then of course, he saw it, and it took him a second to realize what he was looking at. A lot worse. He tried not to snicker at the pajama-looking thing that Deku was wearing. A lot worse. Izuku was one of the last ones out of the tunnel that led to ground beta. He was really starting to regret wearing the costume that his mom had made. He had no idea when she'd found the time to make it, considering how busy she was, but he supposed that she'd wanted to remind him how much she cared about him since they hadn't spent as much time together recently as they used to. It was a kind gesture, but one that Izuku was pretty sure they both knew wouldn't amount to much. If anything, the costume would only hinder his performance in battle, since it was so flammable and honestly offered less protection than if he had been wearing the regular school uniform. If it caught on fire, then it was over for Izuku, and there was more than one person in his class that had a quirk that could set things on fire. It also looked ridiculous. Izuku saw the look Kaken had sent him before he left the boys' locker room. Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever seen someone look at a quote-unquote hero costume with such distaste, and he'd seen a lot of people look at hero costumes with distaste. The people he tended to work with usually didn't care for heroes much. The gloves were a bit big, and Izuku kept having to adjust them. He hadn't changed his shoes, and the bunny ears attached to his hood made him feel a bit ridiculous. Logically, Izuku knew that he was supposed to act like a major All Might fanboy, and deep down he really kind of was. But there was such a thing as paying too much homage to someone you admired. Izuku knew he'd made a mistake the second he stepped out of the tunnel and realized that everyone in his class had a costume that was 10 times cooler than his. Even the people who didn't look like they'd tried that hard, like Kaminari, someone working for the organization, Izuku had found out from Kaken last night during patrol. He had an electric quirk, or the girl with the sound quirk. Even the people with horrible costume designs like the Ice and Fire Kid, Todoroki, if Izuku was remembering correctly, and the really short one with purple balls on his head. Then again, that one was pretty bad. Izuku's might be better than his. Purple Ball Kid looked like he was wearing an oversized diaper. Izuku was just starting to feel a little better about himself when he caught sight of Uraraka. "Oh, Deku," she says to him, walking over. How he recognized him with his mask on, Izuku wasn't sure. Hearing the names Deku coming from her was a bit strange, but he found he didn't mind it that much. "Uraraka-san," he said, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. "That looks so cool." Uraraka seems to flounder for her words for a moment, as if trying to figure out what she should say to Izuku while he was dressed like he was, really down to earth. Izuku winced internally at her awkward phrasing but figured that she was trying. He didn't manage to say anything in response though, because he suddenly realized that his friend's costume looked really, really cool, even though he was questioning the functionality of it, especially because her boots appeared to have heels. "I should have written down what I wanted," Uraraka explained. "Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit." "It's embarrassing." Izuku wasn't quite sure what to say to that. He realized that if he agreed with her, then that could be quite insulting, but if he complimented her, that said something else that he didn't want to say. He was just about to panic over it when he caught All Might's eye and saw the exact moment the hero noticed his costume. It was very clear to Izuku that All Might saw where he took inspiration from his costume. Izuku kind of wanted the floor to swallow him whole. "Now," All Might said, fixing his composure and trying to bring himself together after seeing the obvious inspiration Izuku must have taken from him when designing his costume, "it's time for combat training." Izuku had a very particular picture in his mind of what combat training was. He knew, logically, that whatever they were about to do in class would be nothing like what he did back home at the bunker or the base, but it didn't stop him from being surprised. The movie-like scenario. The unrealistic parameters of the challenge. The randomness of letting chance decide who's on which team and who's facing off against which person. The lack of instruction beforehand. The lack of safety measures taken. The flimsy explanation for why each of the aspects of the challenge were chosen. To put it simply, Izuku was unimpressed. Izuku couldn't help but think back on how the whole situation would probably go if they were doing combat training the right way. While All Might rambled on about papier-mâché bombs and capture tape, Izuku felt himself drift away, lost in thought. He could feel blood pounding in his ears in time with his heartbeat. The concrete was solid, holding firm even as he was slammed into it again and again. The evidence of his falling should be painted on his sides in black and blue bruises, but his healing quirks worked too fast, regenerating and rejuvenating him just so that he can be smacked down all over again. Even though his hands were up in a defensive position, and his feet were spread apart, knees bent to give him as solid a base as they can, Izuku could feel himself shaking. He'd been fighting for so long at this point, so long. He wondered idly when it was going to end. Keep up. Akaguro-sensei moves fast, faster than Izuku can keep track of, especially when he was this beat up and exhausted. You won't have time to predict an enemy's next move like you want to in a real fight. You have to rely on training and muscle memory. Trust your instincts and strike. Izuku hit the floor again as his feet were swiped out from under him in an easy blow, and he got back up as quickly as he could, but scrambling to his feet took more out of him than he expected, and he felt his vision sway and blacken around the edges. Akaguro-sensei didn't seem to care. Fight? Get yourself together. Come on. He lashed out with a hit that was going to hit Izuku over the head again, and Izuku tried to duck, but it was too slow, and the concrete beneath his feet swayed dangerously after he was hit again before he crashed to the floor. Akaguro-sensei scoffs. How do you expect to run the organization if you can't even get through one measly fight? Izuku didn't answer. His head felt like it was swimming through tar, and his sensei's words felt far away. His instructor rolled his eyes and helped him to his feet. You aren't going to learn anything like this. Go get some rest, let those regeneration quirks of yours get to work. Go on, head to bed. It'll help even if you don't need to sleep. Izuku nodded, still in a daze. He let Akaguro-sensei lead him back to the bunker and ran into his mother on his way through their kitchen. I swear he works you too hard, Midoriya Izuku looked at her son with concern. I had to go through the same training when I was his age. Midoriya Hisashi was sitting at the kitchen counter like he usually was, running through paperwork. He'll survive. It'll only make him stronger. It's a harsh world that we've brought him into, and he'll need all the help he can get. Izuku remembered looking up and locking eyes with his dad. Eyes that he knew were identical to his whenever he looked in a mirror. There were no scars to mar his father's face yet at the time this memory took place. Lucky my son's the toughest person I know, his dad said proudly, ruffling his hair. Izuku remembered his resolve to become stronger, faster, smarter, strengthening once again as his mom led him to his bedroom. Izuku's feet hit the wall and he kicked off and up, soaring higher than Akaguro-sensei could reach him unless he threw a knife. The expected knife came, and Izuku dodged by kicking off the wall again before he started to fall and twisting midair to dodge a sword his combat training master had thrown up as well before flipping to avoid another barrage of knives and landing in a graceful roll before ducking in close to Akaguro-sensei faster than a normal human should be able to move, picking up a knife off the ground near one of his feet and stabbing towards his sensei's neck in a fatal maneuver. His master's head snapped back as he dodged with a calculating look on his face, and Izuku felt his torso move to the side instinctively as he saw his sensei's hand move towards his hip where Izuku knew he had another knife stashed to dodge the attack before grabbing with his hand, not holding the knife to try and grab his master's hand that had just tried to stab him, but he was too fast, evading Izuku's capture. Izuku kicked out with one leg as if he were going to hit Akaguro-sensei's knee. His sensei moved out of the way as expected, and Izuku stabbed down on his other foot with his heel as he had been planning before, as his teacher had to shift his weight to that leg to keep his balance while he dodged Izuku's other attack. Izuku used the chance granted to him as his sensei stumbled to steal a sword from his master's belt and used the hilt of it as he drew it out of its sheath to hit Akaguro-sensei's arm with enough enhanced strength to leave a bruise and cause his head combat trainer to flinch back involuntarily. Izuku moved quickly out of the way of a knife and a foot that headed his way by stepping directly behind his sensei's injured foot and ducking behind him to bring the sword right behind his lower back and press lightly. He felt Akaguro-sensei freeze and try to hold himself up at the awkward angle and not fall backwards even though he was leaning that way and fall on the sword. The sparring came to a standstill and Izuku smiled triumphantly. "How did I do?" he asked, still holding his teacher at the uncomfortable angle. Akaguro-sensei snorted. "You're getting better," he said. "You're certainly inventive, that's for sure. Any reason why you seem to like using my own weapons against me so much?" "It just makes sense, I guess," Izuku explained, taking the time to think about it. The moment he was distracted, Akaguro-sensei stepped backward quickly and harshly with the intention of stepping on Izuku's foot much like Izuku had stepped on his and regaining some of his balance in the process. But Izuku moved his foot out of the way quickly and slid the sword up so that it was pressing into the back of his sensei's neck instead of his back. "I'm not falling for that anymore," Izuku said proudly. Akaguro-sensei huffed a light laugh. "Good for you, kid, good for you." Izuku couldn't see his sensei's face from the angle he was at behind him, but he could have sworn from the tone of his master's voice that he was smiling. Denki was extremely happy when he found out that he was not paired with or against the Bakugo kid. He wasn't sure which option sounded worse. He felt very bad for all three people who were stuck in a battle trial with him, especially considering one of them was the Midoriya kid. Bakugo seemed to hold a special kind of dislike for him. Denki was still dead tired from last night when he unwisely stayed up until 1 in the morning researching Midoriya's quirk only to find nothing out about it except for what it couldn't be, essentially, and he hadn't even managed to rule out the most important things to rule out. He was very frustrated. He did see that Bakugo, Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka were all going first and winced as he realized that Midoriya really had gotten the worst deal. At least his partner was friendly and they'd probably work well. Meanwhile, Denki had gotten paired with Jairu, apparently. She had a sound quirk from what he could tell, and it had something to do with the earphone jacks that were growing from her earlobes. Denki had vague memories of not researching her for long while he and Toru were in their information hunting craze. She came from a family of musicians, if he was remembering correctly, but the exact details of her quirk were escaping his mind. Jiru did not, however, try to strike up a conversation with Denki. She didn't even make an effort to stand near him, which Denki didn't really mind that much. They would have time before the battle trial started to talk about quirks. Toru, however, was standing as far away from him as she could be, and although logically, Denki knew it was so that he didn't do something stupid and make a funny comment to her even though he shouldn't know her that well as of yet like he noticeably almost did yesterday several times, he couldn't help but try to send a small pout her way. He had no idea if she'd seen it though, because since Toru was completely invisible yet again, he had no idea where she was looking. Denki took the time they spent waiting for the villain team to set up the papier-mâché bomb, observing all his different classmates' costumes. Several of them looked really good, and several of them looked really bad. Denki found himself wincing at the small purple guy's costume, he couldn't remember his name at the moment, and wincing at Todoroki's costume, which made him look like he was halfway being taken over by the abominable snowman. It was not a good look on him. Denki glanced over at Toru and was struck by the realization that his friend was probably wearing nothing but her boots and gloves. Denki looked away on instinct, feeling weird looking her way even if he couldn't see her, and remembered all the times that he'd heard from the costume people in the organization that there was always a way that someone could make their quirk work through their clothes without having to deal with showing more skin than they were comfortable with. Denki couldn't help glancing back at Yaoyorozu and wondering if she was given the option to use one of the many methods. He'd been told by Toru through several ranting text messages after the costume requesting information had been given out that she sure hadn't been presented with basically any option other than going naked. He felt really bad for her. It couldn't be comfortable. Speaking of not being comfortable watching Bakugo through the cameras, it was pretty obvious that he wasn't comfortable with something that was going on, and it made him angry. Denki saw Ida flinch back a bit at his teammates' obvious rage. Denki wondered if it had anything to do with Midoriya, then figured that it probably did. Both teams seemed to be having a conversation, although in the screening room, none of the students could hear either of them. Denki longed to know what they were saying, considering what Bakugo might know about Midoriya's past, especially pertaining to his quirk. He tried watching All Might's expression, considering that the man was tuned into the comm system and could hear what both teams were saying, but his face remained stoically in his never-ending smile. Denki wondered how much the man hid behind that smile. Denki thoughtfully turned to watch Uraraka and Midoriya. Midoriya looked very nervous, and Uraraka looked like she might be giving him a pep talk. Midoriya pulled his mask down and put on his mouthpiece, nodding at something Uraraka must have said. All Might spoke up into the microphone so that the entire class could hear him. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. All Might turned around away from the microphone to look at the students gathered in the room with him. All right everyone, you should all think about this as well. He didn't elaborate on what he meant by that. Denki realized that he probably didn't have any kind of teaching degree. Since the villain team didn't seem to be doing anything interesting besides arguing about something, Denki decided to watch how the hero team was doing. Uraraka and Midoriya seemed to discuss something quickly for a few seconds before they nodded to each other and headed around the side of the building until they reached a window. It didn't take them long to open it and sneak through. Denki personally thought that going through the trouble of going through the window in an exercise like this was kind of pointless. Considering the villain team already knew that they were going to be infiltrating the building, it couldn't be used as a way to surprise them. Even if you argued that they would be sneaking in and could still surprise the villains by coming into the building through a way they wouldn't expect and managing to avoid them long enough to launch a sneak attack, that still didn't make much sense since neither teams knew the layout of the building well enough for that to work. Denki figured they could get the same effect by coming through the doorway. He was so lost in thought he didn't realize that the hero team was on the verge of running into Bakugo until an explosion blew up the screen and the people around him gasped. Denki snapped back to the present and watched the screen in astonishment, barely able to see what was happening through all the smoke. Bakugo had appeared to jump out from behind a wall to attack Midoriya and Uraraka. There was a hole in the wall where it seemed he'd punched it with an explosion. Midoriya and Uraraka were on the ground like they jumped out of the way of the explosion in a hurry. Denki winced when he saw how much of Midoriya's mask Bakugo had burned off with his first attack. Bakugo used one of his hands to wave some of the smoke away so that he could have a better view of his opponents. He seemed to say something, and Midoriya responded. Denki felt distressed again since he couldn't hear what they were saying. Bakugo, that's cheating. Kirishima, a red-haired boy who was standing next to Denki, spoke up in indignation. Denki remembered him from their list of suspicious people. His quirk was really similar to Tetsu's. A surprise attack is a strategy too, All Might explained to him. They're in the middle of a real battle right now. Midori avoided it. A girl with pink skin Denki couldn't remember the name of smiled. There goes Bakugo. Denki spoke up, still watching the screen. Bakugo was running towards Midoriya, a furious expression on his face. Midoriya didn't seem fazed and ran forward to meet him. Denki gasped as he avoided a heavy right hook that was thrown his way with ease and turned around backwards to grab the arm that had been thrown out to punch him. To everyone's surprise, he used it to flip Bakugo over his shoulder and onto his back with enough force to probably knock the breath out of him. Instead of using the chance that he was being granted while Bakugo was catching his breath, Midoriya put shaking fists up and seemed to be talking to him. They must have some real history if Midoriya isn't using the chance this gives him to tie up Bakugo with capture tape, Denki thought, wishing for the millionth time that he could hear what Midoriya and Bakugo were saying. Midoriya waited while Bakugo was still standing up and catching his breath and didn't do anything except turn and say something to Uraraka that made her spin around and run away from the situation. Denki wondered what his strategy was. Bakugo turned to face Midoriya and clenched his fists, letting a few explosions off. Denki couldn't see his expression very clearly, but from what he could tell Bakugo was nearly shaking with rage. He didn't know if he could think of a time that he'd seen someone make someone so angry with a single action. Ida appeared to ask Bakugo something through the earpiece, and Bakugo shouted something back. What was Bakugo saying? Kirishima asked. Can't tell with just cameras in a fixed position and no sound. He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio, All Might explained. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. Denki quietly wondered why they hadn't been told this earlier. The time limit is 15 minutes. The pink girl spoke up again, pointing to the timer set on the screen. And the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? She asked. Yes. All Might nodded. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage. She pointed out. All Might paused as if thinking for a second on how to explain himself. Heroes should be able to turn the tables in whatever predicament they're in. Besides, hasn't Aizawa told you that as well? There's no time for easy stuff. Plus ultra. Denki jumped up with everyone else to yell the school's motto as well. Monsieur, Bakugo is Aoyama, if Denki was remembering correctly, spoke up but was cut off almost immediately. Bakugo had blasted off towards Midoriya with one of his hands and twisted midair to roundhouse kick him in the side of the face. Midoriya threw up an arm to block the blow and Denki realized that he'd managed to wrap the capture tape around his leg during the small move. He lost his hold on Bakugo's leg pretty quickly, but it tripped him up for a second. Bakugo threw another right swing at Midoriya with an explosion packed behind it, but Midoriya stepped out of the way. That guy's amazing. A taller kid with big lips who was standing next to Toru spoke up. He's not even using his quirk. Denki was fairly certain the kid speaking up was named Siro, but he couldn't remember what his quirk was. He was pretty sure it had something to do with his elbows, fighting against the guy who finished first in the entrance exam. Midoriya was crouched down and seemed to be breathing heavily. Denki realized that he wouldn't be able to keep up what he was doing for long. Bakugo put both of his hands behind him in a move that Denki recognized was him preparing to blast off towards Midoriya, but instead of meeting him like he had before, Midoriya turned around and ran away. Bakugo yelled something at him in a rage and chased after him. Midoriya was fast even though he was out of breath, and it didn't take him long to lose Bakugo in the maze that the building was. When he realized that he'd lost the person he was chasing, Bakugo stopped in the middle of the hallway and yelled something at the ceiling before letting off angry explosions in his hands again. Denki flinched back a bit. He seems really angry. It's scary. He watched as Midoriya continued to run through the building until he was sure he'd lost Bakugo, stopping to rest and catch his breath around a corner in the hallway labeled 2F. Bakugo kept blasting open closed doors and checking through room after room, screaming what Denki could only assume were violent curses the entire time. Ito was still standing by the bomb. He hadn't moved from the room. He was tapping his fingers impatiently. The two villain teammates were clearly not working together. Uraraka was still sneaking around, trying to find the bomb. Denki had a feeling like they were at a stalemate for the time being. He was not expecting any of this when All Might had announced they would be doing combat training. Katsuki walked through the hallways and felt an immense sense of déjà vu wash over him. This was not the first time he had chased Deku through a maze and realized that he had no idea where he went. Deku had gotten very good at masking his brain from being read or tracked throughout the years, and Bakugo knew the familiar feeling of reaching out with his empathy quirk and feeling nothing coming from him quite well. It made him furious. "I'm going to find you." Katsuki stomped around the playground, his 5.5-year-old feet proudly marching from the swings to the slide to look under it. One of his friends complained loudly as he was found immediately. "Well, pick a better hiding spot then," Katsuki said impatiently, running off to find his other friends. It didn't take him long to find them, but he realized very quickly that Deku was the only one still hiding. Katsuki glared around at the playground surrounding him and searched for a good spot Deku could use to hide. Katsuki ran around for another minute or so, checking all the spots he thought could be plausible. He couldn't find Deku anywhere. "Deku!" he yelled, getting irritated. "Where are you?" His friends snickered as he used the alternate pronunciation of Izuku's name. "I'm going to find you," he yelled again. Katsuki closed his eyes and focused. Tapping into the empathy quirk his dad had given him was a new thing, but he was getting pretty good at it. He couldn't recognize what all the different feelings and colors he saw meant, but he did know how to locate a person. Katsuki opened his eyes and looked around the playground again, and saw some extra stray brain waves coming from behind the bench his mom was sitting on. "I know where you are," he yelled, taking off towards his mom. He raced around the side of the bench to see Deku crouching behind it, smiling. "You found me," he laughed. "You picked the worst hiding spot," Katsuki declared loudly. "But I was the last one found?" Deku stood up, looking confused. "Yeah, well, you still picked the worst spot." Katsuki glared at him. His friends jeered and snickered behind him. Katsuki turned around and marched back to the swings, pointing at one of his friends. "You're the finder next." The game continued. Katsuki was the best finder and the best hider. He declared himself the winner even if they were playing a game that didn't usually have one. None of his friends protested. Katsuki ran through the training maze desperately. He had no idea where Deku was. Even though he couldn't hear Akaguro-sensei behind him, he knew he was being followed. There was no way he'd managed to lose Akaguro-sensei yet. The walls almost seemed to press down around him, but he'd run through this maze many times before, and although the route changed each time, it still felt familiar enough to give him some relief from the uncomfortable sensation of walls looming over him. He was breathing hard. He'd been sprinting for nearly half an hour at this point. The clock was ticking down, and Katsuki pushed off the walls whenever he came to a corner in an attempt to not lose his speed. A knife sliced through the air next to him as a warning, and adrenaline kicked in again to help him pick up the pace. Katsuki was nearly 11 years old at this point, and Akaguro-sensei was still around to teach him, Deku and Himiko. Katsuki had already found her, but he was realizing with horrifying certainty that he had no idea where Deku was. He pushed out with his empathy quirk, and was coming to the heart-stopping realization that he couldn't feel Deku anywhere. Akaguro-sensei was like a light blinking slowly behind him, good enough at hiding his brain waves that he couldn't be seen unless you were looking for him, but when Katsuki searched for Deku, there was nothing there. It was dead quiet. He was almost starting to get worried. Katsuki kept running, figuring that if he couldn't find Deku through his brain waves, he'd try the old-fashioned way. If Deku had managed to make his output really small, then he might just have to get in range to find him. Katsuki was sprinting for the other end of the maze, desperate to sense his signal. The closer he got to the other side, the more his panic was building. He couldn't sense Deku anywhere. He could always sense people. The realization that there was someone in the maze with him that he couldn't feel the location of made Katsuki's chest feel tight, and he forced himself to keep his breath even as his heart rate soared higher than it should be. He was already exerting himself so much, but he didn't slow down. Instead, Katsuki's feet pounded the pavement, and he pushed himself to go faster in his panic. If he could just get in range, Katsuki tore around the last corner to come face to face with a differently colored wall than the rest of the maze. The edge, Katsuki felt his stomach drop through the floor. I've reached the end, and I have no idea where Deku is. Katsuki didn't let himself stop for long. He took off to his left, promising that he would circle the entire maze and find Deku. No one could hide from Katsuki for long. Absolutely no one. Katsuki swallowed and focused on his new goal, trying to ignore the clock as much as possible. He felt Akaguro-sensei grow a bit closer from his hesitancy at seeing the back wall of the maze and bit his tongue to stop himself from using his birth quirk. He wasn't allowed to rely on that right now, and he'd been told to never use it when he was feeling too panicked or angry anyways. Your words are dangerous, he remembered his mother telling him. You have to use them wisely or not at all. Someone could end up really hurt, and we can't always fix them. Katsuki yelled in frustration and kept running, following as close to the outside wall of the maze as he could. Akaguro-sensei's presence fell away behind him, and he knew that his teacher had gone off somewhere else, probably to cut him off when Katsuki would eventually have to turn the corner at the end of this side of the wall. It was pretty obvious where he was going. Katsuki waited a few moments to allow his sensei to get farther away before delving deeper into the maze. He forced himself to keep going and not let his speed drop. The second he was about in the center of the maze, Katsuki reached out with his empathy quirk and felt nothing. If he focused, he could feel the general direction that Akaguro-sensei was in, but there was nothing in terms of where Deku was. The absolute radio silence almost sounded louder than Deku's usual explosion of constant emotion. Usually, Katsuki could read him like a book. Usually, he would know exactly where Deku was. Katsuki had no idea where Deku was. The absence of a presence that had always been around Katsuki was starting to scare him. A deep sense of dread was setting in, like tar coating his bones and slowing his muscles even as they burned while he kept sprinting. The walls of the maze were starting to look sinister, more sinister than they had looked since Katsuki was very young. With only the faint sense of laser-focused determination coming from Akaguro-sensei's direction, Katsuki felt alone. The quiet was deafening. If he kept focusing on that train of thought, Katsuki worried he might start crying. Katsuki refused to cry over something so stupid, so he shoved down his unease and kept running. He concentrated on the pounding of his feet on the pavement, the walls around him, solid and familiar instead of strange and looming. He breathed in and out, counting his breaths like he was supposed to in order to keep air flowing in and out of his lungs at a steady speed. He concentrated on the strain in his muscles, in the heat in his face and the sweat making his shirt stick to his back. Being in the moment grounded him. Katsuki gave up on using the empathy quirk for finding Deku, deactivating it after taking note of where his sensei was and turning so he was running away from him. Katsuki knew he didn't have very much time left. He had hardly a minute, looking at the timer set on his watch, and there was no way he was going to find Deku unless his empathy quirk was working. Since it wasn't, Katsuki forced himself not to dwell on it for very long. It would all be up to chance whether or not Katsuki found Deku, and he was smart enough to assess the situation and decide that he probably wasn't going to. All Katsuki could hope to do at this point was keep himself from being caught by Akaguro-sensei. The best way to do that would be to stay quiet and keep an eye on him in order to avoid him. Katsuki let himself start to slow down for the first time in what felt like forever. A deep ache settled into his legs almost instantly, and he winced as the adrenaline keeping him from feeling their burn faded and left him with nothing but sore muscles. Katsuki was good at being stealthy, and even though he could run without making much noise, when he was walking he could be perfectly silent. His shoes glided over the floor, and he forced himself to breathe slower even though he didn't want to. Katsuki checked around corners before he turned around them, careful like he'd been taught. Crouching close to the ground, heart rate slowing gradually, Katsuki closed his eyes and reached out with his empathy quirk again. He could feel where Akaguro-sensei was, all the way across the maze, but the complete silence from Deku was still there. Katsuki had to refocus on his breathing when the familiar feeling of dread settled in at the lack of response. Katsuki lasted the rest of the minute or so like that, moving slowly and quietly, breathing carefully and keeping his empathy quirk trained on his teacher. By the time the timer was up, his heart rate had slowed from racing to average, but his muscles hadn't yet stopped aching. Speakers in the wall crackled to life. Katsuki swallowed. Time's up. Akaguro-sensei's familiar voice crackled through the speakers. I trust you can find your way out. Katsuki turned around and followed the signal his teacher was broadcasting faintly across the maze, growing stronger. He didn't feel like breaking out into a run again, but he stopped bothering with being quiet and made sure not to dawdle. As Katsuki stepped around a corner, his brain was suddenly hit with the full force of Deku's brain, all emotions blaring at the high energy they usually were, moving too fast for someone who wasn't used to reading the waves to comprehend. Getting blasted with it after such an abrupt radio silence made the unease Katsuki had been feeling dissipate immediately, but his anger at being tricked exploded in his chest anyway and he started running even though he was exhausted. He shrieked the second he rounded the last corner and came face to face with the offending person. What did you do? Katsuki did not hesitate before throwing the first punch, which Deku dodged easily before turning to smile blindingly at Katsuki. The amount of pure happy energy threw Katsuki for a loop, and was surprising enough to halt him in his tracks, leaving him just staring at Deku with a mix of fury and confusion clouding his facial features, fists still clenched as if he were going to hit something. Deku's cheer was infectious. It worked. Even Katsuki felt pulled along by his wave of joy. It worked? What worked? Katsuki was still mad enough to yell. Deku swallowed and seemed to attempt to center himself. Katsuki watched him rein his emotions in even as the pace his brain worked didn't slow from going a mile a minute. I've tried it a few times, but this time it really worked. Get to the point. Katsuki didn't yell nearly so loud now. He wanted an explanation. The explanation Deku gave him did not make him any happier. I've been trying to mask my emotions so that you can't see them for a while now, but it hasn't worked so great. I've managed to do it this time though. For real. You couldn't find me. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. What? Well, Deku waved his hands around as he spoke. I was talking with Dad, and he was giving me advice. Because, you know, he can hide his brain from your dad and he's not supposed to be able to do that, so I was just asking him how he does it because I wanted to be able to hide from you too, and I mean we might go up against someone with a quirk like yours at some point, so I just wanted to be prepared, so I was practicing and talking with Dad, and he was teaching me and I was going to try it out today since I was pretty sure that it was going to work, and it worked. Deku smiled again at Katsuki, blindingly bright in his glee. Katsuki only felt himself get angrier as Deku kept talking, but it was a quiet anger. Not one that made him want to yell or punch things, but one that simmered just below the surface of his skin like fire in his bones. What did you do? His voice was dangerously cold. Deku swallowed, light fear flashing across his brain brightly for barely a second before it was gone. He taught me how to suppress my emotions. He swallowed, to rein them in and just feel nothing but calm. A nervous energy was building in the back of his head. Katsuki felt the quiet anger burn brighter, flashing briefly in a red-hot explosion before he took a deep breath and swung his fist out to punch Deku in the face again. Deku yelped pathetically. I'm sorry, he yelled. I was just really surprised that you couldn't seem to see me at all since you're so good at using your quirks and I didn't expect you to not dash. Shut up. Katsuki screamed shrilly, fists flying haphazardly in Deku's direction as he dodged and deflected them as fast as Katsuki could throw them. Shut up, shut up, shut, OW. Katsuki's head jerked back as someone behind him pulled his hair sharply and Katsuki whipped around to come face to face with Akaguro-sensei. He forced himself to suppress what was left of his anger and glared at his teacher waiting for him to say something. You're acting like a child, Aries. Akaguro-sensei's eyes were cold, as per usual. He always called his students by their code names. In Katsuki's experience, stop throwing a temper tantrum and start explaining yourself. Why couldn't you find Jade? Katsuki swallowed down the urge to scream and throw something, feeling embarrassed after being called out by his teacher, He was doing something. Katsuki spit to his emotions. I couldn't see him at all. Katsuki realized his mistake almost immediately. You couldn't see me at all? Deku spoke up from behind him excitedly. Katsuki nearly growled in response. Akaguro-sensei narrowed his eyes at the pair. Did you learn from your father? He asked Deku. Deku nodded. Akaguro-sensei hummed again, looking at Katsuki. I'll find him next time, Katsuki told him, whether or not I use my quirk to do it. Akaguro-sensei made a face, one that Katsuki could identify as the one he made when he was close to smiling. I'm glad to hear it. Good work today, Jade. Akaguro-sensei gave Katsuki one last meaningful look before he turned around and left the room, re-entering into the hallway connecting the maze to the rest of the training wing of the first circle compound. Katsuki turned around slowly, face twisted in something resembling a snarl. Deku wilted under his furious gaze and Katsuki couldn't feel it within himself to feel that bad about it. This won't happen again, he insisted. Deku had the nerve to grin. I'm sure it won't, Kaken. Uraraka's bright and bubbly brain, painted in the colors of determination, was glowing brightly from her location as she advanced towards the room that held the bomb in it. Ida's was steady and bright as well, but felt more solid than Uraraka's did. His was painted with determination as well, but also a mix of suppressed irritation. Katsuki could feel anger there too, but it was buried deep. He'd been interested to find out how much anger Ida let simmer below the surface. There wasn't much, but it had been more than Katsuki expected. When he reached out with his quirk to find Deku, all he felt was stillness and silence, and a feeling like ants crawling over his skin. It had been years, and Katsuki still was completely unable to find Deku when he didn't want to be found. His ability to mask his emotions from the empathy quirk was as refined as his father's was. The feeling of unease whenever he was masking his location still hadn't been shaken in all the experience Katsuki had with either Deku or his father, and the fact that he still felt it, even when in a training exercise like this one at school, made him more mad than anything. Katsuki wasn't scared. He knew that Deku was nothing he had to be afraid of. But even so, he still felt uneasy, and he didn't like it. Katsuki knew he was probably throwing open doors and stomping around a bit louder than he needed to, but he didn't really care all that much. He couldn't find the little weasel and he was fuming. Katsuki would never admit it out loud, but he really missed the days before Deku got his quirk. Ever since then, he'd been worshipped like he was God's greatest gift to the earth. Katsuki remembered that day very clearly. Deku had gotten his quirk late. After Katsuki had already had his quirk for nearly half a year. Katsuki vaguely remembered some old saying about how the later a quirk came, the more powerful it was, but he was pretty sure there wasn't any actual evidence to back it up. Katsuki remembered running around with the neighborhood kids. All of them were organization kids, of course. Katsuki and Deku wouldn't be allowed to play with any other kind. It was too dangerous, especially while they were still waiting for Deku's quirk to manifest. The cleanup from if that happened around average kids would have been messy, to say the least, considering what they all suspected it would end up being. Of course, no one had been certain back then what exactly it would be, but they all had their suspicions. Katsuki, back then, hadn't had any real idea of what the implications of what they were all planning for would be. He'd just been proud to have his own quirk. One he'd been absolutely certain he was going to get, and one that he knew with absolute certainty would help him to uphold his family's legacy just as well as it needed to. Katsuki had been taught since he was little to be careful with his words in preparation for when he did get his quirk, and now that he had a few months under his belt of having it, he fancied himself very good at knowing when was a good time to use it and when wasn't. The playground, for instance, was not a good place to use it. Katsuki knew he'd get in a lot of trouble if he used it there. So he kept his mouth shut until he had time to think about what he was going to say before he said it to make extra sure that he didn't use it by accident. Katsuki was very good at being careful. Deku, to this day, still didn't take that kind of care when he was using his birth quirk. Katsuki, to this day, was irritated that his quirk was considered so much more dangerous than Deku's when in reality, by design, Deku's was stronger. Deku's was powerful in a way that only a Midoriya's quirk could be. In a way that Katsuki could never be. In a way that Katsuki was not jealous of. Katsuki couldn't let himself feel jealous of Deku. He had his place, and Deku had his, and Katsuki wasn't bitter. Not at all. Those kinds of thoughts didn't plague Katsuki until much later in his life, and they weren't anywhere near being thought into fruition by the time Deku got his quirk. There hadn't been any need for them until that happened, and even though Katsuki had a vague idea of what Deku's quirk was supposed to be, it didn't really occur to him until he was watching Deku use it for the first time. The day had been hot. The sun had shone down like an angry god, beating against the back of Katsuki's neck where his hair didn't cover. His shirt was slightly sticky with sweat, and the playground equipment was burning hot to the touch. Katsuki and his friends were running through the woods, chasing shadows and sunlight, following a path that they'd taken many times before and playing a game of pretend that they'd played many times before as well. Katsuki was in the lead as always. They reached the river in what felt like no time at all, and Katsuki led the way in getting across it. He wasn't afraid of walking across the log, even though it was quite high in the air for a 4-and-a-half-year-old to be walking across. Katsuki refused to be afraid of anything. He heard a shout behind him, and felt someone run into his back. If they hadn't, then he probably wouldn't have fallen. It wasn't as long of a drop as it looked when he was standing on top of the log looking down, but the river water was cold and soaked into his clothes immediately. Katsuki shouted in surprise and looked up in anger to yell at the kid who'd run into him. He was met with a sight that he'd never forget. Two of the other kids who'd been with him and Deku were screaming and scrambling off the log. The third kid had fallen, but he'd managed to stay on the log. He was completely frozen, staring up at Deku like his head had fallen off. Katsuki had opened his mouth to yell something, but he felt the words die in his throat when he saw the expression on Deku's face. He looked happy, if Katsuki were to try and describe it. There was something off about it though. Maybe it was because his smile was a little too wide. Maybe it was how he held himself, confident and leaned forward on the balls of his feet. Maybe it was in how his shoulders were hunched. Katsuki was inclined to believe that it was probably the glint in his eyes. The one that sent shivers down Katsuki's spine and made the sunny summer day feel ice cold in a matter of milliseconds. Maybe it was how Deku looked up and locked eyes with Katsuki, and Katsuki could feel something deep in his gut tug as if being pulled, and for a heart-stopping moment, he was sure his quirk was gone. That was impossible though, because Deku was nowhere near him, and because his quirk was his. He'd been born with it, and he'd been told by his mother that no one would ever be able to take it from him. Not even a Midoriya was supposed to be able to take it from him. An uneasy feeling, one very similar to the one he felt when he reached for Deku's head and found nothing, crept over him, clinging to his bones and making his feet feel like the earth might be swallowing him. His vision tunneled until all he could see was Deku, and then the expression on his face, and then the glint in his eyes. Deku couldn't take his quirk. Katsuki's quirk was one of the only quirks in the world that Deku couldn't take. It had been designed that way since the first Hope and the first All for One joined forces and linked their families together for the generations that followed. It was meant as a fail-safe, so that neither of them could become more powerful than the other. Katsuki's quirk was safe. The kid who was still on the log with Deku wasn't so lucky. It didn't take a long time for Deku to figure out what happened and return the kid's quirk to him, but Katsuki could tell that the event wasn't something that he was ever going to forget. Katsuki would never admit it, but sometimes, when he was alone in the dark in the middle of the night when everything was still and silent, he remembered that glint in Deku's eyes and tried to force himself not to feel afraid. Toru watched the screens and felt herself only get more and more concerned the longer Bakugo spent stomping around looking angry and nearly unhinged. Midoriya was fast though and smart. He'd managed to escape being found so far, although he'd stopped to rest around a corner at this point and seemed to be catching his breath. Uraraka, meanwhile, had managed to get all the way to where the bomb was, although it appeared Ida did something or said something that must have been funny enough to make Uraraka laugh, and Ida was alerted to her presence very quickly. He pointed at her dramatically and gestured to the space around them with his arms before pointing again. Toru had to hold back a snicker just at how ridiculously overdramatic his arm movements were. She could hardly imagine what he was saying. Toru glanced at the clock. They had 6 minutes left. By her own calculations, Uraraka probably wouldn't be able to take Ida in a one-on-one fight like they were about to get stuck in, and Midoriya was also mostly likely not going to succeed if he went one-on-one with Bakugo. All in all, it seemed like the villain team was set up to win. Midoriya and Uraraka would have to do something big quick if they wanted to have any hope of winning. Toru couldn't imagine what they'd be able to do in that amount of time. Bakugo was getting closer to where Midoriya was. Toru was sure she saw murderous intent on his face. Midoriya might be in actual danger. This really wasn't a good idea for a first combat training exercise. Midoriya and Uraraka appeared to be communicating through their earpieces. Bakugo crept closer. With a sinking feeling in her chest, Toru realized that Bakugo was going to end up behind Midoriya, and would probably end up seeing him first. In Toru's own experience, the first few moments of a battle were absolutely crucial. If Bakugo managed to get the jump on Midoriya, which it certainly looked like he was about to, then Toru couldn't see any way for Midoriya to win the battle with him. Toru swallowed and glanced up at All Might. She hoped he'd know when to call the battle trial off if things got too bad. Toru had a terrible feeling like things might be headed that way. Finally, Bakugo appeared on the other side of the hallway, opposite Midoriya. His gauntlets flashed orange. Midoriya noticed him, turning to face him but making no move to run towards him. Bakugo didn't advance either. Instead, he held up one of his fists and seemed to be saying something to Midoriya. Midoriya pulled his capture tape out. If he really wasn't able to use his quirk without severely hurting himself, then the capture tape might be all he had. Toru had a horrible feeling she knew exactly how this fight was going to end, and it wasn't going to be good for Midoriya. Bakugo seemed to pull some sort of lever back on the gauntlet that was raised and pointed at Midoriya. It occurred to Toru that he was about to do something with it. She felt dread pool in the bottom of her stomach. Bakugo reached out and appeared to be pulling a pin like his gauntlet was a grenade. Seconds later the entire screen exploded. Izuku didn't think. He just moved. Within seconds, he'd activated no less than 3 quirks that would protect him from heat, fire, and blunt force trauma. He dove out of the way, heat from the explosion searing through his costume even with the quirks he'd activated. The blast had blown up the entire hallway, leaving nothing but ruin and destruction in its wake. There was a huge hole in the wall, pieces of the building twisted and bent, glass and metal from the window that had gotten so hot they'd melted. Izuku took stock of himself. He didn't appear to be injured in any way, which was good. His costume, however, was even more damaged than it had been before. He was missing a glove, one of his sleeves, and the rest of his mask. There was a ringing in his ears, and black around the corners of his vision. Izuku didn't try to get up at first. He could feel broken glass and pieces of broken concrete uncomfortably sticking into his back. There were tears stinging in the corners of his eyes, but Izuku blinked them away. This was no time to cry. He stood up, shaking. Most of his body ached, even though he hadn't been hit directly by the blast. Izuku was pretty sure he could smell burning hair, and he half-heartedly hoped that it wasn't his. Kaken emerged from the smoke, his other gauntlet flashing orange like the first one did. Izuku saw the look on his face and felt certain that he was about to die. Katsuki could tell that Deku seemed to be feeling real fear even without reading his emotions. Dumb, Katsuki thought, what could you possibly be afraid of? Deku stood to his feet shakily. Katsuki would have felt bad for destroying the building so thoroughly if he wasn't aware of how much of a fortune the school was given by the government in order to keep itself running. The building would be fixed in no time, and Deku wasn't really hurt. Brace yourself, Katsuki thought, ignoring Ida yelling in his earpiece about the giant explosion he'd heard. When he moved, it was fast, and when he struck, he made sure it should hurt. Katsuki had a lot of time to think while he was searching for Deku. The unease he normally felt when searching for him when he didn't want to be found still sat under his skin like needles. On any other occasion, he would shove the anger down, repress it, force himself not to think about it, and only let it out in short little bursts in order to make sure it didn't completely consume him. Katsuki wasn't bitter. He wasn't allowed to let his emotions get in the way of being a good successor to his mother. He had to be the perfect son. He couldn't allow himself to disappoint the legacy he was inheriting. That meant going all out, and that meant playing the part that he'd been given perfectly. Katsuki wasn't allowed to be bitter, because that bitterness could fester and change how he acted. Katsuki wasn't bitter. He really wasn't. He understood why things were the way they were. He understood why Deku was the golden child, why Deku was the chosen one. He pretended to be angry, but he wasn't really that angry. He was at peace with how things were. He wasn't bitter. He wasn't. He wasn't allowed to be. But Katsuki wasn't on an organization mission right now. He wasn't training with Akaguro-sensei. He hadn't trained with Akaguro-sensei for a long time now, but no matter how much time passed, he was still the first of his many personal trainers that came to mind when thinking about training. He wasn't even really being watched by the organization, and he had a chance to get angry. In fact, being angry would be staying in character. Hitting a little harder would be staying in character. Being a little trigger-happy would be staying in character. Destroying vast amounts of the building would be staying in character. Katsuki was allowed to be emotional, even if it was just for this one exercise. Katsuki glared at Deku. He wasn't going to hold back. Denki couldn't look away from the screen. He couldn't believe what he was watching, in all honesty. Mostly, he couldn't believe that All Might wasn't stopping the exercise. He also couldn't believe that a support item that could cause that much damage was given to a child, and one who seemed to have such a short temper as Bakugo Katsuki. In Denki's personal opinion, Bakugo could cause enough destruction as he needed to without the gauntlets that apparently shot giant fireballs at people capable of blowing a hole as big as the floor plan of Denki's bathroom in the wall of a building made out of metal and concrete from 30 feet away. Denki was amazed that Midoriya was even still alive after having one of those things pointed at him. That wasn't the only thing happening at the moment though. Denki's attention was split between the two screens. Bakugo seemed to be saying something to Midoriya at the moment, so Denki figured he could take the chance to observe Uraraka and Ida. Ida had gotten momentarily distracted by something Bakugo appeared to have said into his earpiece, and Uraraka had taken the chance that provided her to rush him. Ida promptly tried to block her from reaching the bomb, but Uraraka responded by doing something Denki couldn't see from the angle the camera was at with her hands and jumping. Instead of falling down, however, she floated right over Ida's head and was quickly descending towards the bomb. Denki had fleeting hope for just a moment that the battle trial would end before Bakugo could make another attempt at Midoriya's life, but instead Ida turned around and moved faster than the cameras could clearly see in order to snatch the bomb away from her and move it to the other side of the room. Uraraka landed on the ground harshly, her momentum causing her to tumble head over heels into a wall with enough force to throw her helmet off. It clattered to the ground at her feet as she tried to right herself from the upside-down position she'd ended up in. Denki gasped along with the rest of his class watching them. Denki glanced over at Midoriya and Bakugo again to find that Bakugo was still talking to Midoriya. Someone has a lot to say, Denki thought. I am continuing to wish that I could hear what Bakugo's monologuing about. The two of them really must have had some history. Midoriya didn't seem to be that interested in what Bakugo had to say. Instead, he reached up and looked as if he were talking into his earpiece again. Denki was distracted by Kirishima speaking up again. Sensei, you should stop them. He protested, gesturing to the screen. That Bakugo is really crazy. He's going to kill him. No. All Might paused for a second before pushing a button and speaking into the microphone so that Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida could hear what he had to say. Bakugo Shonen, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. Bakugo looked up in surprise. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. All Might began to give an explanation to him. That is a foolish plan for both the heroes and the villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. In response, Bakugo looked down with shaking shoulders, every inch of him outlined in rage, before leaning his head back and screaming. Denki wasn't sure he had ever seen a face filled with such a large amount of fury. He could only imagine what the scream itself sounded like. Yelling felt good. Katsuki honestly wondered why he didn't do it more often. He felt Deku's fear spike and couldn't find it within himself to care. The second Katsuki ran out of breath and had to stop screaming, he realized that Deku was in the middle of giving instructions to the round-faced girl through his earpiece, and he immediately felt all of his anger return in full force. Not that screaming had really dissipated it at all. Katsuki was furious. and it felt so good to really feel it for once instead of holding it back. Katsuki took the chance he had while Deku was distracted to blast off using his hands to attack. Just as he'd expected, Deku threw a fist up like he was getting ready to throw a punch instead of trying to do something smarter. He was acting as if he had no real combat experience, after all, and Katsuki was given the perfect opportunity to blast over and behind him in order to get himself in the perfect position to aim an explosion at his back and get his first direct hit in. Katsuki landed on his feet with ease and didn't wait for Deku to catch his breath before swinging with his right fist again to hit him. Deku flinched and Katsuki took the opportunity to grab his arm and flip him just like how he himself had been flipped. Deku slammed into the ground and Katsuki felt sick satisfaction in finally having a chance to beat him up for once. He swallowed down the unwelcome emotion and prepared for whatever Deku was going to do next. Maybe this combat training exercise isn't such a stupid thing after all. Toru watched as Midoriya stumbled to his feet and limped away. She felt so bad for him. Bakugo hadn't held back at all in beating him up. He would be feeling super sore for sure. Toru wouldn't be surprised if he was fairly burnt as well. She couldn't help but feel a bit sick to her stomach at the thought. He's trying to run away. Ashido Mina, a girl with pink skin and an acid quirk, noted. Kirishima sighed. That's not a very manly thing to do, but he doesn't have a choice. Something strange though, why? He trailed off before he could finish the thought, and Toru directed her attention back to the screen. Midoriya had stopped a fair distance away from Bakugo when he reached a wall and stopped in front of a window. Bakugo stalked forward, taking his time to approach Midoriya. Bakugo said something, and Midoriya bowed his head in response. Toru couldn't see it very clearly, but she was pretty sure Midoriya was shaking. She only felt more bad for him. Midoriya clenched a fist, and Toru was struck by the sudden realization that he was about to use his quirk, even though it appeared to hurt him so badly, and even after getting absolutely destroyed, and even though it was clear to everyone watching that Bakugo was probably about to unleash another one of his giant gauntlet explosions. Toru's eyes widened even though no one knew but her. Bakugo and Midoriya ran at each other. "This looks bad, sir." Kirishima sounded desperate. Toru took a moment to examine the pair of people. Both of them were pretty high on their suspects list, and in the moment before they collided, she had time to see the expressions on both of their faces. Bakugo looked terrifying. Fury was outlined in every one of his features. Everything about his expression and the tension in his shoulders screamed that he was angry and dangerous. His gauntlet was glowing orange and pointed at Midoriya. Like a punch to the gut, it registered that Bakugo was planning on hitting Midoriya with one of his giant explosions point blank, and Toru felt worried quite suddenly that she was about to watch her classmate die on the second day of school. Midoriya looked terrifying too, and that was surprising in a way to Toru, because the expression on his face was just as, if not more, scary than the one on Bakugo's. It was terrifying in a different way. It was terrifying because of how desperate it was. Whereas Bakugo looked nothing but furious, Midoriya looked furious and desperate, and if there was one thing Toru knew, it was that a cornered animal was always more dangerous. Plus, she'd seen what Midoriya did to that robot at the entrance exam. He was planning to use his quirk point blank on Bakugo too, from the looks of it. If both of them made it out of the interaction alive, it would be a miracle. Toru felt the entire room hold its breath as All Might shouted at the two of them to stop before the screen went black, and a sound like a nuclear bomb went off loud enough that Toru could hear it through both the earpiece that All Might was wearing and from outside of the room they were in. The screen quickly changed to a shot showing the outside of the building, and Toru watched as the building was torn apart from the inside out and windows all the way up it from the floor that Midoriya and Bakugo were on shattered in record time. Wind howled out a hole that was created in the roof as extra energy from the blast dispersed into the air. Toru could have sworn she felt the earth rumble underneath her in her very bones. Seeing Midoriya's power through security footage was a very different thing from experiencing it firsthand, and even though Toru wasn't anywhere near where he was, she still felt primal, instinctual fear as she realized that her classmate had the ability to tear apart a building in a single punch. Katsuki hadn't anticipated what Deku was going to do, and at first he was furious about it. He was angry at Deku for doing it, and then he was angry at himself for not predicting it. His anger didn't last long though, because the second the smoke cleared, his blood felt like it stopped flowing as his heart skipped a beat and the world around him spiraled down to only him and Deku. Katsuki hadn't found it within himself to be afraid of Deku's power. He'd dealt with power on that scale before. He was born to fight people wielding power like that, born to go up against human gods. Katsuki's blood didn't turn to ice because he was afraid of Deku's power. It was because of what he saw when he looked at him. One of Deku's arms was pointed at the ceiling, and one of them was held in front of his face to block the explosion that Katsuki had shot. Deku slowly lowered the arm he had pointed at the ceiling, shaking so badly it was obvious he wasn't faking his tremors this time. It was because he didn't have the strength to support the weight. Deku's arm was bent in several places that it shouldn't be and bent in the wrong directions in the places that it should be bending. It was bruised all over even though nothing had touched it, bruised so badly that it was splattered pink and purple and blue and red without an ounce of color that skin should be. It looked black and green in some places, ugly colors that made Katsuki feel something sick and twisted clutching at his heart. The arm that was put up to block Katsuki's blow was even worse, although Katsuki initially thought that was impossible. It was black and burnt, blisters and boils covering it like craters in the moon. It reminded him of a shriveled twig, like a log you'd find at the bottom of a campfire just as it was burning itself out. Katsuki felt a shock to his system as the scent of burning, charred, smoking skin and hair seeped into his sinuses like he was breathing blood. It was a smell that reminded him of what corpses smelled like when they were set on fire. Usually people who smelled like that had been set ablaze and burned until their skin was crispy. Usually they ended up dead before the fire was out. The smell brought him back to memories that he didn't like to remember, and for a terrifying moment Katsuki was absolutely certain he was about to throw up. Those weren't the worst parts though. Those weren't the things that made him feel truly afraid. The damage to Deku's arms wasn't what made the world tilt under Katsuki's feet as he fell while standing still. The thing that really struck fear into Katsuki and made him stand perfectly still were Deku's eyes. The expression Deku was wearing was haunted, like he was staring death in the face and couldn't find it within himself to do anything but wait for it to come. There was no fear in it, no sadness or even the blatant anger that Katsuki was used to seeing on people's faces while they fought. There was only the hollow look of someone who wasn't feeling anything. Someone who was desperate, who would do anything if it meant achieving his goals, no matter if they were to win a low-stakes battle exercise in class, pass an entrance exam into their dream school, or kill the #1 hero before his family got hunted down for sport, tortured, and buried beneath the weight of everything they'd done wrong by people who'd done worse. Someone who was desperate enough that they would kill anyone standing in their path. Someone who was desperate enough to include themselves on that list if they needed to. Deku looked angry too. It was hard to see because his eyes were so wide and nothing about his expression hinted that he was, but Katsuki knew. Katsuki had known him long enough to see through his eyes into a fury that was buried deep, one that Deku didn't let out unless he had to. One that had always scared Katsuki, not only because Deku never gave any hint that he was feeling it but also because it was vast, far vaster than anything Katsuki had felt from the moment-to-moment spurts of anger that he was familiar with. It was an ocean, a void or a black hole filled with nothing but red, hot, impassioned mania. This was a rage that had been festering for years, one that Deku almost seemed to have been born with. One that Katsuki was staring directly in the face in a way that he hadn't ever in his life as far back as he could remember. Deku wasn't just desperate or angry though. Those two things would have been enough to scare Katsuki. It was the acceptance, the face of someone who had acknowledged that he was in more pain than any kid their age could ever dream of feeling from actions that he himself had willingly taken while fully knowing the consequences, and couldn't find it within himself to care. He had accepted it like someone would accept the death of a loved one years after their death, and something about that made Katsuki feel like someone was walking over his grave, like his very bones were unable to move, like his muscles were frozen and his eyes were locked in place, staring into a face that made the earth stop spinning. Katsuki was so shocked that it didn't register when Deku collapsed at his feet. The imprint of his face and the expression he'd been wearing felt like it was engraved on the back of Katsuki's eyelids and always would be. It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened, and even when he did, he blinked and could still see Deku staring at him like a ghost. Katsuki felt like he was underwater. He couldn't hear anything except for ringing in his ears, and he couldn't feel anything except cold from his head to his toes. He couldn't move. Deku never hesitated when it mattered, and one day it was going to get him killed. Deku wouldn't hesitate to do something that would get himself killed. Deku wasn't afraid to die. Katsuki stopped breathing. All Izuku felt was pain. Pain and darkness tugging at the edges of his vision until he succumbed and let unconsciousness pull him under. The last thing he heard before he heard no more was the pounding of his heart in fingertips that he couldn't feel anymore. Denki stared at the screens in front of him in shock. One screen showed a picture of the outside of the building, looking absolutely devastated. All the windows were shattered, half of the walls were completely gone, and the other half looked burnt or like they were about to fall apart. The street around it was littered with parts of the building that had broken off, and an entire corner of it from the floor Midoriya and Bakugo had been on to the roof was nothing but a hole. Denki felt instinctual fear deep in his bones at the thought that one person had caused all of that with a single punch. No person, not even a hero in training, should be able to do that. One of the other screens showed Ida and the other girl who Denki was totally blanking on the name of. Ida had taken his helmet off and was helping the girl while she threw up from overusing her quirk. She looked absolutely exhausted. The third screen showed Bakugo. He looked like he'd just seen a zombie jump out of the bushes in front of his house and bite his mother's head off. Denki wasn't certain he'd ever seen a person look so shell-shocked, and he could understand why. The fourth screen showed Midoriya's body, unconscious and broken on the ground. His arms were twisted in ways that they shouldn't be, covered in colors that arms should never be colored, making Denki feel sick to his stomach. He looked dead. When Denki didn't know what to think, he often found himself talking. "What the heck?" he asked. Even though he wished he could use stronger language, the losers are practically uninjured, and the winners are on the ground. "They lost the battle but won the war, huh?" one of his male classmates said from behind him. Denki couldn't bring himself to tear his eyes away from the screen. "This is training, though," he heard one of his female classmates point out. Denki felt his heart sink down to the pit of his stomach. This is training. Denki watched as robots carted Midoriya's twisted, burnt, discolored, bloody, broken body away. This is training. Denki watched as All Might gently touched Bakugo's shoulder and said something to him that the rest of the class couldn't hear. This is training. Denki watched as Bakugo's face didn't change. He was still shaking. He looked like he might be on the verge of having a panic attack. This is training. Denki watched the looks on Ida's and the Gravity Girl's faces change to unadulterated horror as they heard about what had happened to Midoriya. This is training. Denki stared at the ground and listened to the nervous whispering of his classmates, a steady stream of noise in his ears like rain. He breathed. He'll be fine. This is only training after all. Katsuki was shaking. He couldn't stop shaking. If he could have stopped shaking, he would have, but he couldn't stop. He stared at his hand in shock. The hand that had shot that blast at Deku. The hand that had forced Deku to do what he'd just done. Katsuki clenched his fist and tried to breathe, finding that every breath he sucked in felt like acid in his lungs. He wanted to breathe slowly, wanted to count the seconds on each inhale and exhale to keep himself steady, but found his thoughts spiraling away from doing that so quickly that the second the idea entered his brain it was gone again, drowned out by a never-ending tsunami of emotions and thoughts and fears and realizations that Katsuki didn't want to have but couldn't help but have. All Might laid a hand on Katsuki's shoulder gently and said something to him that was probably supposed to be comforting, but Katsuki hardly felt his hand and couldn't hear his words at all. He was underwater, suffocating under the weight of what he'd just seen Deku do. What he'd just made Deku do. This was his fault. Katsuki didn't pay attention to All Might announcing the MVP for the battle. He didn't pay attention to the Ponytail Girl's explanation for why it should be Ida. He didn't pay attention as All Might announced they would be changing locations and starting the second match. Katsuki walked to the next viewing booth in a daze and couldn't find it within himself to focus on the next matches enough to truly comprehend what was going on. Every match just seemed to shove him further inside himself as he watched all of his classmates make it through their matches without almost killing people they'd known since before they could walk. Katsuki could count on one hand the number of times that he'd felt like this. The first time was when he saw Deku really use his quirk, on someone before. The second time was when he'd been told the entire story of the seventh All for One. The third time was when his mother had gotten severely injured during a mission and had been stuck in bed for an entire day before they knew whether or not she was going to make it. The fourth time was the first time he'd killed someone. The fifth time was when he found out what Akaguro-sensei had done. The sixth time he could officially count was right now. It felt stupid next to the rest of them. It was just something that happened during training, and not even training for the organization. It felt small, like it should be insignificant. It made Katsuki feel small. Katsuki hated feeling small. Katsuki spent the next few hours in a daze. No one bothered him, far too terrified after seeing what he did to Deku to approach him. Katsuki wouldn't have been able to talk to them even if they had tried to talk to him. He felt nothing. He felt nothing and everything at once, and he couldn't do anything except stare at the floor and try to keep breathing. Katsuki was born to stand at Deku's side. He was the hope to Deku's All for One, a relationship that had existed since the dawn of quirks. He was his mother's successor, and Deku's was his father's. Katsuki had to be the perfect child, because he hadn't been born that way, Deku had. Katsuki had to pick up the slack and make sure that Deku could shine as the head of the organization. Katsuki's first duty was to the people who worked under him, and secondly to Deku. He was supposed to protect him unless it was decided that the world needed to be protected from him. Katsuki couldn't imagine that happening in a million years. Deku was Deku, and Deku was a good person. Unlike Katsuki. Katsuki was horrible. Katsuki was violent, angry, and volatile. Katsuki was filled with rage, and he finally came to the realization that he couldn't be. Not if he wanted to do his job right. Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about that expression on Deku's face. The one of acceptance, like he didn't care if he died or not. If Deku didn't care if he died or not, then Katsuki would have to care double for him. Katsuki would have to make sure that no harm ever came to him. He was the future of the organization. It was Katsuki's job. It was the only way for Katsuki to hold up his family's legacy, to be a good son. Katsuki refused to fail. Katsuki refused to fail. The moment Katsuki let himself get mad, really mad, this happened. The moment Katsuki let himself stop caring about pulling his punches, the moment he let himself take out any of his negative emotions on Deku, he'd done this. Katsuki couldn't ever let it happen again. Katsuki refused to ever let it happen again. The first thing Izuku saw when he woke up was the four. It was a sight that he was used to seeing. This wasn't the first time he'd woken up in a hospital bed, and he highly doubted that it would be the last. This was, however, the first time he'd woken up in one while heroes were at his bedside and not family. Izuku found that he missed their presence. His mother and father were almost always there when he woke up, and Eri-chan certainly always was. The fact that he didn't have his sister to comfort him as he lazily blinked awake was weird. Izuku supposed that he was so used to her presence at his hospital bedside that her absence felt off. Izuku couldn't remember what he'd dreamed about while he'd been unconscious. All he could remember were small flashes of light and emotion. He had the vague feeling like there had been someone screaming, there had been ash and smoke in the air, and his hands were burning. The color red had been prominent. Izuku was happy that he couldn't remember the details. He was pretty sure he didn't want to. Recovery Girl wasted no time in informing him of the severity of his injuries and telling him to be careful with them before giving him a few gummies and sending him back to class with the instructions to check back with her tomorrow. Izuku left the nurse's office before he was in there long enough for the white walls and concrete floors to feel suffocating. Izuku's right arm, the shattered one, was wrapped in a blue cast so thoroughly that only his fingers were sticking out. He wouldn't be able to write with it until he got the cast off. Hopefully that would be tomorrow. Walking through the empty school as he made his way to his classroom gave Izuku plenty of time to think about what had just happened. His memory of it was slightly fuzzy around the edges, which he chalked up to the pain and adrenaline of the battle. That's what it had been really. A battle. Calling it something smaller like a spar or training didn't fit right in Izuku's head. Training didn't result in the destruction of an entire building. Sparring didn't result in all the bones in one of Izuku's arms completely shattered, The skin on the other one almost entirely burned off. If Izuku hadn't activated a few heat, blast, and fire-resistant quirks, he might not have survived the ordeal. Kaken didn't mess around when it came to staying in character, Izuku supposed. He really had gotten into playing his part. Izuku wished that he was able to do that. The anger in his voice and on his face had looked real. The fury in his eyes had seemed so authentic. Izuku felt for a moment that he might really be trying to kill Izuku. In the seconds before they'd collided at the very end, Izuku had thought about what would probably happen if he actually died there. He knew he wasn't going to, but he also knew that the damage was going to be very severe. Izuku found that he wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of letting his family down though. Dying there, in a training exercise after everything he'd done to get himself to UA with the one-for-all quirk, would be letting them down for sure. Izuku was so lost in thought he didn't realize he was approaching his classroom door until he was standing in front of it. He realized that he'd missed the rest of the battle trials and felt a little grief at the thought of not getting to witness his classmates' quirks. He resolved to grill Kaken later about how they were used. Izuku opened the door cautiously, a bit nervous at the thought of having to answer all the questions that occurred to him that his classmates were going to be asking him. He steeled himself. Stay in character, stay in character, stay in character. Maybe they wouldn't notice him if he tried to sneak in? That would be in character, right? He wasn't supposed to want too much attention. Oh, Midoriya's here. Good work. Izuku was spotted immediately by a boy with a skin-hardening quirk named Kirishima Izuku. Seconds later, he had a crowd of people surrounding him. I don't know what you said in that match, but you were fired up. Kirishima looked excited. Izuku tried not to wince at how loud he was. I can't believe you fought evenly with Bakugo, even though he was first in the entrance exam. A boy with a tape quirk named Siro Hanta, if Izuku was remembering correctly, spoke up next. The rest of his classmates kept talking at him, asking him about the match and his injuries but not giving him enough time to answer. They complimented him on his combat skills. A girl with an acid quirk named Ishido Mina told him that he was good at dodging several times. Izuku's classmates introduced themselves to Izuku even though he already knew who most of them were. Him and Kaken had skimmed through the school records they'd hacked off the school's server the second they both knew that they'd gotten in. Izuku knew all about the people around him and, more importantly, to him at least, all about their quirks. Every one of them was so interesting and all so fitting for up-and-coming heroes. Izuku couldn't wait to work with them. Not only that, but he had a few people in mind that he thought might be organization material. Some of the information on his classmates was interesting, to say the least, both in what was said in their files and what wasn't said. It didn't take long for Izuku to realize that Kaken wasn't in his chair. It was only a few moments after he noticed his absence that he realized that the in-character thing to do would be to run after him and talk about their fight. Izuku knew immediately that Kaken would probably already be heading home, since that was in character for him. So he quickly made an exit from the conversation as gracefully as he could, which was not very graceful, and rushed through the hallways of the school in an attempt to find Kaken. Izuku felt panic for a minute when he couldn't find Kaken anywhere, but finally he made his way outside and spotted him leaving the school. Kaken, Kaken, he called out to get his attention. Kaken turned around. He looked very annoyed. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if it was real annoyance either. Kaken was usually annoyed. Izuku froze for a second. He had no idea what to say. He needed to stay in character. What would staying in character include? There's one thing I feel I have to tell you, he stalled desperately. Izuku's mind went horrifyingly blank for a moment before the answer came to him like a gift from heaven, and he immediately let the words spill out of his mouth without thinking about the consequences. My quirk is something I received from someone else. Izuku saw the look on Kaken's face change immediately and realized that there was no turning back from what he'd just said. After everything that had happened today, Izuku chose to do this. Katsuki was already feeling nearly the entire spectrum of negative emotions. He didn't need to add confusion and even more irritation to the mix. He'd been holding tears back for hours at this point, and the threat of them spilling out from behind his eyes was ever present. It had taken him so long to stop shaking, for his hands to stop twitching after the battle trial with Deku, and all of the control he managed to rein in on his emotions was destroyed as Deku kept talking. explaining things that Katsuki already knew about but wasn't supposed to. His words clogged Katsuki's ears like cotton, and he had the feeling he was underwater again. The fading sunlight of the almost setting sun felt a bit too hot on the back of Katsuki's neck. Katsuki had paid minimal attention to what Deku has been saying up until this point, something about borrowed power and beating Katsuki with his own power, making the new power his, but he'd caught a few of the phrases Deku had used and found it wasn't too hard to figure out what he was saying. Katsuki gave himself the time it took for Deku to finish his rant to get a hold of himself and turned to face Deku fully. He decided stopping himself from crying was a lost cause and let the tears fall even though it made him feel an ugly squeezing in his chest. Borrowed power? You're talking nonsense. What are you trying to do? Make me out to be more of a fool than you already have. What are you trying to say? Today I lost to you. That's all it was. That's all. Katsuki felt himself trail off. Staying in character was second nature for him at this point, and the words he was expected to say came to him easily and spilled out angrily. Katsuki couldn't help but look down at the ground and try to rein in more of the emotion he was feeling. He wanted to scream at Deku. Wanted to ask him what he thought he'd been doing during that battle trial. Make him promise to never do something like that ever again. Kick and shriek and whine and cry and make sure that Deku knew exactly what he thought of his actions. But Katsuki couldn't do that. He had a part to play. So Katsuki dug deep into himself, dug up what would be in character to say, and shoved down all the words he actually wanted to scream. Katsuki wondered if Deku knew how many things he left unsaid. He doubted it. Toru watched the conversation Midoriya and Bakugo were having from the window above them. Ashido Mina, Uraraka Ochako, and Azuitsu stood next to her, faces close to the glass as they peered down, totally not spying on their fellow classmates. Uraraka had hastily made an excuse about wanting to make sure that Bakugo didn't try to kill Midoriya again, and all four girls made the silent decision to use that as feeble reasoning for doing something that ethically, they probably shouldn't have been doing. It's not like we know what they're saying anyways, Tsu, as she had asked the other girls to call her, noted. Toru was reminded of the fact that most kids her age hadn't been taught the art of lip reading, as her mother affectionately called it. The thought made her feel a little self-conscious, even though there was no way for her companions to know that she knew some of what Bakugo was saying. It was hard to make out from so far away, and she couldn't see what Midoriya was saying at all since his back was to them, but it appeared that he wasn't speaking now anyways. Bakugo's head had been turned downwards towards the ground when the girls had spotted the pair of them through the window, but now he looked up, tears evident in his eyes. Toru saw the other girl standing next to her wince as the moment got more private and more ethically questionable to spy on as Bakugo started to cry. He clenched his fist and started yelling again. "Hey, you two Deku!" Toru read. The word Deku felt foreign as she read it, since she wasn't used to seeing it used as a name. It wasn't too hard for her to connect the dots, however. Toru knew how to infer what people were saying based on context and past information about them, and this wasn't that hard of a puzzle to solve in the first place. She figured the word used in the context Bakugo tended to use it should probably be put in her permanent vocabulary if they were going to be sharing a homeroom class. I'm just getting started." There was genuine pain in Bakugo's eyes. Toru couldn't help but think that there was something going on that he couldn't talk about. Maybe something that he wanted to say but couldn't. "You hear? I will become number one. You won't beat me again, bastard." Toru pursed her lips, thinking. What had Deku said to him? Toru once again lamented the fact that she had no idea what they'd been saying to each other during the battle trial. Reading lips through those TV screens had been nigh impossible to begin with, but adding on the awkward angles, constant movement, and eventual smoke and debris, she hadn't caught more than a few words here and there that meant absolutely nothing on their own, and even less when you consider that she wasn't even sure if that's what they'd said in the first place. There was something going on between Midoriya and Bakugo, and Toru wanted to get to the bottom of it if she could. Before she could get too lost in thought, All Might showed up on the other side of the window, swooping towards Bakugo as he tried to start walking away triumphantly. He put heavy hands on Bakugo's shoulders and looked like he was gearing up to start a long-winded pep talk. Bakugo cut him off before he could finish though, saying something that Toru couldn't see. The conversation between hero and student didn't last long, and Bakugo stalked off away from the school as All Might turned to have a word with Deku. Even if the girls had wanted to keep watching the interaction, it was clear that they weren't learning anything from it, and their flimsy excuse of making sure Bakugo didn't attack Midoriya again didn't work when Bakugo was walking away. Uraraka said the phrase, "fated battle between men," no less than twice as they stepped away from the window and started off down the hall together. Toru let her mind drift off as she thought about how odd some of her fellow classmates were. There was something going on with Bakugo and Midoriya. Based on everything Denki had dug up, she didn't think either of them were in the big three, but there was definitely something. Toru desperately wanted to get to the bottom of what was going on, but was torn between investigating whatever was going on between them and trying to figure out if any of her other classmates were suspicious. Toru sighed. She would have to discuss what had happened today between them with Denki and try to get the video footage of their conversations during the battle trial. They felt like they might be important somehow. Something was said between them, and Toru and Denki needed to find out what it was. Himiko was worried. She'd felt worried before either Katz or Aiza got home, but once they did, she figured it was her bestest friend's sense acting up again. Honestly, it was right to do so. The second Himiko saw the look Katz was trying to hide behind his eyes, she knew that something was terribly, deeply wrong. When Aiza came home with an arm wrapped in a cast and a story about getting his arms destroyed so badly during training that he made a joke about almost dying, Himiko knew that she had to talk to Kaken about it. Especially when Izuku described what happened during the battle trial in detail, and Kaken's part in it. Himiko wanted to feel mad, but she couldn't help but think that there was something going on that Aizu had absolutely no idea about. Out of the three of them, Izuku, for all of his astute analyzing skills, was the worst at reading people. Compared to Katz, who had a quirk that let him read people's emotions, and Himiko, who quite literally had been trained since before she could remember to read people on top of being extremely naturally gifted at it, maybe it wasn't a fair comparison. Nonetheless, Aizu had definitely missed something when it came to Katz. Something that Himiko wasn't going to let slip by her so easily. Himiko barely remembered to knock on Kaken's door before entering. Usually she wouldn't wait for an answer before entering, but there was something really amiss with Katz, so she didn't barge in right away. "It's Himiko," she said, quieter than she usually would. Kaken's words were muffled behind the door. "Go away." Himiko waited a moment and chose her words carefully. "I think we both know I'm not going to do that." There was another, longer beat of silence before Katz opened the door. His eyes were red, but there weren't any tear tracks on his face yet. His mouth was pressed in a tight line as if he were trying to stop himself from yelling. There was tension in his shoulders that reminded Himiko of their earlier years in combat training with Akaguro-sensei. Katz had never been good at relaxing. His shoulders had always risen up to his ears, his fists had always been clenched a bit too tight. When they were younger, he used to remind her of a wind-up toy strung too tight. It had taken a long time for him to be able to fight the urge to tense and eventually relax his posture, but old habits die hard and he'd always been high-strung. The sight of it again after all these years made the smile Himiko always wore start to slip a bit. She let her eyebrows start to knit in worry but tried not to let her face fall entirely. Himiko was sure that her expression wouldn't have looked comforting to anyone who didn't know her well enough, but Katz knew what she was trying to say. "Come in." His voice was hoarse, and hard to hear since it was muffled from behind a door. Himiko nodded and followed him into his room, shutting the door quietly behind her. Kaken wasted no time in sitting down in his computer desk chair. He leaned forward and rested his head on his hands. Almost immediately, he seemingly decided that he didn't want to be stuck in that position and switched to pulling a knee up to his chest and resting his elbow on it so he could rest his head on his hand without slouching over so much. Himiko recognized it as further proof that Katz was in an agitated mood. She was good at reading people. Every action revealed lines of thoughts, and lines of thoughts revealed emotions, and those she was good at reading. Himiko didn't move from her spot by the door, but she let her smile fall. Smiling felt like her best defense sometimes. If she stopped smiling, then people might know when she wasn't really happy. Himiko only stopped smiling when she had to, and usually behind closed doors. Even in the bunker, she made sure to keep the smile on her face. Out of everyone, she'd probably frown the most around Katz, Aizu, and Akaguro-sensei, and out of the three Katz felt like the person she let her mask fall with the most. At least lately. At least after Akaguro-sen's shift. How long ago had he left? It felt like yesterday. It's been over a year ago since she last saw him. It felt like yesterday. Himiko carefully made her way across the room and sat down on Kaken's bed. She stared at the comforter for a bit to see if Katz was going to open up willingly and eventually decided that he wasn't. Izuku told me about the battle trial. Katz grunted and turned away from her. Himiko's eyes narrowed pensively. She cleared her throat. There's something bothering you? Of course there's something bothering me. Katz turned back to her furious, only to lock eyes with her and stop before whatever he was going to say could really begin. He paused for a second, collected his facial expression, and turned back around again, this time more aggressively. Of course you would be, Himiko repeated. I'm bothered just hearing the story from Izu, and I know he downplays stuff because he doesn't want us to worry. Himiko stared down at her hands, folded in her lap, and tried to quiet her emotions as much as possible so Katz wouldn't be distracted reading them. I don't even want to imagine what I'd be thinking if I'd actually been there, much less been one of the people fighting him. Do you think it's your fault that he got so hurt? It isn't. He knew the risks. I'm sure you were only staying in character. Himiko looked up again, staring at Kaken's back through her bangs. He took a deep breath in and looked up at the ceiling, still facing away from her. You aren't going to leave until I talk about this. It wasn't a question. You know me well enough by now. Something's bothering you. She answered anyway. Kaken sighed, as if talking were the hardest thing he'd ever been asked to do, and turned around so Himiko could see his face. He didn't look at her, keeping his eyes trained on the floor. Himiko shifted and pulled her legs up to sit crisscross on the bed, quietly letting her hands fall in her lap. She waited. Katz swallowed, eyes narrowed as he tilted his head up so that Himiko could just barely see his eyes through his hair. He clenched his teeth and seemed to be thinking very carefully about what he wanted to say. Himiko didn't dare interrupt. He's going to get himself killed. Katz's expression didn't change. Himiko tilted her head to the side and thought about the statement even though she already knew where it stemmed from. Katz didn't wait for her to respond to continue. He almost did earlier today, and I didn't. It was I almost dashed. Stop that. It wasn't your fault. You were staying in character, like you should've. He dashed. You don't know that. Katz exploded, head whipping up and sparks going off in his clenched fists as he openly glared at her. Himiko pretended she didn't notice the tears in the corners of his eyes. What makes you think that? Katz was usually very cool-headed, especially when it came to guilt like this. If he really thought that, then it was for a reason. I wasn't dash. Kaken paused and took a deep breath in, holding it for a moment to collect his thoughts. I let myself get too angry. I didn't hold back like I should've. I wasn't staying in character. His voice was small, I almost killed him. Himiko breathed out slowly, processing. Kaken was usually so good about not letting his emotions get the best of him. This wasn't just a one-time thing. If Himiko had to guess, there had been anger or resentment or something brewing in him for a long time. Being away from the organization but still in a combative environment must have brought it out, and Izu had suffered the consequences. You can't change what you did now. If it had been almost anyone else, Himiko might have reached out and held their hand, but not Kaken. She knew that he liked his personal space. All you can do is learn from your mistake and make sure that you don't do it again. You know, if you do feel angry like that, it's best to take it out in a controlled environment. If you ever want to spar without holding back, just fight and get it all out. I'm always open if you need me. Katz sighed, glancing down again, and Himiko knew it was the closest she was going to get to accepting her offer. Can I tell you something? Of course. You can tell me anything. It was his face. What do you mean by that? I shot him in the face at point blank. But he didn't look like he felt the pain at all. He just looked. Katz trailed off and Himiko felt a chill go up her spine. He just looked like he'd lost it. Like he couldn't care less if I'd killed him. It was angry. Resolute. If anything, I felt like I was closer to dying to him than him to me. It was like, Katz shook his head. He didn't care. Himiko finished for him, about himself, or you, or anyone. Just reaching his goal, no matter what he had to do. Katz looked up at her. Yeah? Himiko sat back on the bed, crossing her arms to stop her fists from clenching. She didn't say anything and didn't make eye contact with Katz again. A moment passed with the pair of them suspended in silence. Worry outlined in the slump of their shoulders, united in their concern. Eventually, Himiko forced words out of her throat. "We have to keep an eye on him," she said. "Don't mention this to him. I think hearing about it will only make things worse. He's stubborn, too stubborn. He'll just double down if we try to tell him. All we can do is try to steer him away from the path he's heading down." Himiko didn't add that she also didn't want to talk to him for fear of what he might do when faced with the information. Himiko knew that he'd never hurt her, but she was worried that he might push her and Katz away, and she knew that would only make the problem worse. He acted like he was invincible, like he couldn't be hurt. Himiko knew that it wasn't ego that made Izuku think that way. It wasn't thinking that he was better than others. He just didn't care if he died or not. That was worse somehow. Showing someone that they weren't the center of the universe wasn't that difficult to do, but showing someone that their life mattered tended to be a lot harder. Himiko waited for Katz to lock eyes with her and nod before she left the room. She wanted to make sure that he understood what she was saying and wouldn't try to fix the situation on his own like she suspected he might. Himiko didn't dare talk to anyone else after having that conversation with Kaken. She needed to reset, to get herself in the right mindset again. She needed to make sure that her smile was fixed solidly on her face. Her mask needed to be put back on, and she couldn't do that until she had some time alone to think of a game plan for how to deal with Izuku. Katsuki didn't come out of his room until he got called to dinner. When his father asked, he made up a lie about doing homework that they both knew was false. Even though he was the one with the quirk, it had always been Deku who'd known how to hide from it, and Katsuki wouldn't have been surprised if his father could feel the rotting hole of negativity he was swallowed in from the other side of the bunker. It felt like he was drowning. Maybe he was. His father didn't press the issue. He asked if Katsuki needed anything, and Katsuki told him to go away. After dinner, he took Himiko up on her offer for a good spar. By the time he went to bed, his body ached as much as his head did. The sparring only made him feel less angry. The amount of worry he had for Deku didn't waver in the slightest. Katsuki had been 6 years old the first time he'd seen Deku get really angry. Angry in a way that you couldn't ignore. Anger only fueled his power, and at that point, he'd been young enough to only have minimal control over it. Deku was special. Not only was he next in line for the title of All for One, he was one of the few who'd been born with the quirk instead of being given it. Looking back through the ranks of people born with the Midoriya name, there had only been 4 of them who were actually born with the quirk itself. The first, obviously, had been the first All for One. The man who started it all. The beginning of their legacy. The second one had been his granddaughter, the third All for One. Her version of the quirk was more powerful. The legend goes that it had combined with her mother's healing quirk to give her the power to take and give quirks without possible injury or insanity forced upon those who'd lost their quirks or those who held too many. The third one to inherit the quirk naturally had been more recent, and they didn't talk about him. His quirk had expanded on it as well, however, giving it a copying element that allowed the user to copy quirks as well as take and give them. It was useful. Deku was the 4th one to be born with the quirk. His was much the same as it had been before. A near-perfect replica of the 3rd version. He could take, give, heal, and copy. Katsuki knew it was rare. He knew that it made Deku special, and he tried not to care about it, but he couldn't help himself. The first time Deku had ever gotten really angry was also the first time Katsuki had ever seen him really use his quirk. They'd been so young back then. They'd barely had their quirks for 2 years at that point, and if Katsuki was remembering correctly, Deku hadn't even reached that point. They were both inexperienced, although Katsuki was well trained enough to know not to use his own quirk. Obviously, Deku hadn't taken to being nearly as cautious. Katsuki didn't even remember what Deku had gotten mad about. Just that he'd gotten mad. Really mad. He did remember that there used to be a kid in their class with the power to blow up things with his hands. Little explosions that sprung from nitroglycerin-like sweat. Katsuki was very familiar with that particular quirk, but it hadn't been his originally. Katsuki remembered the smoke alarm going off. He remembered the kids screaming and the teacher trying to usher them out of the room. He remembered feeling the skin of his knees burn, and the soles of his shoes melt so the bottoms of his feet felt so hot they were cold. He remembered himself screaming, and how much it hurt his throat to scream while his lungs were full of smoke. He remembered being frozen in place. Nothing he'd done up until that point had prepared him for this event in his lifetime. He was like a shark dropped in the middle of a desert, or a house cat dragged down to the depths of the ocean under a storming sea. Unprepared, out of his element, and about to suffocate. Katsuki remembered the smell of burning hair and plastic and cloth and wood and rubber and flesh. It had taken a long time for him to shake it. Even years later when he was lying awake in bed trying to fall asleep, sometimes he was sure he could still smell it. The smoke stung at his eyes until all he could see was gray ash and the occasional flash of fire. The thing he remembered most of all was the sharp scent of caramel preceding over all of it. It was sickly sweet, and made him feel like he was drowning in honey, the sticky, syrupy, sickly sweetness pulling him under until he couldn't breathe. Katsuki loathed whatever greater power had decided that nitroglycerin should smell sweet like that. Katsuki couldn't remember much else from that day, but he did remember using his quirk without permission for the first time in over a year. "I hope," Katsuki whispered through lips gray from ash and smoke, "that the fire goes out. I hope my parents get here soon. I hope I get out of this alive. I hope Deku gets out of this alive. I hope everyone gets dash." The response was immediate. Even though it was his quirk, Katsuki couldn't help but marvel at how effective his words could be when he needed them. Hands covered his mouth and his mother's voice whispered in his ear, "That's enough. We've got this handled." Katsuki remembered feeling exhausted. He closed his eyes and let himself sleep. Before he was pulled under completely, he clearly remembered his pain dulling as his mother's voice whispered near his ear again. "Please, I hope my son makes it through this okay?" In the end, the school had to be completely demolished. All the people who'd been there that day or had been affected in any way from that day had to have their memories erased. The Memory Erasure Task Force had been sent out and the entire incident had been cleaned up neatly and with ease as things like that always were. Deku hadn't gotten in much trouble. Katsuki couldn't exactly recall why, but apparently it had something to do with the effects of suppressing a quirk when it was supposed to be used, which was something he'd been told a million times. While a quirk like his own was easily enough used on a small scale to keep the primal need to use a quirk sated, a quirk like All for One wasn't. Deku was dangerous, even as a 6-year-old. Katsuki remembered the actions Deku's parents had taken to make sure that the event wouldn't happen again. They made sure that Deku had ample opportunity to use his quirk. There were always people that the organization needed to be punished, those who had broken the organization's code, those who'd harmed others, those in the government who were abusing their power. The list was endless. There was always someone the organization determined deserved it. Deku ended up being a part of that system before he was old enough to really understand what he was doing. He didn't remember what happened to the kid with the explosion quirk. He knew that he'd been in the center of the fire, that he'd been the most injured when all was said and done, and he knew that he'd never seen the kid again. He couldn't even remember the kid's name, so even if he'd wanted to he couldn't look him up in the organization database effectively, and it was unlikely he'd find a file on him anyways. He could try searching for the quirk, but in true Midoriya fashion, the event had been nearly erased from organization databases anyway in order to protect their reputation. Katsuki had been told it was a necessary precaution. Katsuki had been told the event had been an accident. Katsuki knew nothing like it had ever happened again. Katsuki had been told nothing like it ever will. Katsuki had been told the problem had been fixed. When all the dust had settled, Katsuki had ended up with the explosion quirk. In fact, that was the one he was registered as having after they moved cities to get away from the area. Using it felt familiar. He'd had it such a long time, sometimes he forgot that it wasn't originally his. He liked the quirk. It was useful, it was powerful, and Katsuki was good at using it. The only issue he had with using it was the smell of caramel. It never failed to make his stomach feel uneasy. Izuku was sleeping tonight for once. He usually didn't, but with the way Recovery Girl's quirk worked and the fact that his arm was still healing, his parents had told him to take the night off and sleep for once instead of doing vigilante work. Secretly, he was thankful for the break, even though he wouldn't say it out loud. Izuku knew logically that the one-for-all quirk was weirder than other ones he'd owned. He also knew, logically, how he should try to go about controlling it. He had several theories on how to best not break his arms, but no matter what he tried, using the quirk always resulted in injury. Trying to use it with Himeken and Kaken during training hadn't helped at all. The only result was abused arms and legs from shattering them over and over again after he used it without improvement. The whole issue bothered Izuku. Of all the quirks for him to be unable to control, why on earth would it have to be this one? It was only when Izuku opened his eyes to a void of twisting energy and 8 wispy figures with glowing eyes that he got his answer. Tamaki paced around the small meeting room he'd rented before Spark and Ghost were called in. He'd been busy with schoolwork and starting up his final year of high school in the past week and had been given a small break from organization missions. The lack of things to do organization-wise made him fidgety. The anxiety of not being needed welled up inside him even though he knew that as the second week of school started he'd be given missions again. He still found himself pacing back and forth behind the grimy desk in a dimly lit room with sticky carpeting. Figures he'd end up with a less well-maintained room this time. All the ones in the first circle base he usually used were full, so he'd rented one in a second circle base and it wasn't as well kept. Tamaki had a mission update for Spark and Ghost. Specifically, there was a job opportunity for one of them to interact with another villain group that the organization funded. One that towed the line between circles and was hard to pin down a definitive spot for. One that would become the face of the organization, or at least all for one schemes. One that the media would latch onto if everything went according to plan. Tamaki had no doubt that it would. The League of Villains was a project a long time in the making. While Kurogyri was well aware of everything going on behind the scenes, a first circle member of the council rumored to have babysat the Big Three when they were younger, Shigaraki, the official leader of the soon-to-be-established LOV, had no idea about any of it. He knew about All for One at least as far as the fact that the man existed, was powerful, and could take and give quirks, but didn't know about the rest of everything. For instance, he was under the impression that All for One was a single person and not a legacy title, and he certainly had no idea about how connected the Hope was to AFO. Tamaki knew he was being kept in the dark intentionally, but he didn't know to what end. All of this was very recent information to him. In fact, he'd learned it just a few hours ago. Before then, he hadn't even been aware of the LOV's existence. Information relating to them seemed to be given out on a need-to-know basis. Tamaki had been given another mission update, specifically relating to his supervision over Spark and Ghost, hence why he'd called the meeting with them. Along with his mission update, he'd been given a file on the LOV that explained everything about them so that he'd have some background information to give to Spark and Ghost. The infiltration of the LOV was a layer of the mission that had been previously completely unknown to all 3 people who were assigned it. They hadn't even known there would be another layer. Reading through the information given about the LOV and the next step in Spark and Ghost's assignment, Tamaki had been reminded just how secretive the organization was. People in lower circles tended to think that everyone in the first circle was all-knowing when it came to organization business, but Tamaki knew for a fact that wasn't the case. Plus, Tamaki knew from observing the people around him that most people in the first circle thought that the council was all-knowing. Tamaki was pretty sure from observing them and from the rumors that he'd heard during his time working in his position that the council wasn't all-knowing either, although they certainly did know more than most. The only ones who were really all-knowing were the true leaders of the organization, All for One, Hope, the Big Three, and their families. Even that was debatable. They seemed all-knowing, but Tamaki couldn't help but wonder. The Midoriyas and the Bakugas. Hearing the names in casual conversation always made Tamaki tense. When Spark and Ghost showed him some of their progress in figuring out which 2 kids in their class were Big Three members, Tamaki was certain that he had physically flinched when he saw the names on the paper. They looked so unassuming as they were, attached to a first name that Tamaki had previously not known and a face that wasn't familiar, but Tamaki felt instinctual fear of anyways. Eyes that didn't look sinister enough, staring up at him from their place on the printout of the student's file. Tamaki was thankful for his mask and how good it was at hiding his expression for the millionth time. Otherwise he was sure he would have given away which classmates were Big Three members by facial expression alone. By the time Spark and Ghost showed up, Tamaki was comfortably lost in thought, still pacing the room. He was considering the LOV and what their future role and involvement was going to be in organization business, and how best for Spark and Ghost to do what they had to do next. "Hi, Kraken." Ghost was cheery as ever, but her sudden entrance made Tamaki startle a bit. "Oh, sorry." Ghost hurriedly apologized. "I didn't mean to startle you. I'm just excited." She certainly seemed to be, bouncing on her toes happily as she nearly skipped to her seat. Spark looked just as excited. He reminded Tamaki of a happy puppy. Tamaki could only imagine what their facial expressions must have looked like behind their masks. "Okay, thank you for coming," Tamaki started, sitting down and immediately starting to stress out over every word he said and whether or not Spark and Ghost thought it was weird that he was pacing the room and if they were going to start the conversation or if he should and why did he thank them for coming. They didn't have a choice if they wanted to keep their jobs and… Obvi. Ghost's voice held a smile in it. "What's our update, Chief?" Being called Chief threw Tamaki off for a second as his train of thought halted and he panicked for a second before he remembered that he had notes on everything Spark and Ghost needed to know about the LOV and their job regarding them in the file on his desk. Tamaki cleared his throat and opened the file with hands that were shaking slightly more than he would like them to be. "I have a new assignment for you." Because of relating to Dash, Tamaki cut himself off before he could spiral into a worse hole of stuttering and make a bigger fool of himself. Relating to the newly established League of Villains. Neither Spark or Ghost commented or even seemed to notice his slip-up with the words, which was something he'd noticed they tended to ignore since interacting with the pair as much as he had recently. It made him feel more at ease in their presence. His stuttering was something that he was fairly self-conscious about, and their lack of a reaction to it made him feel a little better. Mirio and Nijire were always good about it too. "What kind of work will we be doing with them?" Spark asked, pulling the file towards him and Ghost so that they could begin to look over it. "You'll be feeding them information about what's going on at UA. You'll be…" Tamaki searched for the word for a moment. Spark and Ghost looked up at him, surprised. "You'll be traders." "It's gotta be me," Toru said. "I've been trained for this." "You haven't. Plus, I have a believable excuse." "Which is?" Denki asked, not bothering to contest the fact that she'd been trained for the job and he hadn't. "I want to switch out my quirk. It makes me invisible all the time, and I just want to be seen." Toru explained, batting her eyelashes and giving Denki her best Draman eyes. "Plus, I'll be able to sneak around at school, just like they want." "It makes perfect amaze fantastic sense." Denki paused, making a face as he tried to come up for a reason to protest. "I guess you're right. I'm not good at spy work." Toru smiled. Perks of being a stealth specialist. Once news had broken to the press that All Might was going to be teaching at UA, news stations from all over Japan sent reporters and film crews to flood the gates of UA and pounce on students to ask them about their famous teacher. Izuku winced as he realized that the crowd was thicker than it had been the past 2 days today. In fact, he was pretty sure there were more reporters than ever. He took a deep breath, put on an expression that he hoped conveyed how unwilling he was to talk to the camera, and approached the entrance to the school's campus. The second he got close, his uniform gave him away as a student and some of the reporters who'd been standing on the fringe immediately started shoving microphones in his face and yelling questions over the noise of the crowd. Lights flashed in his face and Izuku desperately told the reporters that he had to go to the nurse's office, gesturing to the cast his arm was still in as evidence. They persisted, but Izuku managed to shove his way through the crowd and to the gates anyway. Scanning the crowd, he saw that Kaken was having a harder time of it. Kaken had been recognized as the kid from the sludge incident, and the reporters were pestering him and asking questions about it. Izuku was a little surprised that the incident was memorable enough that Kaken was recognized even nearly a year later, but he supposed it made sense. Future hero middle schooler fights villain made of sludge bravely until All Might shows up, saving himself. Izuku remembered reading some of the articles on it online. Very few of them mentioned him running in to save Kaken. He felt thankful that he didn't receive the same attention, but also knew that Kaken really didn't want it either. By the time he managed to get into the building and sit down at his desk, The reporters and the press were what most of the kids in his class were talking about. Uraraka was sheepishly telling some of the other girls that she just told the press that All Might was muscular when they asked about him, and Ida seemed to be rehashing a speech he'd given them to Ajuru, who was looking increasingly regretful that he'd asked. Izuku smiled. He was so glad to finally have real friends. Eventually Aizawa-sensei started their class and reviewed what had happened in the battle trials yesterday. He addressed Kaken and Izuku directly. "Bakugo, you're very talented, so don't act like a kid." Izuku could see Kaken visibly stiffen and at their teacher's words and felt bad for him again. He'd only been staying in character. And Midoriya, when Aizawa-sensei said Izuku's name, he looked up in relative surprise. "You settled it by breaking your arm again?" Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. "You can't keep saying you can't help it because you can't control your quirk. I don't like saying the same thing over and over. As long as you fix the control issue, there's a lot you'll be able to do." Aizawa-sensei made it sound so simple. Izuku made sure to look up again and nod excitedly, but on the inside all he could feel was a sense of dread. All he could think about was the dream he'd had last night. 8 pairs of eyes looking at him through the darkness. The brightest pair, the most unsettling one, shining from the blurriest shape, furthest in the back. Green eyes identical to Izuku's. He tried to shake the feeling, but a chill lingered in the back of his mind. He could swear he could still feel those eyes watching him. Maybe they still were. Izuku didn't think he'd have to worry about ghosts when he accepted the quirk, but maybe he should have. They didn't like him. He was sure of that. The hostility, anger, and betrayal emanating from them in. His dream had been pretty hard to ignore after all. Izuku could swear that he could still feel them in the very back of his mind, whispering their discontent. Izuku finally had a reason for why the quirk was so hard for him to control. It was sentient, and it didn't like him very much. Toru nearly skipped to UA that morning. Sitting in her seat, her excitement only seemed to build. She smiled brightly even though no one could see. Today she was going to do her first official work for the LOV. After getting in contact with Kurohige about it and mentioning that she'd been sent to him by a friend who told her she could possibly get a new quirk, she mentioned that she was currently a student at UA, and was told that since she was a student at UA, before she met with the group's leader, Shigaraki Tamura, it had listed him in the LOV's files. She would have to prove herself. After that, they would discuss a long-term plan for her to be a spy at UA. Toru had then been given some relatively simple instructions, a small mission for her to complete the next day. It appeared Shigaraki Tamura didn't want to waste any time on pleasantries. Toru was fine with that. It wasn't a hard mission by any means. In fact, the hardest part was going to be sneaking out of the classroom when no one was looking. Since she sat in the front, Toru couldn't simply sneak out the back. Toru figured there wasn't a safe way around the problem and decided to wait until lunch came to break away from the class. The only issue was going to be that she had to sneak into the teacher's lounge, and there was sure to be someone there during lunch. Toru supposed she could always wait and arrive to class late, but she didn't want to. If she could sneak out before then, that would be much preferred. Interrupting her plans, however, was the announcement that the class was going to be picking a class rep. It seemed like nearly everyone raised their hand and asked to be picked for the job. Some more loudly than others. Toru noticed as Bakugo started screaming behind her. Denki included. He was raising his hand high and shouting too, but there was a lot less anger in his voice. Toru knew she probably wouldn't be seen, but she raised her hand and tried to get a word in too. No one seemed to notice. Ida called for everyone's attention from the back of the room. Aizawa had long since zipped up his sleeping bag again and appeared to have already fallen asleep on the floor. Everyone's attention was on Ida, who was telling them that they should use democracy and vote on a class rep. No one was looking at Toru, and everyone was already standing up since they'd just been yelling about being class president. Toru found that she had an opening to sneak out. As she wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, she took it. While Ida started to organize the voting process, Toru double-checked no one was looking at her and easily expanded her invisibility to include her clothing, making her completely invisible. With silent steps she left the classroom and started off down the hall. Toru's control over light was more than it said on her official quirk registration. UA was under the assumption that she was always invisible, all the time, and she could only make herself invisible. In actuality, Toru could turn the effect on and off, and could also expand it to cover clothing she was wearing, or even a chair she was sitting on if she focused, or small things she might be holding like pens or books. Toru could manipulate the way light bounced off things around her. She could make it not bounce off at all, or bounce off brighter, giving her the ability to release a blinding flash that worked very well as a distraction. The only things she couldn't affect were colors, which she was sorely disappointed about since she loved colors. Toru was very good at going unnoticed when she wanted to be. She'd been trained since she was little to walk silently, and her steps didn't make any sound. Her shoes were also specially made for walking quietly. She'd made sure to wear her best ones today. Even though the mission was a relatively simple one, there was a lot riding on it, and she didn't want to mess it up. It took Toru longer to get to the teacher's lounge than she would have liked. The longer she spent away from class, the more likely it was that her absence would be noticed. She knew Denki could cover for her, but that would only work to a certain extent. The door to the lounge was left unlocked, and Toru slipped in by opening it so slowly it barely seemed to be moving, in hopes it would disguise her entering. She'd been told that Nizu had cameras all over the school, and she was sure that included the hallways and the teacher's lounge. She knew she'd have to ask Denki to do some editing later on the footage of her disappearing in the classroom, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. The editing of security tapes in the way he was going to edit them was relatively new technology, but it wasn't anything he hadn't used before many times. The information Shigaraki had wanted was information on All Might. He'd wanted to know the man's schedule for the next month. Toru hadn't asked why, but she could certainly guess. In her personal opinion, it wasn't that smart to plan an attack on All Might, even if it did appear Shigaraki was probably planning some sort of ambush during school hours. Each teacher appeared to have a different desk, and Toru didn't find it all that hard to guess which one was All Might's. It was the only one that still had boxes packed underneath it, as if he hadn't finished setting up his office even though it had probably been several months since he'd first had the chance to. His desk was terribly unorganized, and Toru was happy that she probably wouldn't have to memorize where everything was and put it back perfectly because it really didn't seem like All Might knew where everything was either. Before Toru touched anything, she looked around the room and listened cautiously to make sure that she couldn't see or hear anyone in the teacher's lounge. The second she was sure she was alone, Toru started to work, and she worked fast. The first thing Toru did was open and close all the drawers as quietly as she could. To her immense dismay, each and every one of them made a loud creaking noise when opening, and eventually Toru just decided to leave them open. It wasn't worth the noise. She could close them at the end. Seeing nothing right off the bat that stood out to her as being a schedule, Toru started sorting through the files on his desk. The files in his drawers were more organized, but marginally so. Toru used to not like going through other people's stuff, or spying on them when they didn't know. The stealth specialist job sounded fun, at least a lot more fun than the other jobs, and Toru knew she had the perfect quirk for it, but she hadn't taken to it right away. Some of the more morally questionable things she'd had to do in the beginning had weighed on her for a while. Eventually, she got used to doing them, and now she didn't even bat an eye as she blatantly snuck out of class, snuck into a room she wasn't supposed to be in, and started rifling through a teacher's things in order to find something that she knew was going to be used against them for nefarious purposes. Honestly, Toru had done worse. Yes, this was bad, but at least she wasn't hurting anybody. Sometimes when she snuck into places, she had to take out the guards, and that usually made her feel a little guilty if she accidentally was a bit harsher than she meant to be about it. Once she'd accidentally shoved someone off a balcony and down about a 3-story drop. Their screaming after they hit the ground still haunted her sometimes. It had affected her so much she'd asked Denki to look up his medical records to make sure he was okay. He'd made a full recovery and had only broken a few bones, but one of them had gotten dangerously close to puncturing an organ, and Toru still had nightmares about it sometimes. Nonetheless, Toru had been doing these kinds of jobs for a long time now, and it didn't take her long to find the schedule. She took several photos of it with her phone, sent them to Shigaraki, and then made sure they were deleted completely off her phone. She'd check with Denki later to make sure that all traces of them were gone. Shigaraki didn't respond back, but she did get a small notification signifying that he'd read it at least. Toru smiled. Closing the doors was far more annoying than she'd wanted it to be. She found that if she closed them very slowly and lifted them up a bit as she slid them in, they creaked a lot less, but it was still too loud for her liking, especially in a big empty room like the one she was in right now. It felt off-putting. Toru examined the desk when she was done. She rearranged a few of the papers in the hopes that it would look mostly the same as it had when she'd left it, and then started to make her way back to the door. She was only a few steps away when it opened and two teachers stepped into the room right in front of her. Toru pressed her back up against the wall next to the door desperately and held her breath as they passed to minimize the sound she was making and the space she was taking up. It only took her a second to identify the two people who just entered the classroom. Snipe and Midnight. They were both talking and laughing. Toru realized that they must be coming in for their lunch break. Her suspicions were confirmed as she managed to slip out of the room before the door closed behind them and saw the halls were nearly flooding with students as they walked to lunch. Toru blended in with the crowd and slipped seamlessly between them until she saw a familiar face she recognized from being in her class, Ishido, and let herself become visible again slowly, so she wouldn't cause alarm. Careful as ever to keep her skin see-through and double-checking that her clothing was solid, Toru stepped up beside Ishido and easily inserted herself in the conversation she was having with Jairu. Toru really was good. No one suspected a thing, although the pocket her phone was in with the pictures of All Might's schedule felt a little heavier as the information thief headed to lunch. Izuku stared at Uraraka and Ida incredulously, the bowl of food in front of him, forgotten. "That was you? But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida?" Uraraka asked. Wanting to do it and being suitable for the job are different issues. Ida sipped his orange juice. "I merely did what I judged to be correct." Izuku stared at him, still in shock. He'd been so surprised when he'd ended up with more votes than everyone else in the class. He hadn't expected it at all, and although normally he wouldn't mind the role, he was sure that actually wanting it wouldn't be staying in character. The conversation switched to other topics before Izuku was really done processing that his friends liked him enough to vote for him to be class rep. "I've been thinking," Uraraka spoke around the food in her mouth. "Are you rich, Ida?" "Rich?" Ida's shoulders slumped and he sighed. "I tried to change how I talked and acted so I wouldn't get called that." This piqued Izuku's interest. His family was also very, very rich, most likely being one of the richest in the world if you counted the money from all their different bank accounts, the money earned by all the puppet companies they owned, and the cash they had stored away who knows where that wasn't documented because it wasn't legally obtained and wasn't supposed to be used as anything except backup funding in case things went horribly wrong. Actually, most of the money Izuku's family could reasonably call theirs was obtained illegally. Uraraka had been able to guess that Ida was rich because of how he talked and acted. It was very proper. While Izuku was technically also rich in the money regard, he knew that Ida's social standing, which he very quickly learned was linked to his family's prominent role in the hero industry, was what Uraraka was mostly referencing when she called him rich. The social standing was something that Izuku didn't have, or at least not in the way Ida did. Izuku grew up in a proper setting full of company parties, well-funded private education, expensive clothing, and scenes very reminiscent of the high society that Ida was used to. The difference between Izuku and Ida was that Ida grew up in hero high society and Izuku grew up in villain high society. That, and Izuku was much better at hiding his wealthy upbringing. Listening to Ida talk about his older brother Ingenium made Izuku realize just how much Ida looked up to him. If he had to guess, Ingenium was a big part of the reason why Ida wanted to be a hero. It made Izuku feel happy inside. He hoped that he could be as good a big brother to Eri as it was clear Ingenium was to Ida. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. "I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others." Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. Ida nodded to punctuate the end of his small speech. Izuku internally winced, realizing that he should probably tell Ida that he didn't have any idea about possible rescue points in the entrance exam, even if he had known about them beforehand. He felt guilty making Ida think that he'd managed to figure that out on his own when he really hadn't. About the entrance exam dash, it didn't appear that Izuku was going to get the chance however, as the shrill sound of an alarm bell cut him off before he could finish. There has been a level 3 security breach. The voice over the announcements was uncomfortably loud, and Izuku couldn't help but flinch in surprise as the computer-automated voice started talking louder than he'd been expecting. Level 3. If Izuku was remembering correctly, and he always remembered correctly, Level 3 security breaches meant that someone was trespassing on school grounds. As Izuku and his friends stood up to leave the cafeteria, Izuku was struck by the sudden thought that he might have an idea of who was breaking in. Denki found himself standing next to Kirishima from his class and trying to direct traffic as the huge crowds of students around them pushed and shoved their way in a mass of flailing limbs and panicked screaming without really knowing how he got there. His and Kirishima's attempts to get everyone to slow down and stop yelling were not working in the slightest, and Denki personally thought it would be a miracle if no one got injured during the uncoordinated stampede that had resulted from the announcement about the security breach. Denki almost got pushed over again and had to keep fighting to stay near Kirishima. He glanced around, but couldn't see Toru anywhere. He hoped she hadn't gotten caught in the stampede. While she was sitting with Ishido and Jairu at lunch, Toru got a text from an unknown number she recognized as Kurojiiri informing her that some changes were going to be made to the plan. Namely, Shigaraki was coming to the school to pick up the information she'd gathered directly instead of waiting for it to be dropped off by her at a discreet location later that night as they had previously planned. Toru was briefly baffled as to how he intended to do that until the alarm went off and she suddenly realized that Shigaraki was probably not that smart of a person. Slipping away from the crowd was easy, and Toru doubted that Denki would even have to fool with the cameras to mask her going completely invisible just based on how violently crowded the hallways were. Pulling out her phone and speed walking as quietly as she could, Toru made her way outside the building and was met with a crowd just as hectic as the one inside. Representatives from every media outlet Toru could recognize and several she couldn't covered the front lawn. It wouldn't be hard at all for someone to sneak in with them and slip away in the chaos. Toru followed the instructions she was given through text around the edge of the crowd to a spot that was slightly secluded off to the side of the gates. There was a skinny man in a black hoodie pulled low over his eyes standing as shadily as someone could stand off to the side exactly where Kurojiiri said he would be. Toru approached who she could only assume was Shigaraki with caution. "I have the dash." The man's head whipped up and Toru got a quick glance at his face before he was looking down again, muttering curses under his breath. "Make this quick. They'll kick the media out soon." Toru swallowed and took out her phone, turning it around so that Shigaraki could see the pictures she'd taken. "That's good," Shigaraki nodded, taking out his own phone and taking a picture of her phone. "Delete the photo. Then delete it from your trash. Make sure there isn't a trace of it left on your phone. You haven't been followed?" Toru sighed, slightly irritated that she was being talked down to like she was a little kid. "It's kind of hard to follow someone you can't see." "Good." Shigaraki nodded, but didn't look up. Toru didn't bother to keep the frown off her face at the tone of his voice. "Get back to class, but be careful. You can't let Dash." "I know." Toru said, "I'm not stupid. They won't find out what I'm doing." Shigaraki tilted his head up just enough that Toru could see the displeased look on his face. He didn't bother to say any kind of goodbye before shoving his hands in his pockets and making his way back to the entrance gates and slipping back into the crowd of reporters. Izuku walked home, sure in his decision to hand his position as class rep over to Ida. From everything he'd seen, Ida and Yoerozu would do wonderfully as class reps. Honestly, Izuku felt a mix of emotions about almost being voted in as class president. On one hand, it made him feel great. Having friends who trusted him and believed in him that much put a pep in his step, even if he wasn't sure he deserved it. Actually, Izuku was very sure he didn't deserve it. In fact, he knew he didn't. Having their trust to such a degree made him feel guilty as well as happy. It hadn't really hit him until then that he had people who he could consider his friends, but standing in front of the class as he relinquished his position as class rep, it occurred to him that for the first time maybe ever he had friends who weren't organization kids. Izuku was lying to them. He was lying to everyone at UA every moment that he was there. He wasn't who they thought he was. They thought he was a regular student. A good person. Someone they could depend on to save them no matter what. Someone they could trust. Someone who wanted to be a hero. Izuku knew he'd always been a liar, but now that he had friends, it was really hitting him that there were people he'd grown to care about outside the organization. People who'd grown to care about him. People that would feel betrayed if they ever found out what his real goals were. They weren't going to find out. Izuku was too thorough. He'd make sure of it. If Izuku were to remain friends with Uraraka and Ida, he'd just have to keep them in the dark about who he really was. He could do that. Izuku was raised to lie. He was good at it. He'd managed to do it so far. Even as he reassured himself, Izuku knew it wouldn't last. They'd find out eventually. The plan wasn't for Izuku to lie forever. All Izuku could do was stop them from finding out too soon. Tamura sat slumped on a sticky bar stool in a dark, damp bar. He was breathing in warm air under a creaky roof and squinting his eyes because the light of his phone felt blinding even at its lowest setting. He fought the ever-present urge to scratch the sides of his neck and stared at the picture of the class schedule staring up at him. There was a strawberry milkshake sitting empty and forgotten on the counter next to him. In 4 days, Class 1A would go off campus to a separate location, and All Might would be going with them. The only other teacher listed as attending the class was Rescue Hero 13, and they weren't going to be much of an issue. The kids certainly wouldn't either. Tamura didn't smile, but he felt slightly less angry as the stars aligned for once. Shigaraki Tamura. Kurojairi always called Tamura by his full name. He also liked to turn the bar lights on, even though most of them were broken and the ones that weren't were so dim they barely made a difference. What is our next step? Kurojairi was always asking questions. He insisted on having Tamura be the boss, which he was, but while that gave Tamura the freedom he thought he deserved, it also took away the only real source of guidance he might have had. At first, Sensei had stepped in every once in a while in order to guide him, but his influence had lessened over the years, almost to the point of non-existence. Tamura was sure at this point that if he were about to make a horrible mistake, Sensei would step in, but he had no intention of messing up something he cared about so much, and it wouldn't be necessary for this mission. Killing All Might was all he'd wanted to do for as long as he could remember. If he killed All Might, then Hero Society would fall. All Might was such a strong pillar, and had placed himself at such an important position in society that if he were gone, especially if he were ripped away, then everyone would see the flaws in the hero-filled world that Tamura saw. Without one of the most important pillars to hold it up, the hero system would crumble to pieces around them and villains would finally have the spotlight. Tamura would have the spotlight. Tamura would be in control. Tamura would be in charge. Tamura had a plan. The USJ facility was unprotected by the regular security systems, and the ones they did have were less tight. The location was easy enough to get to, especially with Kurojairi's quirk. The only thing Tamura really had to do was recruit more villains to his cause. Given his sensei's vast range of resources and connections, he had no doubt that they'd be able to get a small army ready in time for the day of the attack. Kurojairi narrowed his eyes at Tamura's silence, but Tamura didn't care. Everything was falling into place. "I have a plan," Tamura said, turning to him, "one that'll work. With the Nomu, we've already secured victory. The hardest part will be infiltration, but we can get through that with your and my quirks alone. If that doesn't work, it shouldn't be too hard to find someone with an electric quirk." Kurojairi didn't react, but Tamura had been with him long enough to read his emotions in the way the mist around him moved. It swirled and deepened. He was interested. Tamura smiled. Tashinori observed the third-year class with interest. He wasn't in his hero form at the moment, and as per usual, Yagi Tashinori went unnoticed. It had been a strange adjustment after he'd first gotten injured, but not being recognized was a welcome change. Putting on a brave smile all the time got tiring after decades of it. Watching the third year's training, it was clear to the veteran hero that 3 of them really did stand out, just like he'd been told. Heido Nager, Amajiki Tamaki, and Toguda Mirio. Young Heido flew above the rest of her classmates, taking on several opponents with ease. She deflected attacks and struck back in a perfect blend of offense and defense, effectively making herself impossible to touch from her perch high up in the air. Amajiki was deft and quick in his movements, but still very unsure. He hesitated before attacking, but even the slight hesitation in his movement didn't stop him from fighting several of his own classmates at once as well. He commanded tentacles that swirled around him and a crab claw that was even more dangerous. It made those who had broken through his initial tentacle defense sorry they'd gotten so close. Out of the three of them, however, young Toguro Mirio stood out the most. He was both everywhere and nowhere at once. Both attacking mercilessly and without hesitation and completely impossible to touch. Toshinori's old sidekick had taught him well. While Nijire and Amajiki both seemed at their limits taking on 4 or 5 classmates, Toguro seemed happy to take on most of the rest. He would have been a good pick for a successor. Toshinori knew that, but even so, even watching him dominate a battlefield like he was, even without the help of One for All, the number 1 hero couldn't be happier in his decision anyway. Young Midoriya was everything Toshinori had been looking for in a successor. Completely unafraid of stepping into danger to save others, analytically intelligent, steadfastly strong-willed, determined to reach his goal, and kind to a fault. Even if he did cry more than Toshinori would have thought. He was a good kid. He'd make a great hero. There was only one thing that made Toshinori second-guess himself. Midoriya Shounen and Bakugo Shounen's fight during the combat exercise. Both of them had gone to such extremes. He remembered watching Midoriya get pulled away on a stretcher and feeling dread. He couldn't stand to see his student go so far as to harm himself the way that he had, especially over something as small as a training exercise. It didn't bode well for how willing he'd be to jump into danger as he got older. For the first time in a long time, Toshinori realized that he knew what Night Eye might have felt after he made his decision to keep up his hero work even after getting his death sentence. Toshinori had no doubt that his successor was going to be a great hero and save many people. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not Midoriya would be able to keep himself safe as well. Watching the third years also reminded Toshinori of how far Midoriya still had left to grow. Toshinori was sure he would learn to be less reckless. Especially with a teacher like Eraserhead, or Aizawa as he should probably call his colleague now, guiding him. Bakugo was another matter. Toshinori was worried about him. He seemed to have so much anger for someone so young, and so much was directed at Midoriya. At least Midoriya seemed to have found friends in young Uraraka and Ida. Toshinori was sure he'd be able to make many more easily. He was a very friendly person after all. Eri was perfectly content to do her homework on the couch most nights. Technically, everything she did was homework, since it had been decided that she'd be homeschooled and kept secret instead of going out to public school. Eri didn't mind being kept a secret. It made her feel special. Even though people always talked about Aiza being the next all-for-one, Eri knew she was just as important. Her parents always took care to make sure of it. Plus, Eri didn't want to be all-for-one. She wanted to be a doctor. Eri often thought about how scary the stories of her dad's fight with All Might sounded. She'd been too young to remember the event herself, but Aizu and Himeken were always open to telling her all about it. They hadn't been sure if he was going to make it. According to her brother, who had never been wrong as long as Eri could remember, it had been very close. The doctors had managed to save him though. They'd healed him even when he was on the brink of death. Himeken had told her that line, standing dramatically on the back of the blue couch and waving her arms around wildly as she talked, even though being on the back of the blue couch wasn't allowed. Eri wanted to save people like that. Mom told her once that being a doctor took a lot of school, but Eri loved school and thought she would only love it more if she were learning how to save people. Aizu, Katz, and Himeken were learning how to save people by fighting and spying and probably paperwork. Dad had to do a lot of paperwork, and if Aizu was going to take his place he probably would have to do a lot of paperwork as well. But Eri was going to save people by healing them when they got hurt or were sick. No one would die after Eri became a doctor. She was very smart. Lots of adults told her that, from her parents to her tutors. She was very kind. Lots of adults told her that too. And she had the perfect quirk for saving people. Aizu had told her that Eri could reverse time. It was very, very powerful. She could use it to fix things like broken pencils and ripped paper, or make fruit fresh again instead of rotten. She could also use it to take quirks away, although they didn't usually use it for that since the quirks were gone for good. They just, poof, disappeared, as Himeken liked to say. It always made Eri giggle. More importantly, she could heal people. If someone got hurt, like a cut or a bruise, Eri was very good at fixing them up so that they weren't hurt anymore. Iza liked to call it reversing an injury. Eri didn't just heal injuries, she made it so that it was like they never even happened in the first place. Already, she was a very good doctor. She wasn't allowed to fix anything bigger than a twisted ankle right now, but she was working with her tutors to get better control. One day, she'd be able to heal anything. Dad even said that she might be able to bring people back from the dead. Eri knew she was very lucky. She was in the perfect position to be a doctor when she grew up, and she would get to save so many people. Plus, she'd get to be the head doctor on the council, Mom said, since she was a Midoriya. That doesn't mean you won't have to work hard, she remembered Mom saying. You will have to work very, very hard. But if that's what you want to do, then we'll help you any way we can. Of course, you can always change your mind. We'll support you no matter what you want to do when you grow up. Eri assured Mom that she wasn't going to change her mind. She was sure of what she wanted to do. Well, you'll be great at whatever you set your mind to, Mom told her. Mom had also never been wrong before, so Eri was sure that she was right. Eri had all her best crayons lined up on the coffee table in front of her. She was currently working on a color by number for her math tutor. The twist was that she had to do math problems to figure out which colors went where. Eri usually didn't mind math, and she really liked coloring, so the assignment barely felt like work at all. She was flying through it, and soon she'd move on to practicing her reading and writing, which she liked a lot less. Her thoughts were interrupted by her dad, who was sitting at his corner of the kitchen counter doing paperwork. He's made contact? With which one? He was asking. Eri looked up and noted that he was on the phone. Good, that's the better choice. She has the training. How did it go? What did he think of her? He paused for a second and Eri went back to her coloring, not meaning to eavesdrop but not knowing the context behind the conversation either. Her father kept talking to whoever was on the other side of the phone, and Ghost managed to retrieve the documents without issue? Good. How is the recruitment going? Eri's dad stood up and started gathering his papers to put in his work bag. That's what we expected at least. How is Tamura? Yes, good. Thank you, Kurogyari. Eri's head snapped up at the familiar name as Dad hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. Were you talking to Kurogyari-sensei? She asked, excited. Midoriya Hisashi's face broke out into a grin the second he made eye contact with his daughter. Yes, it was. Next time I talk to him, would you like me to say hi for you? Just, I don't get to see him very much anymore. He's always busy. Eri complained, swinging her legs under the table. Well, he has a big job to do. Do you remember Tamura? Eri thought for a moment, maybe. Did he have the quirk that broke stuff? Yes, he did. Decay, her father reminded her. Kurogyari is supervising him right now. He's helping him think up a very important plan right now. Eri thought for a moment. Do you want his plan to win or lose? She asked. Sometimes her parents set up people in lower circles to lose instead of win so that the organization as a whole could win more important things later. Eri thought it was very interesting and wasn't quite sure about the strategy behind it yet. Dad ruffled her hair. They're going to lose. But later, it will lead to lots and lots of wins. We just need the heroes to know about them first before we do anything big. Okay. Eri supposed that kind of made sense, maybe a little bit. She thought having the heroes not know made more sense, since that way they could plan a surprise attack, but there were probably other parts of the plan that she didn't know about yet. Maybe when Iza got home she could ask him. He usually knew about those kinds of things. Nizu was very quickly discovering that there was more to some of the newest first years than there appeared to be at a glance. In the extensive regular background checks he did before the school year started, he discovered several interesting things. First of all, and most glaringly obvious, to Nizu at least, was the case of Midoriya Hisashi. There was money in his bank account that there should be. That alone signaled probable criminal activity. Plus, Nizu had to search for a solid 20 minutes to find a single picture of the man. That was very suspicious. If he had to guess, Midoriya Hisashi was probably involved in some sort of low-level crime scheme. Most likely something money-related and not anything with malicious intent, based on how intact the rest of his records were. The fact that Nizu almost couldn't find a picture of him was weird, but made sense for someone who had two family members with completely clean records and a high-paying job overseas. Men like him, who had a lot of money and a lot to lose, tended to be overly cautious. Based on everything Nizu had seen, it was likely that he'd paid someone to erase his presence from social media and various government databases. While Nizu could turn him in, he had no reason to. Plus, it would majorly upend his son's life, and Midoriya Izuku was All Might's successor. He was too important. Oh, the privilege that heroes with powerful quirks get. Nizu could help but think back to giving All Might a position as a teacher even though he had no previous teaching experience and no education training whatsoever. Besides the Midoriyas, there were several other families who stood out as suspicious to Nizu. The Orisus, for instance. It was clear to him that a lot of their money also appeared to have spontaneously popped into existence in their bank accounts from who knows where. Given what the quirk his student's mother's side of the family tended to pass down, he found it fairly easy to connect the dots. From everything he'd seen, their daughter had no idea about her parents' possible criminal activity, and he decided to leave them be as well. Nizu knew the hero industry was skewed in favor of the male population, and that it needed more strong female heroes like Yoruzu was shaping up to be. She was smart, strong, and skilled. He had high hopes for her. Telling the HPSC about her family would only upend her life in a way it didn't need to be. The principal didn't want to harm her chances of being a successful hero in any way. Nizu had been well aware of Todoroki Enji's family drama for a long time now. The issue with his case was that Nizu also knew the HPSC was aware of what he was doing and was actively covering it up. Even though Nizu wanted to do something, he wasn't able to. He wondered if Endeavor knew just how much leeway he was given solely because of how high he was in the hero rankings. Nizu doubted it. All in all, those were the three standout cases, although there were a few other students in other classes who were interesting. One of the students in Class 1B had an older brother who'd ended up turning to villainy after his dreams of being a hero had gotten crushed after he failed to pass the entrance exam. One of the support students had an aunt who was connected to the black market sale of support items. Nizu couldn't find any evidence that the students themselves were into any kind of villainy, and given that in both cases the villain was convicted and currently in prison, there wasn't anything else that needed to be done about it anyways. He only figured it was a good thing to consider and keep an eye on. Kurogiri finished his phone call with the boss and paused for a minute to collect his thoughts before calling up the other person he needed to talk to today. It had taken a while to find someone with the correct kind of quirk for the task they needed and at the skill level they wanted, but eventually they managed to find someone in the fourth circle who knew someone in the third who knew someone in the fourth again who was related to someone that would be willing to help as long as he was paid well. Money was no object, and Kurogiri had agreed to his blatant overpricing of the job. Even better, he didn't have much previous experience with violent crime, so he wouldn't be especially hard for any of the students to take down in battle, which was also a requirement of all the recruits. Although Shigaraki Tamura had no idea of this aspect of the plan, it was Kurogiri's job to make sure that the villains they were hiring weren't a real threat. It was surprisingly easy to find people like that if you knew where to look. It didn't take long for the other side of the phone to crackle to life. Hello? You're that purple misty guy, right? Yes, I am. Kurogiri noted how the person on the other end of the line had made a point to memorize his number. I am here to give you the complete details of the plan. You didn't already? But you talked for such a long time about it on Saturday. Are you telling me that was a waste of my time? Time doesn't come easy, I have better things to dash. In order to warp you into the USJ, I will have to know your exact position. Kurogiri explained slowly, voice even. I'm sending you the building and floor you will be expected to be in and on over text, as well as the exact details of what we need you to accomplish. Fine. I'm still not happy about this though. Kurogiri thought it was interesting that the other villain was under the impression that he cared. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Kurogiri didn't bother to give him any warning before hanging up the phone. There wasn't anything else he was required to say. Originally, Kurogiri had hoped that whoever they found for this particular aspect of the job would be easy to work with and sensible enough to understand how to deal with Shigaraki Tamura, like Kurogiri was. This man definitely was not. It was a shame, in Kurogiri's opinion. Electric-type quirk users weren't hard to come by, but finding one who was both good at hacking and willing to do it illegally was hard. Especially considering how good a quirk electric types were considered for hero work in most cases, which meant that those who had one usually didn't steer towards criminal work. This man was a good find, perfect for this one job, but Kurogiri wouldn't waste any time trying to stop him from being captured. After this was over, they probably wouldn't need him again. The only people Kurogiri had to make sure didn't get arrested were himself and Shigaraki Tamura. A much shorter list that he would have liked, but he supposed it couldn't be helped if they couldn't find any villains who would work long-term as members of the LOV in such a short period of time. Kurogiri grabbed a dish rag and began rinsing and cleaning an empty glass previously filled with strawberry milkshake Shigaraki Tamura had left on the counter. At least, he thought, Shigaraki Tamura is interacting with Ghost. She will hopefully teach him something about dealing with other villains in more long-term situations. He needs practice socializing. Aizawa Shoyuta may have appeared to be asleep to the outside observer, but as always he was completely aware of his surroundings. He paid attention as each of his students showed up one by one, the usual early birds arriving first and the rest of the ranks slowly filling out the rest of the classroom. His class chatted quietly as they usually did, the drone of conversation enough to lull a lesser man to sleep. Shoyuta, however, was awake and alert. His students ignored his presence and the classroom buzzed with gossip and discussion. Shoyuta unzipped and stepped out of his sleeping bag as the bell rang and folded it carefully over his arm, quietly counting the number of seconds it took for his class to quiet down. It was early enough in the year that his new students understood what he expected of them, but it had only been a week and the class hadn't mastered the art of perfect silence the moment the bell rang, as all of Shuta's classes eventually did. 4 seconds was still pretty good. 4 seconds, Shoyuta announced to the class, and heard a few sighs and grumblings from his students. A single glare silenced them. They were learning. We're going to be doing rescue training off campus today. Grab your hero costumes, change, and follow me outside to the bus. The gasps of excitement and immediate chatter about what the rescue training could possibly entail filled the classroom as Shoyuta stepped off the podium and lazily made his way to the gates of the school to wait for his class. Shoyuta was impressed with them so far. Obviously, there were a lot of things they would have to work on, but at the moment there weren't many students who stood out as possibly going to be expelled. Bakugo came to mind first, but Shoyuta had faith that he'd be able to help the young hero in training with what appeared to be anger issues. If he couldn't, then expelling him would work fine too. Shoyuta knew that with a quirk like that, Bakugo must have been hailed as a future hero destined for greatness by his previous teachers, but he was fully prepared to halt that dream in its tracks if Bakugo proved to be too difficult. He would have to watch Bakugo and help him progress in any way that he could. He would be a very good hero as long as he could keep his temper under control. Midoriya was another one at risk of being expelled. If he couldn't figure out how to use his quirk without breaking his bones, Shoyuta was going to have to send him home for his own safety, and not the safety of others like with Bakugo. Midoriya didn't seem deterred at all from rushing into battle even with a quirk strong enough to damage his body, and Shoyuta knew that he couldn't allow someone like Midoriya to enter the hero field unless they had ample ways to protect themselves. Midoriya would have to be watched closely, but all in all Shoyuta had high hopes for him as well. As per usual, all the kids in his class had very combat-oriented quirks. Shoyuta supposed he couldn't hope for someone with a quirk more like his own to be in his class every year, but it was certainly a treat when it did happen. If anything, the student with a quirk closest to a decidedly non-combative or even villainous quirk like his own would be Hagakure with her invisibility. She was mainly going to be good for stealth missions, and would probably end up an underground hero whether she liked it or not based on the flashiness of her quirk. Shoyuta was rather looking forward to teaching her and seeing how she did. He hoped that she wouldn't disappoint. It took the class longer than he would have liked to get outside in full costume, or as close to it as they could get, in Midoriya's case, and Shoyuta lazily led the way onto the bus and sat down in the front, content to pretend to sleep for the entire bus ride. His students never really knew how many of their conversations he heard when they didn't know he was awake. Himiko giggled. Nothing funny had happened, she just felt like giggling. Some of the other villains around her glanced her way with slightly confused looks. She just stared back, smiling as brightly as she could. Her companions looked slightly uncomfortable, and she saw quite a few of them lean or step away from her. She didn't mind. If anything, it was quite funny. Himiko giggled again. Himiko didn't mind being an extra set of eyes for the organization among the crowd of villains set to be attacking the USJ with Kuro-sensei and Shigaraki Tamura. She liked transforming into someone she hadn't ever been before and seeing what lower-level villains did with their time. Of course, she knew that this was in no way an average event, but even just seeing all the adults around her, disgruntled with society and under the impression that the end goal of this operation was to win, made her want to giggle again. Transforming into a new person for the first time always made Himiko more giggly. The air around her was still and felt much too quiet after Kuro-sensei warped them in. She'd been warped to the middle of the avalanche zone, one of the bigger ones within the USJ. From how high up on the mountain they were, she had a pretty good view of the surrounding areas. But more importantly, she'd been placed with the most dangerous villains, including the electric type who'd been called in to take down the security systems. She could make sure that none of the kids got hurt even though they were very far away from the main plaza where the teachers would be. Himiko was ready. She giggled again, ignoring the odd looks she got from the others around her. Now all they had to do was wait for Class 1A to get there. It wouldn't be long now. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Ainin Kuros, more commonly known as the Rescue Hero 13, smiled behind their helmet. They paused for a second before considering, or maybe 2, or 3, or 5, 6, 7. Their voice drifted into a thoughtful murmur as they considered how much they still had to say. Kuros shook their head and then looked back up at the class. Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. A green-haired student in the front spoke up. Kuros noted that he was wearing a UA uniform instead of a hero costume. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? A girl standing next to him in a space-themed costume reminiscent of Kuros's own was nodding very quickly. Her excitement made Kuros smile. Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily. Some of you have quirks like that too, right? The rescue hero saw several of the students look contemplative. You do not have powers so that you can harm others. Before they finished speaking, Kuros was interrupted by the lights flickering. They blinked, confused as the lights didn't stop right away, turning around and seeing that the water in the main plaza's fountain was turning on and off haphazardly, sending splashes of water up and down in small squirts. The hairs on the back of their neck froze, and the air pressure felt like it shifted before something dark and purple started to appear in front of the fountain. A deep purple misty shape ripped through the air and swirled as it grew. Kuros could see a hard start to reach through what they were realizing was some sort of portal. What's that? One of the students behind Kuros asked. A thin, gray-haired man with black clothing and what appeared to be hands gripping his shoulders and arms stepped out of the portal, villains on either side of him following suit. Kuros realized with horror that the hands clutching the man's limbs and face were real, severed human hands. One of the students behind Kuros asked if the training had already started, but the hero barely registered the words. Those were villains. Real, serious villains. What were they doing here? How did they get here? They had to protect the students. Don't move. Kuros turned around to see that their coworker had put an arm out to block one of his students from stepping forward toward the villains. Aizawa spoke up again, voice grave as he looked out across the rapidly filling plaza. Those are villains. Tamura looked up at the students standing in front of the gates, shock painted all over each of their faces. He smiled behind his father's hand. Nomu stepped out of the portal next to him. He held out his hand to command the beast to stop. Villains surrounded him on either side, and he knew there were more in each of the rescue zones. Far more that a few pro-heroes and a class of first years could handle, especially if All Might was busy fighting his perfect match. A monster bioengineered to face off against him and win. Tamura didn't smile, but his eyes glinted as he looked lazily up at his adversaries. Finally, All Might is going to die. Katsuki stared up at the outer wall of the USJ facility and tried to keep the anger off his face. What Shigaraki had done was completely unacceptable. He needed to be reined in as soon as possible, because it was obvious that Kurogiri-sensei wasn't capable of speaking out against him and stopping him from causing large amounts of harm. Katsuki was fuming. They weren't supposed to hurt people like that. They weren't supposed to hurt people like that. Katsuki tried to count how many times Shigaraki had broken organization rules and lost count. Rule number 1 was never hurt innocent people, and rule number 2 was never hurt children ever, and Shigaraki had seemed determined to do both. He'd nearly killed both Eraserhead and 13, and from what Katsuki had heard from listening in on the conversations happening after they'd all been released, he'd almost killed Frog Girl and Deku too. Katsuki was livid. How in the world had this attack been greenlit by the council? Why in the world wasn't it under better supervision? Katsuki rode back to UA with the rest of the class to be questioned by the police and looked over to make sure they weren't injured. The entire bus ride he fumed. Shigaraki needed to be taken care of. He needed to be put in his place. Katsuki wouldn't mind being the one to do it either. Shigaraki had ordered the Nomu to kill Eraserhead, and Kurogiri himself nearly killed 13. Katsuki knew it was Shigaraki's fault. It had to be. Kurogiri was taking orders from him just like the Noma did, and that was why he shouldn't be in charge of stopping Shigaraki from causing harm. He was incapable of standing up to him. Katsuki's anger burned, but he forced himself to tamp it down. He could yell and scream about this when he got home, but right now he had to play a part. Unlike Shigaraki, Katsuki refused to mess it up. Izuku's head hurt. His legs ached, his hands were sore. He was content to lay on the hospital bed and fall asleep, but at the same time, part of him was scared too. Mostly because he could hear them whispering. He hadn't realized until he was being carted away from Yusjie in a stretcher, but there were voices muttering at the edges of his hearing, like a steady buzz beneath his skin. They weren't happy with him. If anything, they were angry, but not as angry as they could have been. It felt eerie. Like someone was dancing on Izuku's grave. It made his hands shake and his eyes flick around only to see no source for the voices no matter how deep he looked into the shadows draped across the nurse's office around him. Izuku hadn't slept since he'd had that first dream about the vestiges of One for All. He was almost scared too. The vestiges knew who he was. They knew their 8th successor had been tricked. If they could communicate with Izuku like this, even if he couldn't make out any of the words they were saying, then Izuku wondered if they could talk to All Might in the same way. All Might couldn't find out what they knew. If he did, then everything would be over. His position at UA as a normal hero student, as the next holder of One for All, as an average kid with an ordinary background would be jeopardized. All Might hadn't said anything to allude to the fact that he knew or that he'd ever communicated with the past holders of the quirk, but that didn't stop Izuku from feeling paranoid. They hadn't been whispering before. Izuku would have noticed. He was pretty sure the only reason he didn't before the attack on his class was over was because he'd been too preoccupied trying to keep himself and his classmates alive. The image of his teacher's face getting smashed into the ground by the Nomo felt like it was imprinted on the back of Izuku's eyelids. It made him feel sick to his stomach, and if he thought about it too hard, the voices seemed to swell and get angrier. Never louder, never easier to understand, but angrier. Definitely. Angrier. They'd helped him though. They'd helped him. There had been a single moment, when Shigaraki Tamura was reaching out to grab Azui Tsuyu, or just Tsuyu, as she'd asked to be called. A move that would end in nothing but dust where his lively classmate had once sat, and Izuku had jumped without thinking. All he knew was that he had to save his classmate. One for All had collected in his arm and had exploded out as he threw a punch at the villain full force. The difference from all the times he'd used it before was that his arm hadn't broken. It was warm from the inside out, and it buzzed with leftover power, but his arm wasn't broken. Izuku had heard the whispers in his head then for a single second, alerting him to the fact that he'd been spared this one time. Izuku wondered if the vestiges found his attempt to save Azui Tsuyu, he reminded himself, a worthy cause. Even though the past holders of his quirk had allowed him to use it without harming himself once, that didn't mean that he was allowed to use it without shattering his bones the other times it had been required of him during the attack. Izuku still felt the ache in his fingers and his legs as proof of that. He'd been carried out of USJ on a stretcher because he hadn't been able to walk by himself. Izuku had been led to Recovery Girl's office where she healed both him and All Might. They'd been told to wait in the office and take a nap so the effects of the nurse's quirk would wear off before they went home. Izuku couldn't sleep no matter how hard he tried. The voices and the whispering were too loud. It felt like the words they spoke, even though he couldn't understand them, were settling into his bones and sticking to them like tar. His mouth felt dry, and the feeling of paranoia only grew stronger. Izuku clenched a fist around the thin blanket that had been thrown over him and focused on breathing. Over time, the whispering dimmed. Izuku couldn't hear it as loudly, but it was still present just beyond his ears. He was still worried about falling asleep. The vestiges didn't like him. They were mad. Izuku knew why, and he couldn't help but feel guilt over it even though he didn't need to. He and his family weren't doing anything wrong. They were making the world a better place in the long run. Eventually, when they were in control, they could fix everything. They could take down the HPSC, the hero system, the ways their world was broken, and make it whole again. Izuku knew they were doing the right thing. They had to be. The vestiges had been fighting a war against All for One for so long that they weren't willing to see from Izuku's side of the conflict. He wanted to save people, not hurt them. Izuku could kind of understand where they were coming from. Everything he did looked very bad from the outside, but he hoped that as time went on they'd see what he was really trying to do and side with him. Otherwise, he'd have many problems if the quirk kept refusing to cooperate. What was that? Kurogyari didn't flinch, even as he was met with nothing but hostility from his boss. Shigaraki Tamura got a bit carried away. A bit? Midoriya Hisashi's voice was cold. 2 heroes almost died along with several hero students. You call that a little? My apologies. I wasn't aware he would get so carried away. After he started, I was unable to stop him. Kurogyari's face remained blank, but the mist around him drew inwards as if he were shrinking under his superior's glare. One thing Kurogyari had always been good at was reporting the facts and only the facts. He never let emotion get in the way of his job. Shigaraki, on the other hand, was the polar opposite. It seemed like emotion was the driving force behind most of his actions. Hisashi took a deep breath. Can I trust you to stop him if he takes it too far again? Kurogyari seemed to consider this. Once again, nothing in his face changed, but the constant swirling of his mist slowed as if he were processing the question. After a moment, he responded evenly. I am supposed to follow his orders. I will not be able to disobey him unless you order me to. Hisashi considered this. Kurogyari was a good soldier, perfect for taking orders. Designed that way, even if the way they obtained the materials to make him was not something that Hisashi himself would have done. It was something he had done before Hisashi was the one in charge. Eventually, Hisashi sighed. I'll assign someone else to help you. He waved his hand and Kurogyari took his cue to leave, warping out of the conference room with nothing but a small change in air pressure. Hisashi turned to his wife. What do you think? Is Himiko up for it? Inko smiled, beautiful as the day Hisashi met her. I don't think there's anyone better for the role. Tamaki had watched 4 different news segments on the event several times each, and was still astonished. The OV really worked fast. Only a day had passed since Toru gave them the information. Tamaki was astonished that they'd managed to organize so many villains and make a plan in less than 24 hours. It wasn't the best plan, by any means. In fact, it had failed miserably. Tamaki was mostly just impressed that they'd made it so far before getting taken down, and was impressed that they'd managed to recruit so many villains in such a short period of time. Of course, he had no doubt that they'd been recruiting for a while before the attack was planned, but the sheer number of villains was impressive on its own. 72 of them had been arrested, and Tamaki had no doubt there had been a few more that had managed to escape besides Kurogyari and Shigaraki. Tamaki had been given footage of the USJ incident hacked from the cameras by a higher-up that specialized in cyber espionage. He'd been told to review the footage and take a look at how Ghost and Spark had done during the attack in order to see how well they followed orders. The very thought had been nerve-wracking. Tamaki felt nervous enough whenever he had to write up a mission report on himself, but having to write up one on the people working under him was even more nerve-wracking. He second-guessed every sentence he wrote, looked over the footage so many times he felt like it might be burned into his brain. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still see Spark being threatened by that other electric user. He knew that Spark was only acting as if his brain had short-circuited, But the sight of him looking so helpless in the face of a threat that wasn't afraid to kill him made Tamaki's skin crawl. Tamaki had really grown close to Spark and Ghost in the time since he'd met them, and the thought of losing them made his heart drop. Tamaki was proud of them. Watching them through the footage, he realized just how dedicated they were to this job. Spark in particular seemed very good at acting. He hadn't flinched or slipped throughout the entire confrontation with the villains he and the other 2 students in his class had. He'd stayed at the skill level he was supposed to be at and hadn't broken character once as far as Tamaki could see. Ghost had been harder to track, seeing as the only thing he was able to see had been her boots and gloves, and he hadn't even been able to see them the entire time. From what he could tell, she'd stayed out of the way and monitored her other classmates just like she was supposed to and hadn't been spotted by anyone. Tamaki felt guilty at the idea of writing down anything bad about them, but he also thought that if he didn't, the higher-ups might think he was too biased towards them or something. He didn't want his superiors to think he was compromised when it came to taking care of Spark and Ghost in any way. Even though he was nervous about it at first, Tamaki really liked working with them. For their own good, he wrote down things he noticed that they could have improved on. Ghost needed a better cover story. She said she was in the same zone as Todoroki was and that was why she hadn't helped take care of the villains, because it hadn't been needed, but that also wouldn't have made much sense considering the fact that if Todoroki hadn't seen her, like she claimed, then there would have been nothing stopping him from freezing her on accident as well as the villains. Ghost was lucky because she was invisible, but she either needed to stay with her class and make sure she had an alibi or come up with a better cover for why she hadn't been seen. Preferably, she could claim to have been warped to an area where no one had been in, or one where it would have been easy to miss someone like the downpour or fire zones. In her snooping, it wouldn't be that hard for her to go to one of those areas, if only briefly so that she might be able to give some sort of detail that only someone from those zones would know in order to prove that she was actually there. Plus, that way there would even be a grain of truth to her story, which is always good to have when you're lying to the police. Spark had done a very good job in acting, placing himself in a position where he would be able to do just enough damage that the heroes wouldn't think he were holding back but not enough to harm what the villains were doing in any way either, and even gave himself a helpful way out of fighting at all by drawing on the lie about how heat short circuits, which Tamaki thought was a particularly clever part of his official quirk description when it came to giving him a loophole he could use to get out of any given situation. There was, however, one notable issue with his performance, although when it came down to it, Shigaraki's incompetence was more to blame than Spark was. Spark claimed to be unable to contact anyone through his communicator using his quirk, but if the police really looked into it, which Tamaki hoped they wouldn't, his communicator hadn't been disconnected. Spark had told him that himself. The villains hadn't anticipated one of the students having an independent way to contact people outside USJ, even though they should have, and hadn't taken any precautions against it. In the end, if Spark was questioned about it, the police would probably come to the conclusion that there was some sort of villain with a quirk capable of jamming the signal, but when they couldn't find anyone like that within the villains that were arrested, they would probably come to the conclusion that the signal-jamming villain had been one of the ones to escape in the end. It was still suspicious, especially if they interrogated the villains and none of them remembered anything about anyone like that, and especially since there wasn't any notable damage on Spark's communicator from the influence of the quirk either. Having evidence that it was tampered with would have helped the story, as would have finding a way to blame it on one of the villains the police had actually arrested the electric type that had taken out the security systems comes to mind. All in all, there were holes in Spark's story that the police might notice if they looked into it too much, and they could paint a very bad picture if he were ever put under suspicion. Tamaki wrote all of this down, and added that he would make sure to point it out to Spark and Ghost. Both of them seemed to be struggling with very similar things, and to be fair it was arguably the hardest part of the job not getting caught in a lie. Having holes in their story that could put them under suspicion if police dug too deep into their stories. Tamaki had no doubt that they would be thorough, considering how serious this attack had been, but he also had no doubt that they wouldn't focus too hard on the students. If anything, the students would probably be placed under the least amount of suspicion. They were the victims, after all. Tura received a phone call from Kurojairi around 8 o'clock. She'd been home for a few hours after the police finished questioning her and the rest of her class about the attack. He notified her of a job well done and asked her to come in and talk to the league as soon as she could get away from her parents in order to review everything that had happened and tell Shigaraki more about her classmates and about the police investigation. It appeared she had officially earned their trust, even though she hadn't predicted All Might's absence. Toru came up with an excuse about her parents watching her extra closely due to the attack and told him that she'd try to make it out tomorrow night. Kurogiri told her that playing it safe was a smart choice and hung up the phone without saying goodbye. Toru then immediately called Denki and told him about the interaction. "I cannot believe that you get to do all the infiltration," Denki whined. "I feel like I should get to do something. Are you saying that I'm not good enough to do it on my own?" Toru narrowed her eyes and let her voice sharpen to a dangerous tone. Denki immediately started backpedaling. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just think, well, dash. Toru laughed and interrupted him before he could try to dig himself into a deeper hole. "I know what you mean, you moron. But I totes don't need your help." Denki groaned. "No one says totes anymore, Toru. No one has said totes in probably over a century. It doesn't sound cool, it doesn't sound quirky. It's certainly not funny." Denki never sounded more serious than when he was telling her to stop being cringe, as he put it. Toru knew it was cringe. She also knew that it took a year off Denki's life every time she used the word lit in casual conversation, or called something her bae. His pain and suffering gave her life. Toru ignored him entirely and instead chose to gasp as if she were greatly offended and hang up the phone without saying goodbye, Kurogiri style. Grabbing her backpack and telling her parents she was going over to Denki's house, Toru paused before stepping outside and calmly activated her quirk. Light waves bent around her and rendered her and her clothing completely invisible. Toru had a lot of practice going from her house to Denki's while completely invisible. Sneaking on and off trains was easier than you would think, especially this late when not many people were using public transportation. Walking silently and making as little noise as possible was instinctual for her at this point, and no one noticed her or even seemed suspicious of another presence beside them for her entire journey. Luckily, Denki lived close enough to Toru that it wasn't that long of a trip. Toru let herself into Denki's house without knocking. He knew she was coming over, and the Kaminaris had told her several times that she was welcome whenever. No prior notice was necessary anyways. She even had a spare key attached to the same key ring as her own house keys. Toru's family had been very close with Denki's family for a long time. Toru let her invisibility drop after stepping through the door and made sure to lock it behind her again and greet Denki's mom, who was in the kitchen washing dishes. She happily skipped upstairs and knocked on Denki's door before entering without waiting for an answer. As she'd suspected, Denki was already at his computer. He'd pulled out a few bags of chips and a 6-pack of caffeinated soda that made Toru cringe. "You took so long to get here." Denki leaned back in his chair and waved his arms around to be extra dramatic. "I've been waiting forever." Toru ignored him and sat down in the chair next to him. "Have you checked your email?" "Yes, of course I did." Denki clicked over to the Open Email tab. "I have received the links to the USJ security footage for us to go over." "Great." Toru clapped her hands and took out a notebook. "Now, we take notes?" Denki sighed, looking slightly defeated. "Now, we take notes? Why in the world did you think giving Shigaraki that much power was a good idea?" Mitsuki's voice was cold. She didn't sound angry, but Hisashi had known her long enough to understand that it only meant she was positively livid. Even though it was a question, she didn't phrase it like one. Hisashi forced his breathing to stay even and turned around to face her. She'd waited to ambush Hisashi before he entered the council room. Hisashi had known Mitsuki for a long time. They'd grown up together, side by side, two members of the Big Three from their generation. Growing up, neither of them had expected for Hisashi to take up the title of All for One, but they'd both realized with growing horror that the other option would lead them all headfirst into ruin. Hisashi shouldn't be the one in charge, but he was. Officially, anyways. He always had the feeling like Mitsuki bossed him around a lot more than she was supposed to. Hisashi glanced at the time briefly and noted that she'd made sure they'd have plenty of time to talk before the council meeting officially started. As per usual, she'd set up the perfect trap. He was going to have to talk to her about this. Turning around to face her only revealed the icy expression on her face. Hisashi winced and swallowed before attempting to answer her question. I didn't think Tamura would be so brutal in his attack. I gave him orders to make an attempt on All Might's life, not the other teacher's dash. And yet he did anyway. What did you expect him to do? How did you not see this coming? Why wasn't I made aware of the exact details of this plan before it was put in motion? Hisashi pursed his lips. Tamura acted very quickly after getting the information from their trader. I didn't expect him to, so I thought I'd have more time dash. He's too dangerous. You've just admitted that you can't predict what he's going to do, and you've given him access to the best weapon in your arsenal. You cannot allow someone who's that unhinged to control the Nomus and lead something so important as the LOV. Mitsuki was always good at being the voice of reason. Ever since they were small, she'd been good at poking holes in Hisashi's logic, tearing apart his plans to reveal the mistakes in their making. It was a good trait to have, but Hisashi still found himself at the end of her scoldings more than he would like to be. You're right, of course, he began carefully, and I promise you, we're going to take precautions to make sure nothing like this happens again. Mitsuki stared into Hisashi's eyes and didn't break eye contact. A moment passed and then she closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath as if to calm herself. When she opened her eyes, they glowed silver at the activation of her quirk, and Hisashi sighed. I hope Aizawa Shoyuda and Ainin Kuros make quick recoveries and escape with minimal lasting damage from the villain attack they've most recently faced. As always, whenever Mitsuki used her quirk, Hisashi could feel the power of her words in his very bones. Reality bent around them, rippling effects across the fabric of their universe. The Bakuga's reality-bending quirk was powerful by every means of measurement, but it couldn't do everything. Hisashi knew that firsthand. For the most part, it was simply a way to get luck on their side. When activated, every sentence had to be phrased precisely, perfectly like a wish you might make to a genie. If there was any wiggle room in the command, the universe was likely to take it. They used it as little as possible for bigger things, but to prevent the bad side effects of quirk suppression, they used it for little things too, asking the universe to let them get through the day without getting a paper cut, asking the universe to hold off on rain until they got inside a building, asking the universe to cause Hisashi to trip over his own feet right before he entered a very important meeting with the rest of the council members. Simple things. They couldn't, for instance, do something that would cause reality to break. Something like creating or destroying matter out of thin air, giving someone a power or quirk they didn't have before, mind control, or forcing other people to do things that they wouldn't normally do. The list went on and on. The limits of their quirk were hard to define, and oftentimes they didn't know whether or not they'd be able to do something until they tried doing it. Of the things they had done in the past, there were a few notable times when they'd really shifted reality. For instance, the very first Hope, the person with the original quirk, had commanded the universe to stop anyone from stealing, copying, or using her family's quirk in any way unless they were born with it. It was one of the only quirks in existence that Hisashi would never be able to steal, even if he wanted to. That had been one of the bigger stretches of the quirk's use, but the universe had allowed it. Secondly, the very first Hope had commanded the universe to grant all of her descendants with the quirk. It would always get passed down again and again and again. Every Bakugu to take up Hope's title would be born with Hope's quirk. On the one hand, it meant that the quirk would never develop to be stronger than it already was. The theory of quirk singularity would never affect it. On the other hand, it also meant that the quirk would never die out. They would never have to worry about it not getting passed on. Either way, there was no changing it now. The command had been spoken too long ago, and even if Mitsuki tried to undo it, she wouldn't be able to, nor would she even really want to. Both of them knew the dangers of quirk singularity, and if anything, the fact that the quirk would never be able to develop was also a blessing in disguise. It meant that they would always be stable. There was no worry of something happening to it and giving someone too much power. By definition, no one should hold all the power. Power corrupts no matter what. Hisashi had first-hand experience with the concept. Mitsuki nodded to Hisashi before turning on her heel and heading back down the hallway. Hisashi sighed. She'd made her point. She always did. On one hand, he didn't think he'd be able to run the organization without her, but on the other, she sure was stubborn. By the time Izuku was let out of the nurse's office, it was dark out. He'd resigned himself to having to walk home alone in the dark with bones that were still healing, but to his surprise both Uraraka and Ida were waiting outside the school. "Were you guys waiting for me?" Izuku asked, surprised. "We wanted to make sure you were okay." Uraraka glanced at the casts still wrapped around his arms. "You were injured quite terribly in the attack." Ida's arm chopped the air to punctuate his words. "As your friends, we were very worried about you." Izuku felt warmth in his chest. "That was really nice of you. Have you been here the whole time?" "Ever since the police released us from questioning." Uraraka nodded. The three of them made their way down the steps to the entrance. "It's been a few hours, but we weren't the only ones waiting at first. Everyone was worried about you, and I don't think anyone really wanted to go home right away after that. Quite a few of us were waiting for you, but everyone else went home at some point." Izuku nodded, touched that his friends cared this much about him. "That's so nice of you." "Thanks. I didn't want to have to walk home alone." Ida nodded. "It is getting dark out." The conversation moved on from there. It was easy to talk to Uraraka and Ida. Even though Izuku had barely known them for a week, unless you counted kind of meeting them at the entrance exam, the three of them had become pretty close even in such a short amount of time. They'd waited at the school for hours after they had to, even after it got dark out, just to make sure he was okay. Izuku was reminded again of the fact that he was lying to them. They didn't really know who he was. They trusted him, believed in him, and in the end he was just going to betray them. "Us. I was thinking about something one of the villains said." Izuku started cautiously during a lull in the conversation. At the mention of the villains, Ida and Uraraka both glanced at him nervously. Izuku paused, thinking about how to phrase the question before continuing. He said something about how both villains and heroes use violence to get what they want, but heroes are revered and villains are detested. Izuku paused and saw the confused looks on his friends' faces and backtracked quickly. "I mean, obviously there's a difference between what heroes do and villains do, but I just thought it was interesting, I guess." Trailing off, Izuku trained his eyes on the ground, wincing at his failure to convey his point. This was a stupid idea anyways. He was being foolish, but he couldn't help trying to do something. Izuku wasn't even entirely sure what. A moment passed before Uraraka spoke up again. "It is something to think about, I guess. I mean, usually we're told that violence is always bad, but then we use it to take down villains, and that's seen as good." Izuku nodded, relieved that she seemed to be getting it. "Yeah, I guess the question is where the line is between villainy and heroism." Uraraka seemed to consider this. Ida spoke up for the first time since Izuku had brought up the topic. "Well, I think, for instance, attacking children and stopping someone from attacking children are very different things." Ida managed to sound so sincere and so critical of Izuku in the same sentence. "Yes, of course." Izuku agreed hurriedly with Ida. "I just mean that there are things that I think might fall into more of a gray area." "Like what?" Ida tilted his head as the three of them waited for a traffic light to turn so they could cross a road. "Like," Izuku paused, wanting to come up with a good example, "like what if you had a family that was going to starve, and you stole some money from someone who was really wealthy? Stealing the money from the rich person wouldn't harm them at all, since they don't really need it. However, it will help your family. But it's still stealing, so is it evil or good?" Uraraka and Ida seemed to really consider the question. "I think," Uraraka started, obviously thinking hard, "I mean, I don't think it's evil, but I'm not sure I'd call it all the way good." Izuku could see her hesitate, then sound more sure of herself. "Yes. I don't think it's evil, or even really bad at all. If an action directly helps people and doesn't hurt others, then even if it's something like stealing or something that's against the law, I don't think it's a bad deed." She nodded as if to punctuate her sentence. "I agree with you," Ida sounded hesitant, "but I don't think I would ever do something like that, even if I were in that situation." Izuku considered that. "Would it go against your morals?" "Yes." Ida sounded sure about that. Izuku nodded, agreeing. A part of him knew that he should probably leave it at that, but a bigger part of him wanted to push the issue. Glancing around briefly even though he knew there was no one watching him, Izuku turned back to Ida. "I think you'd be surprised what good people are capable of doing when they're desperate." Denki and Toru had examined the footage of the USJ attack from every angle. Taking notes on it took all night, and in the end they were thankful for the sugar and caffeine Denki had stocked up on in preparation for the near all-night. By 3 o'clock, when they finally decided to stop and sleep, they were exhausted. Toru woke up in the guest room feeling refreshed around lunchtime. She headed to the kitchen, helped Denki's mom make mac and cheese, and started down the hallway to take a bowl of it to her friend's room. Denki's dad was stationed in America quite a bit, and he brought over foreign foods that he'd tried there and liked. Denki used to talk about working in the States too with his father when he was older. Mac and cheese was one of his favorites, and Toru only hoped that he'd be willing to wake up for the sake of good food. Wakey wakey! Toru turned on all the lights at their full brightness and threw open the blinds, kicking at the bedposts of Denki's bed and making as much noise as possible in order to wake him up. I have mac and cheese. As if food were the magic word, Denki sat up immediately and made grabby hand motions at the bowl Toru was holding. Yes. Please, I'm so hungry. No, you can't eat mac and cheese in bed, doofus. Toru shook her head and waved her finger back and forth dramatically. Breakfast lunch is only available to people sitting at the table, or at least at a desk or something. Denki made as big a show as possible of dragging himself out of bed and groaning as if it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Toru set the bowl down on the desk and started organizing the papers strewn across it. Toru had made a neat pile of notes on her side of the space, but Denki was more inclined to a giant pile of illegible scribbling that no one in their right mind should be able to decipher. The only reason Toru could almost kind of read it was because she had a lot of practice. Mostly, Denki had scribbled pictures instead of words and preferred to draw things out instead of write them. His drawings weren't even that bad. They were obviously rushed, interspersed with random lines of code as well as actual notes as Denki got distracted several times and went off on mini tangents or put down ideas or parts of plans. Toru's, in comparison, were neatly written, organized by suspect, but showing signs of her deteriorating commitment to keeping them perfect as time went on. By the end of it, they looked almost as messy as Denki's did, but at least she tried. Going back through the notes and making sense of them was probably going to take almost the same amount of time as writing them in the first place did. Toru was increasingly glad that they'd been given the day off from school because of the attack. Her and Denki were going to need it. Himiko held the new mission file and tried not to look too excited. It had been so long since she had a steady mission instead of jumping from small job to small job. In fact, the last time she'd had a steady mission was over a year ago, when Akaguro-sensei was. Wouldn't be too hard to shape her mindset, see if her morals aligned with ours. Izuku thought back to the night after USJ, when he, Ida, and Uraraka had walked home together. He'd brought up the fuzzy gray area between good and evil. Uraraka's answer there had aligned very nicely with what the organization taught. The realization hit Izuku like a bucket of cold water. I might not have to lose Uraraka when she finds out who I really am. If I can act fast enough, smart enough, I might be able to recruit her to my side before that happens. Izuku tried to follow the conversation as Uraraka and Ida walked beside him on the way to the lunchroom, but his mind kept circling back to his realization. There was hope. He might not have to lose everyone when they found out who he was. He might have a chance to keep at least one of his friends. Plus, the organization could always use good people like Uraraka. Not only that, Izuku couldn't help thinking, but when I become all for one, I'm going to need my own council full of people that I trust. Already, a plan was forming in Izuku's head at rocket speed. Ideas were unraveling around him to form a chessboard in his mind, pieces taking their places as everything aligned. A balancing act between his official mission and this new idea he had would be difficult, but not impossible to master. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the familiar voice of his heroics teacher. "Eat lunch with me?" All Might asked, causing Uraraka to burst out laughing. Izuku heard her mutter the words, like a maiden, as he nodded to his predecessor and waved goodbye to his friends. Izuku forced himself to remember to keep his mask up as he followed All Might to the teacher's lounge. He took note of the fact that it appeared the lounge wasn't locked, at least during the day, and even after All Might's schedule had been stolen and used to ambush a class of first years. He supposed it made sense, in a way, and he also supposed that they might have put in other security measures he was unaware of, but he still thought it was irresponsible. Izuku followed All Might into an office located in the back of the teacher's lounge and idly wondered what he wanted to talk to him about. Katsuki watched Deku and his nerd squad as he packed up his things from the classroom and pretended to listen to something that Hairforbrains was telling him. Round Cheeks seemed to be taking the sports festival overly serious, and her friends seemed to be questioning her about it. Katsuki rolled his eyes at their antics and finished shoving his stuff in his bag before heading out of the classroom without checking to make sure his unfortunate tag-along was following him. Only a few seconds into walking to lunch, Katsuki felt Deku's surprise spark, and then his brain started whirling a mile a minute. Katsuki grit his teeth and kept walking, too tired to try and figure out what Deku was thinking or what had set him off. Katsuki watched silently as Deku disappeared to talk to All Might about something, and he watched silently as Four Eyes and Round Cheeks discussed what their teacher could possibly want with their friend during lunch. He also watched as the half-and-half kid seemed to take note of what they were saying. His brain sparked like he was making a connection. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and resisted the temptation to turn around and look at him. After the USJ attack happened, it appeared that some of the extras in Katsuki's class thought they had permission to talk to him. Katsuki thought that was ridiculous. He didn't talk to people who weren't organization. It was easier that way. Unluckily enough, he ended up attracting the attention of Hairforbrains during the USJ attack and knockoff Pikachu who'd been friends with him beforehand. Pikachu actually was organization, so Katsuki didn't mind him as much on principle, and Hairspray was generally less annoying. Neither of them were people Katsuki wanted to talk to. For some ungodly reason, they'd been following him around all day, as if being in the same zone at USJ gave the Red One permission to hang around him and bring his obnoxious friend too. Even when he yelled at them, they didn't seem too bothered, although eventually they stopped trying to include him in their lunchtime conversation and ended up just talking loudly to each other while sitting next to him. Their loud talking ended up attracting the attention of Raccoon Eyes and Tape Face, and Katsuki had to stop himself from groaning out loud when they happily sat down on the end of their table and effectively boxed him in. He was trapped between stupid, and he couldn't move. Katsuki seethed quietly. The idiots sitting at his lunch table ignored him. Denki was mentally exhausted when he arrived at UA the first school day after the USJ attack. The day before had been spent combing through piles of notes in a feeble attempt to make sense of them, and in the end, they hadn't even learned much. Denki struggled to focus in class normally, but today he couldn't focus at all. He coasted through the first half of the day doing nothing but doodling in the margins of his notebook and writing random thoughts he had about the notes they'd taken last night, even though that was probably a bad idea to do at school. He tried to keep the thoughts inconspicuously random or at least written down in some form of code, but in the end he wondered if it would really matter in the end since he could barely read his own handwriting. By the time lunch rolled around, Kirishima had noticed how out of it he was. "You okay, man?" he asked after Denki stabbed himself in the face one too many times with his fork. "You seem kind of out of it." Denki plastered a smile on his face. "I'm fine, just tired. It took me a while to fall asleep last night." Kirishima nodded pensively. Bakuga's eyes flicked up for a moment before they turned back down again, and he kept stabbing his food with animosity towards it Denki didn't think he'd ever understand. Siro and Ishido both voiced their sympathy as well. Yeah, Kirishima looked like he wanted to say more, but he closed his mouth and shoved a larger forkful of food in his face instead of continuing. Denki studied his face. "What is it?" he asked. Kirishima had never been one to hold back what he was thinking before. "I mean," Kirishima hesitated, then seemed to make a decision, "I couldn't really sleep either. What happened at USJ? I couldn't stop thinking about it." Denki froze. The mood at the table instantly soured. Ishido looked down at her food and nodded in agreement. Siro swallowed and set his fork down. Even Bakugu shifted in his seat and looked uncomfortable. "Yeah," Denki said awkwardly, "that was..." He trailed off, unsure of what to say. The table stayed silent for a few moments. None of them broke it, all stewing in their own thoughts and glancing at each other with uncertainty. The somber mood followed Denki through the rest of the day, no matter how hard he tried to shake it. Izuku left his meeting with All Might with a lot to think about. For starters, All Might could only hold his hero form for 1.5 hours now. That was barely anything. He was weaker, much weaker, even more than he'd been before. It would be a miracle if the public didn't notice it. Not only that, but the subject of Izuku's inability to use OFA without breaking his bones had come up, and Izuku had mentioned his minor success at USJ in controlling it to All Might to see what he had to say about it. According to All Might, it was probably because that was the first time he'd actually tried to use OFA on another person, and he'd probably unconsciously lessened the power in order to stop the hit from being fatal. That wasn't true though. Izuku knew for a fact that he'd been about to hit Shigaraki with a punch at 100% of his power. He hadn't really been thinking at the time, only imagining what would happen if the villain got to Tsu before Izuku could stop him. The Nomu was the only thing that had stopped Shigaraki from being dead right now. While retelling everything that had happened at USJ to his parents, Izuku had left out the part where he'd almost killed someone he was supposed to keep alive. He'd seen Kaken and Himeken side-eyeing him, but neither of them said anything. The organization had very strict rules about killing people. When it was allowed, when it wasn't allowed. Who and where and why and how. There was a strict code that everyone had to follow. Breaking it would bring consequences. Izuku knew the code by heart. He could recite it forwards and backwards and in several different languages. Everyone in the first circle could. They had to. The code was probably the first thing first circle organization members learned. Izuku had known it for so long he couldn't remember a time when he didn't know it. Never harm an innocent person. Never harm a child. Never harm when angry. Never harm without permission. Never go against organization orders. Of course, those weren't the only rules. There were different clauses, points, conditions, and exceptions that went on for nearly forever. The code was a complicated rulebook for sure, and a constantly changing one. The only 5 points that stayed the same were the first 5. They were the very foundation of everything the organization was. Breaking them meant horrible punishment. Izuku had seen what happened to people who broke the first 5. None of it was good. If he had killed Shigaraki there, it would have been a tough case to decide. On one hand, Shigaraki was neither innocent nor a child. He was a grown man who had done terrible things before and would do them again. That was cause enough for him to be killed by the organization. On the other hand, he was an organization member, and one that was supposed to stay alive. Izuku hadn't been given specific orders not to kill him, but he also hadn't been given permission. If it had come down to it, they would have been combing through the rest of the rulebook to figure out which rule applied to him in the mess of extra clauses and conditions listed underneath the first 5. If it came down to it, he probably would have been fine. He had been protecting multiple children, including himself, when he made the move. He had a quirk that he couldn't really control. He was a Midoriya. Even if Izuku had gotten off mostly fine, that didn't detract from the fact that if Shigaraki had died, most of their plans would have died along with him. He might have been only a pawn on the chessboard, but he was one they couldn't lose. All Might didn't seem to suspect anything weird about Izuku's lack of shattered bones. He believed the explanation that he'd come to about the entire situation, and had moved the conversation along easily from the topic without thinking too hard on it. He'd mentioned that the villains had noticed his weaker state. He told Izuku that his time as the symbol of peace was coming to an end. Izuku could scarcely imagine it. All Might had been the #1 hero before he'd even been born. He'd been the #1 so long and cast a shadow so large, the entire hero industry had been swallowed up in it. When he did retire, Izuku couldn't imagine anyone big enough to fill his space. There would be an All Might-shaped hole left in the world, and it might be impossible to fill. More specifically, an All Might-shaped hole in the hero industry's defenses. One that the organization had full intentions of exploiting. Hearing All Might confirm his weakening ability had only raised Izuku's hopes that their plan would eventually succeed. All Might wasn't concerned though. He turned to Izuku and called him the fledgling symbol of peace, as if Izuku would ever be able to be the person that All Might was. No one could be the person All Might was, not even All Might. Izuku could see that clearly from spending so much time around him, and he knew that All Might himself knew it too. All Might, the symbol of peace, was a fantasy. An unreachable goal that no one could ever achieve. In his prime, All Might had come close, but Izuku didn't think that he'd ever reach the godlike status the media liked to portray him as easily holding. To be honest, Izuku thought it was better that way. No one person should have all the power, no matter how good that person thought they were. Power always corrupts. That was why the organization had the council, why they were led by all for one and hope, and not just one or the other. It was why it was the big three and not the big one. They spread the power so several people held it. The same couldn't be seen for the hero industry. If everything went according to plan, then that would change soon enough. Katsuki wasn't invited to council meetings that often. When he got to be older, he'd probably have to go to all of them, or at least all the ones that Deku didn't go to, since almost every meeting needed to have either Hope or All for One attending. He was young enough now that he was usually told the information the council had discussed and decided he needed to know afterwards. Deku got the same treatment. Himiko was different, but that was because she didn't have a mentor anymore. Technically, she was the fully ranked high assassin, and had all the responsibilities and authority that came with it. Technically, in actuality, she was still heavily restricted in what she could do and what she was asked to do because of how young she was. If everything had gone according to plan, she would still be working as the apprentice to the high assassin. Everything had not gone according to plan. It did mean that she went to more council meetings than Katsuki or Deku. Katsuki couldn't care less. Council meetings were usually pretty boring. This one, however, was important. They were finally at a point where they were going to fully plan the rest of the school year. Make a list of bullet points and start working towards their end goal. Figure out smaller goals to reach along the way. Katsuki walked into the council meeting room and took a seat at the chair he knew was his. He sat, back straight, hands folded, and face serious. There was no room for distractions in the council room. There were people here that would probably work for him one day. He had to make a good impression every time he set foot in the room. Katsuki was one of the first people to show up. The room was mostly empty, but it filled quickly. There wasn't any time to waste, and council members were expected to be either early or on time. Being late to a council meeting without a good reason was almost unthinkable. Council members who had trouble with punctuality were known to be given a different schedule with earlier times to shoot for in order to give them a larger margin of error. Katsuki was well aware that he'd never need a system like that. When he needed to be on time, he was on time. Deku was fairly early too, and took his seat directly across the table from Katsuki. It was a circular table, so that everyone could see each other and discuss things as equals. Katsuki would be sitting to the left of his mother, and Deku to the left of his father. Himiko had a seat in the corner of the room, but she rarely sat in it. Much like her mentor before her, she paced around the room, examining things from every angle and watching the backs of every council member. High assassins were trained to be good at reading people. If there was ever a weakness in the council's ranks, Himiko would be able to spot it. Not that there ever would be. The council was the most elite team of villains in the entirety of Japan. They were royalty within organization ranks, trusted authority and leaders of their fields. The best of the best. They knew what they were doing. Himiko cut it close when it came to being on time, but she usually did that. She was the last person to arrive, slipping through the doors in the last seconds before the official start time began and taking her place in the back corner, setting a backpack full of files down underneath her chair and beginning to pace already. She wasn't smiling, fixing her face to be serious instead, but Katsuki could detect a hit of unsettling amusement in her eyes and in the slight tilt of her lips. Her eyes flicked from face to face, taking note of each council member. All for one, he wasn't Deku's dad right now, he was the boss. Stood up and began to speak. Council, let this meeting commence. Inko? Viridian, she wasn't Deku's mom right now, she was head of all vigilantism divisions within the organization in charge of most of the people gathered around the table, stood up and made her way to the front of the room. The edges of her mask glinted in the low lighting. She took a tablet with her and stood in front of the planning board. The sports festival is coming up, and with it I believe we have an opportunity. Katsuki couldn't see Viridian's eyes, and he couldn't see her face. Her voice betrayed nothing about how she might have been feeling, the beginning of the end, if you will. Ares? Jade? Katsuki swallowed, forcing himself to keep watching Viridian and not glance over and look at the council members around him. We have a job for you. Goals for the sports festival. Jade wins first event, without use of quirk. Aries comes in second or third for first event. Both pass second event. Team battle more uncertain variables, exact results don't matter as much. Jade wins final tournament event. Make it as close as possible. Aries gets second. Aries throws a fit on podium about losing. End goal. Aries captures the attention of LOV. Shigaraki must think it is his decision to kidnap Aries. Public's first impression of Aries as a hero student is negative. Ghost handed in the notes her and Spark had taken on the USJ footage to Tamaki before heading to school the morning after they were finished. A file for each student in their class based on the updated information they'd gathered from watching the USJ footage. Names and pictures were taped to each file, and any new information added was highlighted. Ghost would be back the next morning to pick them up again. Tamaki was supposed to copy them before then and store them away so the organization would always have them on file in their computer system. Tamaki looked over all the notes they'd taken on their fellow classmates and kept track of them. Thus far, most of the pair's research was on the other kids in the hero course, and most of that was centered around their own class. Of course, both of the people they were looking for were in their class, but they didn't know that. To be fair, they hadn't had much time to interact with students from other classes. School hadn't even started 2 weeks ago. It felt like a month had passed since then. Tamaki had spent most of the day yesterday texting back and forth with Nijire and Mirio. They'd put in their own opinions about the attack and expressed sympathy for the poor first years who had to live through it. Nijire had gone from voicing concern about any injuries they might have sustained to talking about how they'd probably have a leg up in the sports festival after getting real experience like that to ranting about how UA's top-notch security could have possibly let in such a large army of villains. Mirio mentioned that Sir Nitai's agency was thinking about volunteering to work on the case. Tamaki couldn't help but hope that they wouldn't. Nitai's agency was too good at what they did when it came to investigation, and he couldn't help the spike of fear at the thought that they might see through the holes in Ghost and Spark's stories and realize that there was something fishy going on behind the scenes with them. Right now, however, Tamaki had a job to do. It seemed there was a new main suspect. Aoyama Yuga had been placed under heavy suspicion after they found that they had no idea which zone he was in. He could have easily been hiding in one of the zones without good camera footage like the fire zone or the downpour zone, but they couldn't be sure. However, one slight problem with Aoyama being a member of the Big Three was the fact that Aoyama himself had pointed out that whatever zone he was in was a secret in front of his classmates, and one of the Big Three was unlikely to do that since it would only put suspicion on themselves. Azuitiu was one who'd been dismissed. She'd been seconds away from dying a horrible death at the hands of Shigaraki. It was unlikely a member of the Big Three would let themselves be endangered so easily. Several people had been moved farther down the list too. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Ida for instance, since they had all played a big part in taking down the villains in the end. Kirishima and Todoroki had helped fight the main villains in the plaza and Ida had run off to get help. Bakugo was also a part of that list. Tamaki stared at his face and name for a few seconds. Red eyes glared up at him from the page. Seeing him so inconspicuously pictured in this file made Tamaki feel uneasy. He looked like such a normal kid. Ghost and Spark had decided that they thought he probably was just a normal kid. Tamaki felt a shiver go down his spine at the thought of just how wrong they were. Even more unsettling was the file on Midoriya. Spark and Ghost had determined that they also didn't think he was a Big Three member. He'd also had a fairly big role in taking down the villains, probably saving All Might's life at the end even though he had to shatter both his legs to do it. They decided that was an example of his dedication to being a hero. In the end, the pair of traitors came to the conclusion that while there was something going on with him and his registration in the Quirk database, they didn't think he was a member of the Big Three. If Bakugo's face was unsettling to see on the page, Midoriya's was even more so. At least Bakugo looked confident. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes and Tamaki knew from the notes that he was pretending to be temperamental and easy to anger. He looked like he could be a member of the Big Three. Midoriya, on the other hand, looked nervous in all the school pictures Spark and Ghost had managed to find of him. He looked nothing like who Tamaki knew he was. He was meek and afraid. Tamaki couldn't reconcile this vision of him with the vision he had in his head, one of a trained combatant, A confidant killer who would one day rule the entire criminal underground of Japan and then some. The next all-for-one. This picture didn't look anything like that. It made Tamaki feel uneasy, like the world was tilting slightly under his feet. Was something he was missing, or like he knew too much? That was only true in the school pictures though. As Tamaki nervously flipped through the file, he found himself staring at all the screenshots Spark had taken from the security footage they'd hacked off the UA servers. Because there was an entirely different person there. In the heat of battle, even one as inconsequential as the battle trial from the second day of school, Midoriya had a dangerous look in his eyes. It went from calculating, to confident, to furiously angry. At the USJ, there were screenshots of him on the boat in the shipwreck zone with his fellow classmates. Even though they had just been ambushed by villains, even though they were surrounded on all sides and completely trapped by people more than willing to kill them, even though they had every disadvantage, Midoriya didn't flinch. Tamaki couldn't find a single picture of him looking scared. All he saw was the face of someone who was determined to win, someone who knew he could. The fact that he had with nothing but 3 quirks ill-suited to the situation, and one that he couldn't use without shattering his bones, and some physics, who thought about physics when they were surrounded by bloodthirsty villains, only made Tamaki more intimidated by him. The anxious kid staring at him from school ID photos and looking like he'd rather be anywhere than in front of a camera looked like an entirely different person from the one Tamaki saw willing to lead a charge against villains who had the full intent to kill him and his classmates. Staring at the picture of his future boss acting like he was nothing but a camera-shy kid with what appeared to be self-esteem issues made Tamaki feel like he was intruding on something that he shouldn't be. Like he was learning something that he shouldn't, or maybe already knew something that he shouldn't. Staring at the pictures of him taken from the USJ made him wonder if the world at large would be ready for the force of nature his future boss was going to become. The contrast was startling. Midoriya terrified him. He seemed nice. He seemed like a good person, someone who would be able to lead the organization well, treat all the people working under him with respect, and organize them into a force greater than they already were. He was born to be the next all-for-one, and Tamaki had no doubt that he would be a great one. Maybe that's part of the reason he was so terrifying. Tamaki knew all of this, but he also saw the look on Midoriya's face when he fought. He looked absolutely furious. No matter how hard Katsuki tried, he couldn't shake the extras who had decided that they were going to be his friends entirely against his will. For the second day in a row, he found himself sitting at their lunch table, quietly seething. Eventually the conversation turned to quirks, and Katsuki had a violent vision of what it would look like if he dumped the rest of his lunch over that stupid head of bright red hair sitting across from him and flipped the table on its side. Katsuki had already heard enough about quirks to last him a lifetime, working with the people that he did. He couldn't throw a tantrum though. Not that it wouldn't be in character, but because it was probably a good idea to know more about his classmates' quirks, even if he hated learning about them. I overuse my quirk a lot, Dun's face was saying. Katsuki saw his brain waves shift and noted that he was lying. It interested him enough to glance up briefly before returning to glaring at his food. If I use my quirk too much, I short-circuit? That part appeared to be true. Katsuki had no doubt that he'd been trained to avoid that at the organization enough that it didn't usually happen, and he supposed that using the short-circuiting excuse was a good way to avoid having to do any real damage to the LOV when they attacked. Katsuki aggressively stabbed at his food and idly wondered if Spark and Ghost knew that the LOV was slated to attack their class again in a few months. He figured it didn't matter too much. All I can do is release electricity though, Sparky was explaining. I'm like a human taser. And sometimes I can kind of sense electricity. But that's about it. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. He wasn't lying about that, but it was strange that he hadn't expanded on the sensing electricity thing. Did he have any idea how useful a skill like that could be? What do you mean by sensing electricity? Katsuki asked. The extra sitting next to him gasped dramatically. He speaks. Pinky waved her hands around wildly and shrieked in Katsuki's ear. He glared at her, harsh words ready on his tongue if she didn't shut up. I mean, like, I can kind of feel the charge in, like, electronics and stuff. I'm really good at guessing how much battery my phone has left without looking, and I can tell when a storm is a thunderstorm and stuff. Dun's face shoved food in his mouth and talked while he ate. Katsuki wondered if he grew up in a barn. He also wondered about the slight hesitation he sensed in Sparky's mind. There was something he was leaving out. What about the electricity in your brain? Katsuki asked, or at least, everyone else's brain. You don't seem to have anything going on up there. Oh, yeah, I read about that once. Pikachu's face lit up as he ignored the dig Katsuki had made at him. When you think, there's little electrical charges that go off, right? Those are too small for me to sense. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Or maybe you're just too stupid to? Hey! The conversation droned on from there, and Katsuki didn't join in again. He did wonder about Sparky though. Him and Ghost are trying to figure me and Deku out. Lunchtime ended eventually, and Katsuki stood up to scrape his trash in the garbage can. How much more effective would he be if he honed that electricity sensing skill? Katsuki was well aware of how useful being able to see the inside of people's brains could be. Toru was finishing up her homework when she got the call from Kurogiri. It had been 2 nights since the LOV attack, and 2 nights since Kurogiri had tried to get in contact with her. In her excitement to answer her phone, she almost dropped it and had to scramble to catch it before it hit the floor. The call only lasted 19 seconds, and it took Toru only 2 more minutes to race downstairs, put her shoes on, and leave the house completely invisible. Kurogiri had given her an address that took her to an empty warehouse in a sketchier part of the nearest city to Toru's house. She only had to take 1 train to get there and walk for just over 15 minutes to find the building. The door was unlocked and Toru let herself inside. Within moments, the air pressure seemed to change around her and the air in front of her ripped open into a swirling purple portal she recognized from the USJ attack. Toru froze for a moment, hesitating as she questioned whether it was safe to enter the portal or not. She was finally going to meet Shigaraki and Kurogiri at their home base. After this, there would be no going back. This is my job. Toru forced herself to take 1 step toward the portal, then another. I've trained for this. If this wasn't safe, they wouldn't have assigned me to do it. Dredging up as much confidence as she could, Toru held her head up high, even though no one could see, and took the final steps through the portal. Inko stared at the file in her hands. They needed an opening for Himiko to be given the chance to join the LOV. Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Suppress Villainous Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe.